Spoke to the woman who looks after my accounts the other day. I call her the woman who looks after my accounts because that's what she does. She's living in Barbados. And, everybody really amazing. And she said to me, I said, she's not been well for three days. And I said, oh, right. I said, so, how's everything at home? She's got two cats. What has she also got in the house? A mouse. She saw a mouse in the place. She thinks it came in on the cat flap. And it ran, and it's hiding under the settee. So she goes to move the settee out. She's now bought a humane mouse trap. By Jove, are you just on your way back from a sort of Hepworth's Windows public outing for Christmas or something? Where have you got... Hello, Poppet. 50th? Wow. Not your 50th? No, oh, right. Oh, here. How old are you? Yeah. Are you younger than that? What do you mean, how old? What are you asking him for? You don't know. 46. Is 46 good? I can't remember, actually. I mean, I think it went by as a blur. Yeah. Prince Andrew's 60, isn't he? No jelly and ice cream for his party next year. Bit of a shame there. Also, nobody turning up for his party, apart from the two dreary daughters, who apparently have day jobs, so they laughingly tell us, and Sarah Ferguson. Have you noticed how they've switched it? In the papers today, and they've obviously let everybody know that, in fact... Sarah Ferguson and Beatrice didn't want him to do the interview, which is different from what we heard the other day. We heard it was them that pushed, and his PA said not. Now they've turned it round, and his PA was the one who pushed for him to do the interview. I thought, but he always take notice of what Sarah Ferguson says, because she's really intelligent, isn't she? Oh, yes, shall we do this? Wait a minute, I'll just get Jeffrey on the phone. Jeff, lend me 15 grand, thank you. God, blimey, honestly, ghastly. Carl, I want to be a fly on the wall at Christmas at Sandringham. I just want to see the miserable look on everybody's sitting round, nothing being said, till somebody goes, does anybody want a liqueur chocolate? And that'll be it. And they'll all sit there and go, no, thank you. What do they call her? Do they call her Your Majesty? Or something like that, when they're sort of sitting down? Does she have a... Charles? Yes. I mean, I'd love to go there just to see what it's like, because you have to go formal. You have to dress for... You'd be in straight away. Yeah, it's very nice. I used to have a velvet jacket years ago, and I used to work in the clubs. Green velvet. Sounds ghastly, doesn't it? But, my choice. I thought I looked pretty hot in it, to be honest with you. In the clubs, yeah. It is game show material. I mean, I have all my sparkly jackets, which I should be wearing one to my brother's wedding. I think I'm going to look like a Christmas tree decoration, to be honest with you. But I don't mind. Listen, I've got to that age where I can behave badly. And I think you can get away with it now. What did somebody say to me the other day? Oh, somebody offered me their seat on the bus. I must have looked really decrepit or something. I said, no, I'm all right, thank you. Terrible, isn't it, really, and they were young. They obviously felt I looked... Because I always try and sit in the disabled seat on the bus. In the same way I develop a limp and use disabled toilets, because some toilets is like a gymnasium. It's fantastic. We've got one... We don't have one here, do we? Do we have a disabled toilet here? We've just got normal ones. They're very nice, though. Very nice. I'm a big fan of toilets. It's... Oh, that was my stomach. It's all wandering out all over the place today. So I made so many phone calls yesterday, 4 phone calls. I'm exhausted. My left ear... right ear, is absolutely gone to pieces. I don't know why. Steve, any news about Jordan? Yes, she did a Channel 5 news thing the other day, where she obviously thought it was all about her, poor soul. Really, terrible. Monica says, Steve, you can spot bad Uber drivers like you can spot any bad driver. Uber drivers and your drivers are the same. They just choose to work with different operators. Yeah, well, unfortunately, they had loads out there who were driving under false pretences, which is a bit of a shame. Have you ever used a Hoover cab? Don't know what a Hoover cab is. I know a friend of mine's got an account with Uber, but I don't have an account. I've been in one once. I have to be honest. I was a little bit sort of squiffy, and that was quite nice. But will it actually come back, Uber? Yeah, of course it will. I'm 99.9% certain it will come back. I just don't think that, because all those cabs off the streets, a lot of them, 45,000, I don't think that they will sustain that. I think they will find some loophole and they'll circumvent it. That's what I think. What's occurring on television at Christmas? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's very, very disappointing. Very disappointing. Plus, what else do we get? Stormzy says Boris Johnson is a sinister man. Sorry, Stormzy who? Is that the one that Sheila Fogarty likes? She likes Stormzy, doesn't she? You like Stormzy as well? Name me 2 of his hits. Shut up. I was talking to you. Well, name me 2 of his hits. Oh, you don't know the hits. You don't know any of the hits. Oh, there you go. You're not a fan at all then, are you? No, well, if you're a fan of Stormzy, you're supposed to come up with the hits. He's a great advocate. Yeah, for what? Strong speaker. You don't know anything about him at all, do you really? Just jumping on a bandwagon. Please. But you don't know any of his records. None of his records. Yeah. Would you dance to them? You don't, of course you know people's records. Do you know they asked on a quiz show the other day, where was it? Family Fortunes. Name 3 songs. No, sorry, name the top 5 songs from The Sound of Music. They didn't know any. One family knew nothing about The Hills Are Alive, The Lonely Goat Herd, Do, Re, Mi, I Am 16 Going on 17. Slightly dodgy lyrics, admittedly. You know, I am 17 going on 18, baby, a time. I thought, you know, you could almost see yourself with Prince Andrew jumping up and down on the pergola and dancing and singing away to it. It's just one of those. But they didn't know any songs from The Sound of Music. I was a bit disappointed because I know all the songs from The Sound of Music. In fact, I could probably sing them all as well. Because I do sing. I do sing. I'm a bit of a good singer. So today I've got to go to the bank, take some money out. I always do it at the beginning of the month, and then it solves Christmas, which is quite nice. Thomas is on holiday very shortly. He's going away, as you've already heard, to America. I like to be in America. Okay, by me in America. And have you shown Darren that little thing I gave you to take over? This is you won't have ever seen this before. This is a piece of LBC memorabilia. Okay, we gave away little tiny radios for LBC 97.3, and that goes back about 15, 20 years. So it's sitting in a cupboard in my kitchen for ages, and it's you laughing at my little radio? Were you given one? Yeah, you were given one of those. Yeah. Did it not? No, actually, I think a lot of ours didn't work either. But actually, when they were having a clear out in one of the buildings that we were in, there was a box of them. So I nicked them. I took them. I got 5 boxes of LBC mugs, which I gave to local. 5 boxes of mugs. Some of them were all red, some of them were all blue, some of them were all black. Why are you smiling? What's the matter with you? Has he had a drink? Have you had a drink? I gather you're working with us. Yes, why is he happy? That's what worries me. See, I don't like it when people are happy. Not on this programme. There's no smiling round here. This is the miserable show. Well, no, just go back to how you were. That'll be the same thing. Don't worry about it. See you soon. Great to see you. He's working with us soon, isn't he? Is he taking over or coming in to help out or something? I don't know. The last one who's just gone out. He's fired, is it? Oh, right. Okay. Honestly. Coming up to the festive season and all, you know, just when you're sort of thinking, have you bought anything else Christmassy? I saw some lovely decorations in Paper Chase to go on the tree. They're hand blown. And I've always been impressed by those sort of Christmas tree decorations. You'd like them. They were offering 3 for 2, I think. So I thought that was quite a nice thing. Paper Chase, yeah, they had some lovely hand-blown ornaments to go on your tree. Do you buy some wrapping? You haven't bought shiny wrapping, have you? Oh, because shiny wrapping, you can never fold the hospital corners in properly. Oh, you know, I'm bring them into me. I'm an expert at wrapping. Yeah. Yes, I've discovered the best thing. They do it on, I think it's QVC, where you get these bags, and you get like 30 bags for 20 quid, and you literally put the item in the bag, and then you do the drawstring, and it makes it go all flowery at the top. Really, and they're all shiny. The gift bags, but... Oh, right. See, if you staple, there's a chance you could rip your fingers to shreds trying to open the blooming thing. These other gift bags are lovely, and they're sort of made out of a thin... Like the stuff that the balloons are made out of, that float in the air. They're quite nice. No, not rubber, no. No, that would be silly. No, they're not latex. It's that... The foil balloons, that's right, it's like foil bags. They're really good, though. And so you put the item in there, because, I mean, who the hell can wrap, a drill? You just automatically put it in a bag and draw the straw things. Oh, you can't. It's quite exciting, though, isn't it? I love it. I love seeing all the sort of the little kids. There was a thing the other day in John Lewis, and they've set up a little sort of thing with trees and all the rest of it, and a throne, and kids can sit on it, and their parents can take a picture. I thought that was... So I went and sat on it. Nobody... Oh, really? John Lewis didn't... Oh, right. Late. Were you waiting? Waiting patiently? They were queuing the other day. A lot of shops in the Bentall Centre near me are closing down, including a jeweller's shop. So there were people queuing to buy some cheap jewellery, I suppose. I didn't bother joining. I can't do queuing. So I had a lonely breakfast in there, which was quite nice, actually. Nice cup of tea and a sausage. And, but hand blown. Seriously. Worth telling your family about. Seriously. They've got them all hanging up. And I like them. I like them. Very festive. I'm looking out for some festive stuff today. I bought 2,000 lights the other day, which I'm going to put on the tree. New lights. 2,000. Yeah, we've had. I mean, I think you'll find on my emails, you'll probably find that Neil says you can get up to 5,000 lights in one box. That's. I mean, you could do. Have you done lights around your windows? Oh, you've done that as well. Oh, right. Small living room, but big lights. Wow. I love the idea of lights around a window. I think it's pretty. I think for people outside, like the little match girl standing there just about to freeze to death, for her to see lights like that, I think it's very special. No, you haven't shown me the video. Oh, right. That's lovely. I'm going to see a video of Darren's place. That'll be nice, won't it? That'll be an odd thing. So you videoed his place. Does he know you videoed his place? Oh, right. Oh, dear. We know what Ollie's like. Ollie wouldn't have had the faintest idea what was going on at all. Right. Should we take a short break? I think we should, because it's Tuesday, 26th of November. It's early breakfast, and believe it or not, Prince Andrew and the family are in the papers again. I see that Pizza Express have put Quattro Formaggi, the 4 cheeses pizza, back on the menu again. Must have been listening to this programme. I hate going into somewhere where they get, we don't do that anymore. And you think, why not? It's 4 cheeses. It's very popular. Very popular, really nice. Could eat it now, really. Steve, I can, says Monica. Every drill comes in a box. It's quite easy to wrap. And Sue said, if you said you were a court jester, the Queen might ask you to amuse the royal family at Christmas. I'd love to be a fly. Wouldn't you just want to be a fly on the wall? You'd love to see how it goes the whole day. I mean, I'm just fascinated. You'd fly from room to room to see what everybody was getting up to, wouldn't you? And then wait to see every turning up and people wishing each other, because it's all done to tradition. Well, it was. I think that's a bit gone by the wayside, isn't it, now? They don't seem to worry about tradition anymore. I feel a bit disappointed, really. I was always a big advocate of the royal family. Loved it. And popped into Cooper's yesterday to wish them good luck for today. Yes, it's going to be a sad day. So Cooper's, the fruit and veg, closed in Twickenham today because Pat's husband and Paul's dad, Brian, it's his funeral today. So I wish them the best. I sent Paul a text the other day saying good luck, because it's not going to be the best day, but it never is. It never is. It's a bit sad, but I'm sure that things will go well for them. So I send them lots of love today. Also, I love Christmas, Steve. I'm secretly buying yet more baubles. I decorate, says Rob, who's from Hatfield, with the house up the stairs, lights all over the back garden. Just love it. My wife Sally just shakes her head. Yet more decorations. The trouble is, you can never ever have enough decorations, can you? I went into a shop the other day. I'll tell you where it was. I went into the Bentall Centre and I went to Bentall's, surprisingly. And I was looking for a nice set of lights, and they've got trees upstairs in their Christmas department, which have got not the usual colour lights on the trees, but with purple lights added, and it looks sensational. Do they sell them? No. It's a bit pointless exercise, isn't it, really? I'd like some of these lights here. Oh, we don't do those. So they've got loads of boxes of white lights, which is not very exciting, is it? Not very exciting at all. Had any nice mince pies, says Debbie in Southgate? Yep, absolutely. I like the puff pastry ones. They're actually quite nice. Little puff pastry mince pies. Steve, I don't recall hearing about Thomas's American girlfriend before. What, Brian? You must have done. Everybody's heard about Brian. Everybody knows about him. I hope you've had a chance to vet and approve. I don't think vet's the right word. No, but I suppose it could be. Yes, I mean, of course we've talked about this over there. He goes backwards and forwards to America to see her. That's, she comes over here, he goes over there, she comes over here, she comes over here. She sort of keeps him in line. He's a bit excited by it, sort of. Unfortunately, he's had a bit of a problem, which we don't talk about on the show. You'll have to go over there with one of those hoodies on so that nobody can see your face. He's got a spot. I mean, seriously. And the worst thing is, the more you think about it, the worse it gets. And he keeps... You know what people are like? I've done the same. You've probably done the same as well. You're constantly sort of pushing it to think, if I push enough, will it disappear completely? And it's in a very unusual place. A very unusual place. Yeah, it's still on the face, but it's a very unusual place. How he's got it, I've got no idea. Really bizarre. Yeah. I remember my mother used to say, because I had, I still have actually, a cousin, and he used to get spots, like all kids. We all go through it. You go through puberty. Unfortunately, Thomas has been through puberty a long time ago and then still gets a spot. And you think to yourself, where does that... I mean, I haven't had a spot for ages, but I used to do them, and you'd get to that point where you'd squeeze them. And then immediately, I used to put a hot flannel on it to sear it, because it's the only way, because you don't want to spread the infection, because if you just squeeze it, it's not going to do anything at all, apart from just squeezed out the middle of the spot. But, it's so awful, isn't it? You can't help looking at something. I only noticed it this morning because his lips were a bit shiny. Oh, I'm giving it away now where it is. Oh, dear. We don't know where it came from. It's the oddest thing ever. It really is. Typical, isn't it? Just as he gets ready to fly over there. By the time he gets on the plane, it's going to be enormous. It's going to be the size of a dinner plate. Oh, do you think it's because you were stressed? You had a night out and did you have some food out? What did you have? Was it like a kebab or something like that? No, was it worse than a kebab? You had 4 bratwurst? You didn't. 4? 4 brat... Are you sure? Good. Well, you're not supposed to have that. Not 4. What, in rolls? 4 brat... Oh, my... Oh, spread it... Oh. I have to be honest, I like bratwurst, but I like the Käsewurst, the ones that have got the cheese impregnated. You've got to be very careful when you bite into it, because there's boiling hot cheese in the middle of it, and it will take the top of your mouth off. But 4 bratwurst, that sounds delightful, doesn't it? I'm all in favour of that one. Steve, seems like Meghan, Harry and Andrew are fighting over who's going to appear more often on the front pages. Well, hilariously... one of the daughters the other day, apparently they have jobs, we're told. We know that. It's just, I want to know how many times they go to their job. And I don't think it's very often. I think that's a case of they're not really the most active members of the royal family, any of them. Sarah Ferguson, really, not pleasant, but now they've shifted this, blame for Andrew and this fallout. Yes. There's no clean cups in the kitchen round there. There's clean cups in R1, but you've got to boil the kettle up. Okay? So you could be gone for days. I have to try and explain where everything is at the moment. Steve, I tried the honey-glazed ham-flavoured crisps. I don't think we'll have those. I don't think we have those ones. We've got Brussels sprouts. Steve, Ian Wright was a right old grump on I'm a Celebrity yesterday. He's not pleasant, is he? I didn't realise... Well, I mean, I did... But I've never seen evidence of it. It's just what people had said to me. They said, he's not really very nice at all. Haskell's not very pleasant either. But there again, he seems to be in great company. And did you know that Judy Finnegan's on a bit of a freebie at the moment? She's out with Richard. But because Judy is 71... And to be honest with you, and I have to be brutally honest about it, there's a picture of them leaving the hotel. They've been staying at the Versace Hotel. Judy looks like a complete wreck. And she's in show business. Whichever way you look at it, she's in show business. The public expect you to look... when I go out, I make sure that I look, passable. I don't look scruffy. She's seriously dragging her trolley along behind her. She looked at all the cares in the world have been heaped onto her shoulders. But it's a bit of a shame. So Caitlin had to smuggle chicken in the camp to give to him because he's getting snappy as he's hungry. Well, apparently they've all lost loads of weight. They've lost loads of weight. They're on 700 calories a day, which actually isn't a great deal, but they've lost a lot of weight. I mean, I've recommended that they take Gemma Collins, but then I suddenly realised poor old Gemma can't do anything for more than a second. because nobody's interested in her boring life story because there is no life. You know, it's called woke up, ate, went to sleep. Woke up, ate, went to sleep. And so she's been having all these injections. You remember she's promoting this old baggage from Made in Cheshire for these injections. Highly dangerous, highly dangerous. You shouldn't be doing anything like that at all. But yet she doesn't appear to have lost all the weight we thought she would have done. You know, strange that, isn't it, really? Another one here. Thank you for the brekkie advice. I had the full English minus beans to help with the hangover and got through my appointment, says Mike in Kings Langley. You were dead right, though. Yes, I'd had to have a couple of napettes come the afternoon. Do you know, there is nothing nicer than a napette. I love a napette. I sit down in front of the television, and twice, I did it again last night, I just fall asleep in front of the telly. You know why? Because it's warm and it's cosy and it's just sort of, it was lovely. And I woke up and I looked at the clock and it said 20 to 7. I thought, oh, I've got to go to bed. Then you have to go around blowing out all the candles. Mate, she's 71. What, Judy Finnegan? Yeah, I know. Well, you know, Joan Collins is 82, isn't she, or something like that? She manages to look fantastic. Well, there you go. Also, Winnie bought some interesting tree decorations in Bentall's for her fellow showman friends. A miniature ice cream and a candy floss ornament. We saw the trees and thought of you, says little Julie. Lakeland has some unusual party games in store. Thought you were going to say lights. No, I like some. Paper Chase has got these other blown ornaments, which look quite pretty. The sort of thing, if you had a whole tree full of them, they'd look absolutely gorgeous. I thought somebody was shoplifting Christmas tree decorations. There was a young woman, she didn't have a uniform on or anything else, but she was holding a Bentall's bag and she was going round the trees, taking things off and putting them in the bag. And I was watching her, because you know me and shoplifting. And I thought, she's nicking Christmas tree decorations. Why would she be doing that? And so I saw another woman in there, slightly older person, more my own age, and I said, excuse me, I said, the woman over there, does she work for Bentall's? And so she went, yes, I think so, I've seen her before. I said, oh, right. She's why? I said, because she's taking Christmas tree decorations off the Christmas trees. So they've decorated and now she's taking them off. I didn't quite get it. So, you know, perhaps she's one of these sort of habitual people that perhaps she could have been a window dresser or something like that, but they don't really have window dressers in there because they don't really have any windows to do. So at least I was, you know, I have my finger on the pulse, as it were. Do you find it weird to see old episodes of Supermarket Sweep with Dale on Challenge? No, I went up there to watch them being filmed in Nottingham on a few occasions. So I don't find it weird, actually. I really don't find it weird. I don't like watching Ryland doing it. I'm sorry, I can't. You know, that I can't cope with. So the moment I flip over the channels, you go da-da-da, Supermarket Sweep, and I quickly check to see who's doing it. If it's Ryland, I'm afraid the television goes off immediately. Steve, Jacqueline Josser had a dig at her husband who removed her wedding ring. Do you know, I'm sorry, people are saying, oh, she nearly walked. And I go, well, let her walk then. I'm sorry, she's not an idiot. She's not a child. She's seen this programme before. You know, if you don't want to do the Bush Tucker trials, don't go in the jungle. But you quite clearly need the money, don't you? Little bit of a problem with HMRC. But then that's why you go in there. You pay the money. Apparently she's got bills, you know, as most people. At the moment you leave EastEnders and the comfort of EastEnders, you don't have the publicity machine to work its magic for you, and you don't earn the money. The most you can get is pantomime. But the trouble is she turns out to be a drip. But Stanley Johnson was on television the other day and he said he thought she was fake. Well, to be honest with you, when she went into the jungle, she did say this is going to be very difficult because I'm going to have to be myself. She's obviously believing the fact she's a great actress or something, but she said, I've got to be myself. He thought that the crying was actually fake. So there you go. I mean, I couldn't comment on whether it was fake crying because I didn't see that particular bit. Roman's doing all right. He's just sitting there and, you know, he was transferring testicles the other day from Haskell's mouth to his mouth and then spitting them out. They get them to do the most disgusting things. But there again, if somebody's paying you that much money, you're obviously prepared to do just about anything. You sell your soul to the devil. I found it quite funny that somebody told Jacqueline Josser in the jungle, I can't remember, it's some singer from some group, oh yeah, Dan, your husband, definitely had a fling with this girl from Love Island or something. I remember thinking, what are they doing? So anyway, they've allowed her to have a phone call. It's so flexible. Seriously, it's like watching The X Factor. And then somebody says, are you seriously saying a 71-year-old woman isn't attractive enough and should try harder? Yes. She's in show business. She's in show business. She's a television person. You're supposed to look good all the time. I'm sorry if you think that's a little bit sort of disconcerting, but unfortunately that's the way it works. Ever seen Joan Collins looking a bit ropey? No. No. People in show business. I've interviewed more women of her age in show business than anybody else. And I'm telling you, if they're in show business, they make an effort. Judy appears to have made no effort whatsoever. So it's not a case of being attractive enough. It's a case of, at least make some sort of effort. Everybody does it. When you go out, do you make an effort? Probably not, actually. Congratulations to Thomas. Thank you. And you talk of EastEnders. I watched it last night and I fancy the girl who plays Ruby, says Matthew. You fancy anybody, though, don't you? I mean, it is, you are the classic case of if they've got a pulse, that I'm interested. I don't even know who Ruby is in EastEnders. We were discussing a minute ago who is the most attractive person in this building. And guess what? I'm not even on the list. How bad is that? But we are number one in the podcasts. And I think that's enough. We want to be number one, number two, and number three. That's what we want. I mean, whether we can achieve it, I've got no idea. They had a meeting about it the other day, which was nice. Steve, the GC was on Good Morning Britain the other day, saying she's hoping Arj will make an honest woman out of her. What do you mean out of her? You could make about 4 honest women out of her. Can't be that difficult, can it? She also offered to sleep with Piers Morgan. I mean, seriously, that's how really she's sunk in everybody's estimation. She says, if Arj don't invite me to marry him this year, then Piers, I've got to say, she throws people's names in all the time. Piers, I've got to say that, then it's all finished. I thought, yeah, for about the 1500th time, go away. Sad old woman, honestly. Steve, I don't know how they can do I'm a Celebrity. The Spiders are bad enough. We get them in Sydney and they're big, says Shane. They are big. Yeah, I mean, I don't do anything like that. I don't do spiders. I did do one once in my house. I say I did a spider. I sprayed it with hairspray, and it became rooted to the spot, which I thought was quite good, actually. And here we go. Height. Oh, wait a minute, I've just lost it. Come back here immediately. And this is, would you say hi to Scarlett? I know who this is. I'm taking her to school. She's going on a trip to Poland. She's doing the Polish trip. Yeah, my godchildren did that, Laura. My godchildren did that one. That's where they take the school kids and they do Auschwitz, and they do the concentration camps, and they take them around. So she will find it very, very interesting. Very, very moving, but very, very interesting. And it's as was. Because you remember there was a couple of, I don't know if you remember, Laura, but there was a couple of schoolboys who took something from one of the huts. And they got into serious trouble. And apparently they didn't realise the implication. I think they picked up a pair of glasses or something, which absolutely is a no-no. But Scarlett will definitely come back a different person. I know that because my godson went, and I've known a few other kids who've been over there as part of these school trips. I'd love to go, but it's never sort of cropped up. I keep forgetting it's in Poland. And I keep forgetting, and when you actually see it, there was a great programme, and I don't even know it's available on YouTube, and it's called Kitty, Return to Auschwitz. And she was there, and she took her son back. She was imprisoned in Auschwitz, and she showed her number. All the children had their numbers tattooed on the inside of their arm. And she took her son back, and she'd not been back since she'd been liberated, and it was one of the most moving programmes I'd ever seen on the television. She just stood there, and the tears just flowed. It was absolutely unbelievable. So, Scarlett, you I was going to say you enjoy yourself, but use it as the education which it is. Use it anyway. Hope you're well, and you're all being very good. I'm sure you are, Laura. Lots of love. 22 minutes to 5. I should point out, actually, that Laura is a friend of mine going back many, many years. many years. That's all I can tell you. Many years. Do you know, the funny thing is, my brother started listening to this programme. And he started commenting on it. It's funny, isn't it? It's your own brother on the radio, but, that's the way it goes. And, of course, Bentals have window dresses. Who do you think dresses their windows on Wood Street? Yeah, but you don't need a series of windows. You just sort of stick any old rubbish in there. They're not sort of particularly brilliant. What are you doing with hairspray in your house? Good Morning Baltimore. My favourite musical. I loved it when Michael Whatsit was in it. And he was and people went in and they said, sorry, we thought so-and-so was... No, he's the one dressing up. This is dressing up. I had hairspray in my house because I had hair. You know. Scott says, use hairspray, Steve. I use an electric tennis racket. I've got that as well. And one here says, my sister Marion's getting married today to Frank. Two very special people. Blimey, it's all celebrations today, isn't it? All celebrations. I saw, Steve, a Brussels sprout jigsaw parcel. Saw some nice lights in a shop opposite Primark. I can't remember the name of the shop. Is this in Hounslow, Julie? It's not. Oh, what's that electrical shop? Actually, you can always guarantee Hounslow High Street has got loads of lights, which I quite like. I'm a big fan of lights, as you know. If I could find these other lights, I'd be much better. Much better. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. So they're still going on about show some respect, Paul. This is Paul Hollywood, who went out briefly with some barmaid who's milked it like there's no tomorrow. Nobody gives a stuff. Seriously, they don't. But they put down, I could understand if he'd been out with hundreds of girls. Five. And only the dreary one is the one sort of milking it. Oh, look, Love Island's Maura Higgins, posing in festive red lingerie. She's fronting Ann Summers' Christmas campaign. If only she was taller. Unfortunately, she's about as... What? You like Maura? Do you? That your type? She never mentioned you when I talked to her. She never mentioned you at all, strangely enough. Yeah, obviously didn't spot your beauty. But you imagine, though, I mean, don't you think it's highly sexist having people just posing in their underwear in a newspaper? Highly sexist. I mean, what a sad, shallow person she must be, and how desperate for work that somebody goes, you want to get your kit off, darling? Yeah, I'll do that. And you think to yourself, haven't you got any self-respect? The answer is not really, no. And apparently she has a boyfriend. Yeah, whatever. I think not. And so her parents were to go, look, that's our daughter in her underwear. It's like, I tell you what, let's get the whole family in their underwear, shall we? See how they like it. Doesn't work like that at all. So Jacqueline Jocelyn was allowed to make a phone call to a hubby. Have you cheated on me? And the answer is, he might have done. But does it really matter? That's your problem. You're out in the jungle because one of you's got to be earning some money. I don't know what he does. But they said that as long as they didn't speak directly, it wouldn't give her an advantage in the show. Thank goodness for that. I mean, they bend the rules. So she goes in there, so she might have marriage problems. He might have cheated. She's upset by the claims that he had a fling. Well, that's your problem. That's your problem. Men only stray when they're not getting what they think they're supposed to be getting. I've done that one before. Princess Beatrice has made her first visit to her father since the Queen sacked him. Told you they never spend much time together, these families. But she went with her fiancé, Edoardo Mapelli Mozzi. That's the one who's married, incidentally, by the way, and has a child. And she spent several hours at Windsor Castle. Despite the scandal, she laughed as she left the Grace and Favour home in the grounds. Yes, hilarious, isn't it? We think it's hilarious as well in the media. Unbelievable. They're hoping that the wedding will be pared back. It'll just be a couple of people. Because the last one cost us, God, a fortune. And we had to pay for the other one. £2 million security bill. But we think, actually, that the Queen might have been there as well. She left shortly afterwards. So I love the way Sarah Ferguson can't wipe the smile off her face. Yeah, I think they will, because somebody's going to be singing like a canary very shortly. Also, so this is the dating gospel according to Paul Hollywood. So he's been out with, since his marriage, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. Well, I mean, he's been separated for God knows how long, and so why shouldn't he want to go out with other people? It's only 5, but he obviously has no taste because he picks the wrong ones. Melissa Spalding met him at a pub she runs in Kent, which is near his home. Summer Montes Fulham, she was working at his local. She's a barmaid. If you can't pull a barmaid, there's no justice, is there? She went, oh, no, you're rich, you're successful, I can be rich and successful too. Candice Brown flirted with him. That's the one who didn't want to be in show business, and now, of course, absolutely loves it. Molly Robbins met her at the Good Food Show in 2014. And Marcella her. She's a Mexican-American chef, fell for his charms when they starred in the American version of Bake Off. He's very charming. He's very, very charming. He's a very good-looking man, but it's just he seems to pick the wrong people. Ali Ross writing on television. He says the BBC One allowed that exhibitionist little twerp, Bruno Tonioli, to open Strictly Come Dancing with a song on Saturday evening. Unfortunately, Bruno, your sex is wonderful, you love me, your sex oozes sex. And I mean, he really is, you know, for goodness sake, and also tone deaf. Can't sing for toffee. There was some joke that he might be up for a recording contract. Well, even Simon Cowell's ditched the X Factor contestants. They're all doing one record. It's going to be a charity record. Whether it gets into the top 20 or the top 10, I've got no idea. Dion says, you're right. If the media take pictures, try and look good. Exactly. I mean, seriously. And she always looks so unhappy. So unhappy. Judy Finnegan, this is Richard Madeley. There's a bit of a difference between them. That's 7 years, I think, 7 or 8 years. But she just doesn't seem to want to make any effort. You know, and I think if you're in the business, hold your head up high. Look at me. Hello, I was queen of daytime television. Not me, her. You know, just in case you thought maybe I'm transing. But I'm not. They did a thing the other day. What was it? It was people who transed and then decided they didn't like it, so they wanted to trans back. Which was very peculiar, very, very peculiar, because they'd already had all the surgery to trans them. One, wait a minute, it was, I can't remember where we were actually. That's right, it was woman to man, and now gone back to woman again, but had all the bits sorted out, as it were. Very odd. Dion says, look at Debbie Harry, she looks very good in her 70s. Yeah, I mean, why would you not want to do that? You do that for yourself. You know, you might not want to do it for the photographers or people, but I mean, you know, if you look at this sort of picture, Richard looks a bit windswept because he's, you know, I mean, he's 63. He's a good 63. Still wearing clothes of an 18-year-old, but, you know, there's no problem with that. It's just that, you know, Judy looks like, you know, he's her carer or something, and it looks terrible. It really does. But they always got that, didn't they? And they had pictures of her outside a bar or crossing the road or something like that. There's obviously, you know, I mean, when you get to 71, I mean, I'm heading that way myself. I was talking to a friend of mine, and I said, we must go to Winter Wonderland. And he said, yeah, but not if it's raining. I said, no, don't worry. I said, if it's raining, we won't go to Winter Wonderland. But I feel we should do our bound and duty and go and have a quick look, because I love a big ride. I really love a big ride. I tell you, you know, and the East Europeans, they're the biggest. They're really, I mean, you haven't been, have you, up there? You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? Why have you, because you don't like fun fairs. Mr. Misery Guts the other side. Oh, humbug, Christmas. It's like, you know, stick a Christmas tree up, you know. Oh, no, let's not do a Christmas tree. We're not having a turkey. Yeah, you do Christmas tree. Well, it'll be fun when you go with me. Yeah, I'm going to make it fun for you. No, you don't have a ticket for it, okay? You're going. You bloody well are, mate. There's no good arguing with me. I think you'll find it says The Steve Allen Show. You will do what you're told. See you. Played right into our hands on that one. We managed to get rid of him without even trying. Cup of tea's nice. Got to wait for the kettle to boil now. I'd forgotten how long kettles take. It is. It's all you need to take sandwiches, packed lunch, cheese and pickle would be nice this morning, wouldn't it? Somebody wrote in and complained about me the other day, to me, which I thought was even funnier. Steve Allen, all he talks about is food. You go, yeah? And what do you talk about? How deadly dull you are, I should imagine. How boring you are. You know, if you don't like something, don't listen to it. But we are the number one podcast, and we are the number one show in our time slot. Nobody comes anywhere near. And if you think we're blowing our own trumpet, we are. We are, absolutely. It's a team effort. It's not really, I have to say that. It's contractual reasons. You have to say, oh, we're all one big happy team and all the rest of it. Well, no, we hate each other. There's no love lost in this blooming studio. I always start the programme by going, when we're in the newsroom, we walk through and I go, here we go, 3 hours of misery. You know, and I'm never wrong. Am I? We always have a miserable old day. Mr. Misery, don't want to go to a fun fair. Don't want to do things like that. If you'd seen a big European ride, I tell you, you'd be up for it. You'd be up for it. I know you would. Oh, I tell you what I watched yesterday. Have you seen A Very English Brothel? A Very English Brothel. It's set in Yorkshire. It's a documentary about a mother and daughter who run a brothel. and it's the most boring piece of rubbish I've ever seen on the television. There's another one they're bringing out, which is the same kind of thing. It's watching two people running a brothel. It just involves a lot of pictures of men's feet going in because they don't want to show their faces because their wives probably don't know they're going to a brothel, and having sex with people from £30. I mean, seriously, get what you pay for, I suppose. It is the dullest programme I've ever seen on the television. I felt quite depressed at the end of it. Watched it for 25 minutes. But it was very, very dull and boring. Break of early breakfast. I know if you're one of those people who wakes up slowly, then this programme is not for you. We're only doing it for people who are sort of bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Neil says, I see Villa won last night. Up the Aston, yeah. Woo-hoo. Well, I'll tell you, we were surprised. We were very surprised. That was really... I was sitting there, my scarf on and my rattle and all the rest of it. It was fantastic. That was really good stuff, actually. One of my favourites. Steve, talking of show business, I love it. And just worked for Just 17, sitting opposite Jane Goldman in Carnaby Street, said Matt. Oh, we love Jane Goldman. It's Jonathan Ross's wife. Shane says, too early to put up the Christmas decorations? Are you serious? Good God, no. The moment they go up in London, they go up everywhere else. Darren Adams, I mean, he should really put that video up on YouTube. He loves all his stuff for Christmas. He's got it on remote control and stuff like that. And Monica says, we're organising a ride for the living to Auschwitz next year. Join us. You don't need to ride a bike. You can join us there. Monica's my favourite Jewish cabbie. She said that. I have a lot of Jewish listeners, thank the Lord. In fact, Laura, who we spoke to earlier on, she's Jewish. See? I get invited to lots of Jewish events. You know why? Jewish women love a gossip. They love a bit of gossip. Oh, yes. I fit right in. Steve, there is a brothel in Yorkshire. Where? I don't know. It's just called a right... What's it called? A right British brothel or something like that. You can find it online. I can't give you the address of it, obviously. Steve, I was surprised that Laura Kunisberg looked as though she hadn't got any makeup on today. I wouldn't be seen dead without my face on, says Jackie. I know. I think if you're on television, you have a duty to make yourself... It's pride in your appearance. I don't look fantastic. I'm not the best looking thing in the world, but I do the best I can. And I just think that people should do, especially if you're, if there have been pictures printed of you. I think Judy was very upset a few years ago because they got a picture of her in a bikini. Well, put it this way, their marriage is still rock steady. If he didn't fancy her, they'd have separated a long time ago. I shouldn't imagine it'd be very difficult for Richard Madeley to pull anybody. I mean, he's a good-looking boy. He's got, admittedly, there is the naff element to him, which he's lived with, and he's turned to his own advantage. But I just want her to make more of an effort. Can't help it. It's just the way it is. Lovely to see you at John Lewis on the 8th of December as our local choir called Sisterhood is singing Christmas carols between 1:30 and 4. We're a charity choir called Voices of Hope, which raises awareness for the homeless and domestic abuse victims. And I'd like to finally meet you as we're local, says Alice in Worcester Park. I'm in Twickenham. How's Worcester Park local? Well, I'm sure I've got something in my diary for the 8th. In fact, I think December's looking a bit like a no-no for most things. I'm saying yes to things. I have a feeling that I'm going to double up on something and I'm going to get myself into a dreadful pickle. Steve says Karen in Brentwood, which I know very well because I lived in Brentwood. That's where we lived, in Brentwood, and it was called Warescott Road. That's the road we were in, Karen. Steve, you are LBC. Well, I mean, I am when I'm on, yes. Love listening to your show. Make me smile. You say what most people are thinking, so I want to say thank you to you and the team for making me smile. Oh, God, if you only you could see them, honestly. Mr. Misery on one side and on the other. One of these days, we're going to see him with a normal haircut. It's just, I don't know whether it's going to happen or probably not in our lifetime. What? Now we're doing the Scooby-Doo impressions because you look like Shaggy, don't you? Is it? Oh, you're doing an impression. It's very funny, isn't it? Who's that? They're both doing now Scooby-Doo impressions. I'm so glad you can't hear them. I'm so glad you can't hear them. That would be absolutely dreadful if you could turn on your microphones and we could hear those, wouldn't it be? You have the ability. Yeah, exactly. And they're very funny, actually. If you're sitting where I am, it's not. But probably if you're listening at home, it's probably hilarious. Oh, then things like that. I used to like, what was it? I tore a putty cat a creeping up on me. You did, I tore a putty cat. That was that Tweety Pie? What an irritating little bird that was. God, dear me. And I still like Tom and Jerry, but people complained. Somebody complained, an MP complained about the violence in Tom and Jerry. I'm like, it's a cartoon, for goodness sake, please. Thomas? I mean, you never ever saw her face, did you? The big black woman in the kid, all you saw was her bottom and her legs, and that was it. And the apron she wore. God, those were the days, ladies. An apron. Thomas. I love Tom and Jerry. And also, I still like, I've got, in my last car, not on this one, I had DVD. And so for the kids in the back of the car, I could play it, and I put on there deliberately cartoons, all Christmas cartoons, Mickey Mouse's Christmas and everything like that. Really, really lovely. 8th of December is the day after our wedding, so you'll be recovering after a full English. Oh, that's why. I knew there was something taking place. Couldn't remember what it was. 7th is my brother's wedding. 8th is recovery day and sort of slow drive back. So that's it. I knew there was something. I couldn't remember what it was. I've got so many. Oh, my captain. Mel Blanc. Mel Blanc was the man who did all the voices, I think. And, sorry? Yeah. Captain. Oh, my goodness. How much does the vet in the Super Savers ad, when you go to listen online, look like Dave O'Brien? I nearly spat my tea all over the laptop. This is my friend Chris. He does, doesn't he? Be quite funny if it was, actually. He sent me a link. Bless you. Bless you. Thank you. Ian Camfield, it was Mel Blanc who said, I tore a putty cat. Those people, do you remember the lovely thing that they did when Mel Blanc died? They had all of the characters that he voiced standing around a microphone with R.I.P. underneath. It was just because all of a sudden his voice was silenced. I thought that was quite sweet and charming. I thought that was very nice. Perhaps they'll do the same for us, Chris, when we go. The orchestra were really bizarre on that one because it was. I think it made the charts. I have a sneaking feeling it made the charts. So, little bit of it. Here we go. Little bit.
I tore a putty cat. I did. I tore a putty cat.
It's not the song, is it? That was. I thought you were going to play the song. Well, how dreary are you, honestly? It's like East Europeans are bigger in their fun fairs. Can't wait to go to Winter Wonderland. Really. Steve, you really must improve your timing on going to the breaks. We're almost at the news. I know. I can't help it. You know what it is? You get in full flow, and then all of a sudden the producer will look at me and he looks at the clock. He doesn't need to say anything, mainly because he's lost the gift of speech. And it's okay. So look at it and go, oh, look. And I go, I've missed it again. I can't help it. But I do my best. You know, I struggle through every day. I always hit the top news. I'm always very good on that. Very good on that. I was talking to one of the newsreader boys, Dominic, out there. He's very fit. He actually does running. He does these, I think he does marathons or half but for some reason, radio seems to attract people. I suppose because you spend so much time sitting on your bottom, you like to go out. Because my friend Chris, who works in radio, he's always out running. In fact, I don't think he drives anywhere, hardly anywhere, unless it's through Prince Andrew's land. And in which case, that's quite funny. We like that. We like the pictures. We thought they were very good. But when he dropped his trousers on this morning the other day, I thought he was wearing his running shorts when he stood behind the microphone. Apparently on YouTube, somebody says that you can find the John Wilson Orchestra playing Tom and Jerry music. How brilliant. But I'd love to have interviewed Mel Blanc. I've interviewed a couple of voiceover people before, you know, people who make a living out of doing lots and lots of different voices. And I have to be honest that when you do a radio programme, as anybody will tell you, after a while you do sort of laps. I think you do it for your own amusement. You kind of test yourself to see, you know, I remember talking to a friend of mine who's a radio presenter, but just does what I call straight radio presenting. It's, you know, this is, that was, here we go, time check, weather, and that's it. It's all very compact, because apparently people don't seem to want speech on music radio now, so it's the music that sells it. Whereas when I worked on a music station, only briefly, about 9 years, and I thought the music was an interruption. I used to start playing something, but the moment I got bored with it, I pulled the fader down, I just carried on chatting again. Because I thought that's what people want on the radio. You want a voice. You want a voice that you can listen to. Mary Whitehouse complained about the so-called cruelty in Tom and Jerry, says Bob. I don't think it was. It was a male MP on this particular. She complained about lots of things. Mary Whitehouse was very, very good at complaining about everything. But my favourite line always came from Mrs. Merton. Interviewing Mary Whitehouse, Mrs. Merton would sit there, Caroline Aherne. She'd go, "So, tell me, Mary." She said, "When you die," she said, "would you like a statue to be put up to you?" And Mary Whitehouse fell into the trap and said, "That'd be quite nice," because she was chairperson of the Viewers and Listeners Association. They were the moral bastion, the guardians of everything that was holy on the television. And so she said, "Would you like a statue to be put up to you?" And Mary Whitehouse said yes. And Mrs. Merton came back with, "That'll be the first erection you've not complained about." And of course, the audience collapsed in laughter. Even Mary Whitehouse smiled. So we obviously hit the thing there. Steve, what's your favourite version of A Christmas Carol? Well, I'm afraid it's the early one. It's the early one. I've got various versions of A Christmas Carol. I've got Albert Finney doing his version, which is sing along, which is very good. And I've got Black and White, Muppet Christmas Carol for the producer. He likes the Muppet Christmas Carol, but I also like what was the one with Albert Finney called? Was it Scrooged? Sing a joy of Christmas, a joy of Christmas, and there's some super dance numbers in it. Super dance, and there's all sorts of people. Anton Rogers is in it. Lots and lots of people. And then yesterday I turned on the telly, and what are they showing? They're showing Tommy Steele in Half a Sixpence, which was really, again, some super dance numbers and a bit of old-fashioned, like Knees Up Mother Brown, Tommy Steele doing what he did best, dancing and singing. And Pamela Cundell was in it as an extra. Pamela Cundell, and she died a little while ago now, but she was more show business than anybody I've ever met, next to Anita Harris. I don't think you would get anybody, or Barbara Windsor. So showbiz, it's in their blood, it's in their bones. There's nothing, and Pamela Cundell was Robbie Box's mum in Big Deal, and she would always pick up the phone and call me, "Steve, darling, it's Pammy." She was fabulous. She really was wonderful, and she was an extra in it. And again, just one of those marvellous people who make up the world of show business, because without them it would be very dull and very, very uninteresting. But we need people like that, and we don't seem to have as many as we did. Now you've got some old naff person from a reality show, which isn't the same at all, because they don't have any talent. There's no talent, just being a diva isn't good. Steve, I've just turned on, and with that song, I thought I'd accidentally turned on to Ed Stewart's Junior Choice. Great song. Shame you cut it before Sylvester got to sing, says Anthony. Yes, well, we don't play that much music on the programme. In fact, we hardly play anything at all. It's called Incidental. Best Scrooge is Alec Guinness with Arthur Daly. God bless us, everyone. Thank you, Ian. It is good, actually. I went to Kingston the other day, as I say, to try and buy some lights. And if nothing else, I thought I'd go round and have a look at HMV, because there used to be an HMV shop downstairs, and I could buy all their Christmas films that I haven't got or can't find. And I got there and the shop had closed. So that wasn't very good, was it, really? Dion says, I'll have to put some cartoons on later from my childhood. I did enjoy Top Cat. Well, he was Boss Cat, wasn't he, in America? Top Cat over here, or was the other way round? The most sensible leader of the band. He's the first, he's the number one, and he's the most tip-top diddle. Dibble, dibble, dibble. I can't remember that one. My favourite was... can't remember how you do it now. Boo-boo. Remember Yogi Bear? I'm smarter than the average bear. They were quite good as well. I liked anything like that. And Officer Dibble, he was a very popular one. George C. Scott did a good version of A Christmas Carol, says Shane. Mr. Magoo's Christmas Carol. No. Sarah says, driving from Thatcham to Essex. Thatcham, my favourite little place. And I've got you to keep me company. There's a Rolls-Royce service place in Thatcham. How do I know that? I don't know. So I used to live down the road from Thatcham. And Steve, I went to Winter Wonderland on Sunday. More amazing than I remembered. And you guaranteed a big ride, or three, says Claire. And we had a great day, me and my daughter Naomi, for her 21st birthday. You can ignore the fact my daughter slipped thigh deep into the Serpentine on the walk from South Ken. Enjoy the bratwurst and see you live and kicking at the show in February. Yeah. I think we'll have finished eating all the Christmas stuff, won't we, by now? Producer's going to come down there because I promised him a free ride at the show. We're bringing in a funfair ride. We're going to have it going around the outside. He'll be the one going, hating every minute of it. Another one here, which says, I'm taking my daughters and granddaughters to the Savoy on Saturday for festive afternoon tea. Have you been? Yes. Yes. Is it a good experience? Listen, Pat, listen, it's afternoon tea. OK? It's a cup of tea, some sandwiches, some little cakes. But, of course you'll enjoy it. It's lovely. Lovely. Especially if you get near the front and you're overlooking the river. That's quite a nice thing to do. It's a bit of a treat for anybody. If ever you're thinking of something to give somebody as a Christmas treat, an auntie, an uncle, grandma, grandpas, granddads, anybody like that, afternoon tea is very much appreciated. It's not cheap. For two people, you could pay anything up to about 150 quid, depending if you have champagne. But, I mean, it's a nice thing and you remember it. You definitely... Me and Michael, my friend, who's a producer in radio, and a little group of us used to go out and take afternoon tea all over the place. We went to all of them. My favourite would have to be the Goring. I like the Goring. I just liked the... I just like the simplicity of it. And also the fact that when we walked in, they seemed to know who we were. Whereas, in fact, it was really bizarre, because I'd never been there before. We've been there, I think, 3 times now. We did something for Make Some Noise. And we've had two separate afternoon tea sessions, and I loved it. It's a family-run hotel. That's where the Middleton family stayed. The night before the wedding. They were all at the Goring. It's literally over the hop, skip and a jump from Victoria Station. But if you didn't know it was there, you'll never find it. So Ian says, if you're going to mention Kingston, could you please use the Royal Borough of? Absolutely not. I don't agree with any of those titles. You should know me. Terrible. Favourite version of the Christmas Carol, says Carol. 1984 version with George C. Scott as Scrooge. And believe it or not, an animated musical one called Mr. Magoo's Christmas Carol. Great music. Oh, right. Oh, so it was true. Somebody can have it. Steve, I agree with your take on lack of talent. My daughter's doing it the old-fashioned way through one of the top stage schools. They work them hard and teach all aspects. I know. I mean, don't even get me going, because it'll annoy me so much that, some old biddy goes on to, Love Island or something like that. And the next thing they come out and they start posing in their underwear, a little bit trash. And they go, oh, they're a celebrity. They're a star. That's the word they bandy around, a star. Oh, dear. Anything less, you'd be hard pushed to find. I used to love Catch the Pigeon, Catch the Pigeon. What was that from? That was Roadrunner, wasn't it? Meet me. Roadrunner. I thought so. Very quickly. So a few other people have mentioned Mr. Magoo's Christmas Carol, which I haven't quite got round to. And so my favourite version of A Christmas Carol, I think, would probably have to be... I do like Alistair Sim. I mean, there's something nice about him. Something nice. So, but to be honest with you, any of them, but as I say, the producer's, back in his childhood, so it's the Muppet Christmas Carol. There was a song on it, and I can't remember what the song was on A Muppet Christmas Carol. But there was quite a lot of songs, wasn't there? That was the one that had Michael Caine in it as well. It's always quite festive, isn't it? I quite like festive things. I think, I could be at my happiest just watching non-stop Christmas films and having lots of little nibbles in front of me, like sort of party food. I quite fancy that idea now. So, there you go. Steve, favourite Scrooge, the original, and is Toby, a.k.a. Charlie Chuckles, celebrating Christmas with Mrs. Woman this year, sing tidings of comfort and joy. I wish we could play loads of carols on the programme. I quite like that. I think that'd be quite good, actually. Quite good. Another one here. Catch the Pigeon was Dastardly and Muttley. Yes, you're right. I can't remember everything, but I get some of them right. Apparently there's fears over a big Christmas tree shortage. I suppose there must be. You've never seen anything as pathetic as Twickenham's Christmas tree. Seriously, I've had bigger in my front hall. Seriously, I mean, it's and there's another one, a similar size. God knows what they paid for them. I mean, they're worth about 100 quid each. That's all they are, about 100 quid each. I bet you they paid well over the odds. They're really not very good at all. The one up on the green is very sad and tragic. And the one in Twickenham Town, I mean, seriously, we've got bigger pillar boxes. It really is the saddest thing I've ever seen. Victoria, attention-seeking Beckham, goes and lifts her leg up. She goes to Ellen DeGeneres. The trouble is, she's about as boring as heck, so you're not going to get anything at all. Wacky races, Sam. Wacky races, says Benjamin. Wacky races, Steve. Thank you. Everybody knows it's wacky races for Stop the Pigeon. Also, Celebrity X Factor's Tom Evans dances with a mystery woman. Oh, dear. That's after he's been on the town with Nicole Scherzinger. So don't give that one too long. And wait for this one. I'll have to do it in a minute. It's a very interesting one about another radio presenter. I don't normally mention other radio presenters, but this one's very apropos because it's very interesting. Steve, Alistair Sim, the best Scrooge, says David in Holloway. I'm assuming that's not the prison, that's the place. So, yes, Alistair Sim was very... Here I am, I'm going to tell tales out of school. Don't normally tell tales out of school, but I'm going to have to do it. This concerns a DJ. Okay, a DJ called Nick Grumshaw. Anyway, Nick Grumshaw apparently roasted the BBC canteen the other day. He goes up there and he wanted chicken dinner. Now, let me just explain the scenario. He went at 5 to 6. His show is at 6 o'clock. The food was sitting there and he said, I want the chicken dinner. And they went, no, we don't open till 6. Okay, we don't open till 6. And he said, but I'm on air at 6. And in the end, he said, I asked if I could have the chicken, and the lady said, no, you have to wait for 4 minutes. They did a countdown. So in other words, he's standing up there, he's due on air in 5 minutes, and he's taking his food down. Obviously, his loyalty, as we could tell by his audience, isn't to the audience. His loyalty is to whether he can feed his stomach on a programme. At 5 to 6, he's ordering the chicken dinner, and he's on air at 6. Now, without being rude to Nick Grumshaw, who I don't know, it's a case of, should your loyalty not be to the programme? Could you not get a minion to go, if you're that desperate to go and eat a chicken dinner, you know, during your programme, which I think is the height of bad manners and rudeness. Seriously. But apparently the bust-up comes after bosses at the canteen were embarrassed last week into changing a policy of limiting dinners to just 6 chips with meals. But, I mean, you know, do you think he was pulling weight, on air in 5 minutes? Well, you should have come up earlier, shouldn't you? Shows how shoddy it must be to put programmes together there. And I don't normally complain about things like that. But I would never, at 5 minutes here, I'd be sitting in the studio at 5 minutes to go, which I am, you know, preparing myself, making sure everything's ready. I do it automatically now. I've been doing it so long. I do it. But the idea of standing in the canteen arguing the toss, you know, the canteen opens at 6. What is it about 6 you're not understanding? You know? Try concentrating on getting an audience and it might be better, but you don't stand up there eating. What were you eating during the programme? Disgusting. I quite like doing things like that. Because that's shameful. You don't eat as you're going on air. You eat when you come off air, or you eat beforehand. You get in there early to have chicken dinner. But they don't open till 6. You're on air at 6. Kind of stuff, isn't it, really? You don't get your chicken dinner. I mean, you know, if you're that worried about it, when you take sandwiches in, make it a lot easier. But I should imagine, perhaps, you know, people not listening are realising now that the reason they're not listening is because the bloke's eating on air. I mean, it's all right having a cup of tea, for goodness sake, not a chicken dinner. That's outrageous. Outrageous. It's Black Friday sometime this week coming up, or whatever it is. This is where people in America beat themselves to a pulp to get hold of a small transcender, or whatever it is, or a television or something like that. So basically you go to America for the fights. Because over Black Friday, I saw that first. No, you didn't. Whack. Then the police are called. You go to prison for 3 years. And so that's how Black Friday works in America. Okay, which is very good. Only 1 in 20 is a bargain. The rest of them have been offered at cheaper prices earlier. They've actually upped it so they can get more money out of you. So right old Swizz. But it's interesting. Apparently the probe revealed they've monitored Currys, PC World, Amazon and John Lewis and said just 4 products were cheaper than at other times. That's a bit naughty, isn't it? And how would you know? The answer is you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. But I thought that's a bit of a shame, really. There's also, this is, what on earth is this one? Oh, sorry. Black Friday. This is another place here. 80% off. It's never off the thing you want to buy, though, I promise you. Really not. Simon Cowell and Nicole Scherzinger get on, but only because they were the only judges on the new X Factor spin-off. I mean, don't they just think she's a thin one-trick pony? It's like Dermot O'Dreary. I mean, he's already revealed to us that people want Dermot Murnahan. They don't want Dermot O'Dreary, so they're always a bit disappointed when he turns up. Also, what have we got here? Gold Digger, BBC One, 9 p.m. Why? I don't know what it is, actually, but they talk to a real-life gold digger. Also, Celebrity Come Dine With Me has now signed up Debbie McGee, too soon, and Charlotte Dawson, reality television personality. Charlotte Dawson, what's she been on that anybody's ever seen her on? Gosh, Struth. Also, if that wasn't bizarre enough, they're now going to be joined by Courtney Act, as well as comedy duo Dick and Dom. I don't think so. They haven't worked for years, have they? I mean, it's like bringing back, I don't know, I'm trying to think who you'd be bringing back. This is a show airing. But I mean, you know, Debbie McGee, she doesn't, I mean, I don't think she can go on that, really. But that's just personal opinion. And Charlotte Dawson, I mean, she can't get arrested, poor soul. But, you know, Courtney Act, who looks stunning. Have you ever seen Courtney Act? Who was on Celebrity Big Brother. It might have been the same one that Anne Widdecombe was on. And Courtney Act, of course, is unbelievably glamorous. I mean, in terms of drag, Courtney Act looks sensational. There is a YouTube video of him making himself up. He's not transing. He's not morphing into somebody else. He's not pansexual. Just a drag queen, okay? That's complete difference. You have to try and remember what everybody does nowadays. And it shows him making up to go from a very good-looking young man into a sensational-looking drag queen. I mean, really amazing. In fact, there was somebody in the Big Brother house, I think, when he was in, who fancied him dressed as a woman, but didn't fancy him dressed as a man. Surprise, surprise. Also, Daily Star today, Gavin, a happy Christmas. And this one's gonna get the ratings. I'm told it's going to be sensational. And Strictly Come Dancing has been rocked by a shock ballroom romance. The Daily Star can reveal 2 people involved in the latest BBC series have been enjoying secret romps. Woo! I wonder who that is. Who could be enjoying a secret? What's secret about a romp? Is that when you do it when nobody knows about it? Well, obviously everybody knows about this one, especially when I tell you who it is. I'm not going to tell you who it is, actually. I don't know. I'd like to find out. Not for any particular reason. I mean, it's a bit naff, isn't it? Also, Ian Wright, nasty little piece of work. He's very upset, you know. You know why he's upset? Because most of his sporting memorabilia has gone up on eBay. And how has it ended up on eBay? Because it was all in a warehouse in America. All his sporting memorabilia, his golden shoe, his golden trainer, and all these other bits and pieces. His ex-wife forgot to pay the rental on the locker. And under Florida law, it then goes to court. You can sell it, whatever you want, and the person who buys it gets all the contents of the locker. So he's lost everything because the ex-wife... Oh, he's going to be furious. Because it's all coming up on eBay. 150 grand they want for the lot, which is good, I think. Steve, if memory serves right, Nick Grumshaw took over from M on the Radio 1 Breakfast Show, but he was a flop. Yes, I mean, he was losing it. In fact, the funny thing was, you just reminded me, actually, I've just remembered that in fact, there was loads of things where the audience dropped, a bit like Zoe Ball. You know, the audience dropped, and they kept going, no, it's on target. And then they finally had to admit, because they're a bit thick at the BBC, they had to admit that, yeah, he'd screwed up and he was killing their audience stone dead. So now we know he's standing in the canteen 5 minutes before he's due on air. Perhaps he gets a minion to put a record on or something, so he doesn't have to say anything for 10 minutes. Disgraceful. Also, Roman Kemp, in the jungle, asked fellow campmates if they would sacrifice sex or food if they were forced to choose. What would you rather have? Would you rather have food, or would you rather have sex? Well, I mean, it's a no-brainer. It's food every time. Every single time. And Cliff also went for the food. Jacqueline and James say they would give food up. Of course, Jacqueline would, really. See how long that relationship lasts. Sprout fans, do you know what we found? Brussels sprout ketchup. Brussels, it sounds revolting, doesn't it, really? Even I think that. And this is, each bottle is crammed with 15 of the veg, blended with traditional Christmas flavours, nutmeg, cloves and cinnamon. The inventors at Sauce Shop claim it's the ideal Yuletide dipping sauce and perfect in a turkey sandwich. Ooh, you can tempt me there. That's what I like about Boxing Day, although in our families we have, I have 2 Christmas dinners, Christmas Day and Boxing Day, which is lovely. And then the day after you always have cold turkey with some bubble and squeak and pickle and stuff like that. Of course, if you're vegetarian or vegan, I do apologise, but unfortunately the majority of us are eating turkey this year. The ketchup can be bought online from Amazon for £3. £3 from Amazon. It's a nothing you can't buy on Amazon. I went on yesterday to buy some tea tree hand wash, and I managed to get 3 for about £6. So I was quite pleased, actually. It was Rick who sent in that other thing, actually. Steve, lots of Black Friday reductions in the shops at Kingston, some good bargains. They said you've got to check. They only found 1 in 4 was genuine, Winnie. 1 in 4. Because people see it, don't they? And they go, oh, it must be a bargain. Until somebody points out, who's actually done all their research, that in fact it was cheaper about 3 months ago. Not so good, dear. Why short of Christmas trees? Don't we grow a lot of trees in Britain? It's not the normal size Christmas tree. These are the big ones. Apparently they have to bring them in and they have to come in with a licence. I know. I was quite surprised. Oh, here's a picture of Colleen Rooney heading back from Dubai. They stayed at the 5-star Mandarin Oriental. Wayne was wearing a black shirt, so they enjoy it. I mean, who they talk to on their holidays, I've got no idea. Who wants to talk to a pair of chavs? I mean, King and Queen chav, and you get them on your blowing holiday. Ben Stokes is red-hot favourite to be crowned BBC Sports Personality of the Year. In the running, Lewis Hamilton. He could win it. Katarina Johnson-Thompson. Ben Stokes. Dina Asher-Smith. Raheem Sterling or Alan Wynne-Jones. He's 33-1. Ben Stokes. I think Ben Stokes could win it, actually. I think he's the one. That's the one for me. As opposed to, he's what? Sports personality, yeah. It comes up very shortly. Oh, well, you're wrong there. No, not Dean Asher-Smith, because red hot favourite is Ben Stokes. And he's also ginger. Yeah. He is a hero, isn't he? So I mean, that I think it's going to go to him. Yeah, but no, we like him actually, and he's ginger, as I say. Big fans of ginger round here. Big fans of ginger, aren't we? We like ginger. Don't you like ginger? Where have you gone? Don't disappear and hang your head in shame. You're not ginger. You're strawberry blonde. Matt Stadland's ginger. He's very ginger. Very ginger. Only Fools and Horses star John Challis has defended Prince Andrew, I don't see how we can, saying he should be given a chance to make things better. He spoke out on the Jeremy Vine show yesterday. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I think Andrew has been very economical with the truth. I think he's dragged it out. He should have done this ages and ages ago, but he didn't actually. Also, a lot of people asking whether or not Jeremy Corbyn needs to do more to tackle anti-Semitism. Yeah, I wish they'd all stop offering us stuff. I don't want any more presents being offered, thank you very much indeed. Unless it's going to be a free car with a free tank of petrol every 3 months. That'd be the thing that would win me over. Remember Robbie Williams? He's been banned from fighting his long-term rival Liam Gallagher by his wife. Ada Field, mother to his 3 kids, stepped in as a peacemaker. She spoke as the feud, which began in the 1990s, went up a gear. I mean, to be honest with you, Liam Gallagher and Robbie Williams, no contest at all. Liam Gallagher will flatten him with one. It'll be like fighting, an old has-been boxer. And so apparently Robbie had approached a promoter to arrange a YouTube-style fight with Liam. I mean, it's very interesting. Speaking on their At Home with the Williamses podcast, she said, this is Ada Field, says, I think it's embarrassing. None of you are at your peak form. You're not in your 20s. I hate to break it to you. I'm going to knock the hate out of you. So you may even send Liam a Christmas card. And Robbie responded, this is the festive season to all men, even Liam Gallagher. Thank God we've steered this tanker around to where it should be. I'm now the spirit of Christmas to like you. So it seems to be all over. I mean, but Liam would have flattened him. I wouldn't want to take on the Gallagher brothers. I mean, although I think they're both ghastly. Kelly Brook, she's celebrating 40 years. And she had she had some swirly cakes. She's had all sorts of nice things, which they sort of gave her, because she works upstairs, just from me here. If I walk to the end of the corridor and look up, that's where she is. Eric Bristow, apparently the 5-time world champion who moved into TV punditry when he retired, was known for his love of booze. He used to drink every day 17 pints of Guinness until his death the other year. 17 pints of Guinness. I mean, as I don't drink Guinness or a pint, it doesn't actually make any difference to me, but it seems like an awful lot. What else do we have here? Who are they picking on in the letters to the Daily Star? Oh, it's Bruno Tonioli. Thank goodness. Also, why does Jacqueline Josser cry and need fuss every day and then goes and smashes the trial? Stop the silly games, it's annoying, says Nanny Val. And somebody here says, it's got to the point now where reality show viewers who have nothing to do are watching people who do nothing. Yeah, you're right. They don't do anything at all. They just sort of sit around. Somebody says, good on Greg Wallace. I'm not reading that one out. Can't stand Greg Wallace. But there again, it's a free country. It'd be awful if we weren't allowed to not like people. I'm sure there are people listening to this programme can't stand this programme, or me. But they're still listening. Makes it more entertaining for me. Also, a bus driver reportedly refused to stop and help a passenger who'd suffered cardiac arrest. The passenger said the man fell off his seat after his heart stopped beating. He claims the bus driver ignored his pleas to stop the bus so he could administer first aid, which made it harder for him to tell ambulance crews where they were. When the bus eventually stopped in Devon, one passenger performed CPR while another ran for a defibrillator. Steve said, it's an effing disgrace, if you'll excuse my language. I asked the driver to stop numerous times, but he said no. I asked if he could radio for medical assistance. He said he was not allowed to. The company who owns it is Stagecoach Southwest. They said we're investigating to establish what happened. They just told you what happened. They asked the bus driver to stop because somebody was having a cardiac arrest. Why is it that people, you just drive you mad, doesn't it? Really does. You don't know where to go with these things. Plus, Elton's bonk record ban. Elton John, he's got a documentary. He's just flogging a book. That's all it is. That's all it is. He's just flogging a book. Rest of the time you ask him for an interview, he's not interested. He's flogging a book. And it turns out to be quite a good book, because it sort of tells you everything you want to know about him. He's petulant, and he's got this, and he's had his drugs problems. But still interesting. Somebody who's still in the business. Oh, and he's not talking to Rod Stewart. Not talking to Rod Stewart at all, which is very embarrassing, isn't it? Goodness sake, you thought he would be, but no, they're not. Pisces, here we go. If you're Pisces, when you do the 1-star sign, and it has to be mine, are you single? You could be letting shyness hold you back. Rubbish, absolute rubbish. Who's done this one? Shyness holds you back. I'm never shy when it comes to holding back. Daily Mirror this morning, Tina Turner, simply the best, is 80. I mean, what is this woman taking? We know she wears wigs. I know she wears wigs, but she's 80. And she says, I'm feeling great. Fantastic. That looks a bit like who is that person there? Does it look like... Oh, the Cybermen are making a return to Doctor Who. Also, Lenny Henry. Oh, my goodness me. The Time Lord is played by Jodie Whittaker, chased on a motorbike. It's very interesting. It's not Bradley Walsh. Is Bradley Walsh in Doctor Who? Oh, is he? Oh, right. He's a companion. Oh, right. You live and learn. I never knew that. Mind you, I've not seen Doctor Who for ages. Can I have a cup of tea? Not seen Doctor Who for such a long time. I was, people say, we were talking about this the other day, weren't we? When somebody was saying, oh, the Cybermen are the most scary things. What about the Swamp People? They were fairly good, weren't they? Remember the Swamp? They had all looked like sort of leaves draped all over them or something like that. And Doctor Who? Well, I can't remember. A few years back. I think it was black and white. I'm pretty certain it was black and white. They don't do black and white. They don't know what black and white telly is. They think it's some strange creation from another planet. But, yes. Oh, a lot of people like watching... A friend of mine used to take photographs, but only in black and white. Mainly because it was cheaper to process than it was in colour. But it was more atmospheric. You can get some very good things. Classic. Yeah, very nice. Very nice stuff. I was going to tell you, wasn't I? But I haven't found it, actually, as yet. Well, I have found it. I don't know where the blooming thing's gone to. It's the television schedules over Christmas. I mean, to be brutally honest with you, and not telling you a porky pie, you're better off with the radio. Seriously, at least you know 90% of the stuff you hear on the radio will be live. None of this sort of Memorex. Also, the Christmas food that is totally crackers. Every year they come up with things like this. Wait for this one. 2 metre long pig in blanket. Pig in blanket. 2 metres long. It's a foot long pig in blanket. This year it's grown to 6 foot 5 inches. 6 foot 5 inches, 2 metre sausage. Luckily it's coiled to fit in the oven. On sale from Aldi. The Clementine Gin Liquor Snow Globe. £15 from M&S. Christmas cracker gyoza. I don't know what gyoza is. Do you know what it is? It says here, if you fancy a break from stodgy Christmas sandwiches. Itsu, it's Itsu, have released Christmas cracker gyozas, dumplings, festively coloured with beetroot and stuffed with turkey, pork, bacon, sage and cranberry. Well, that sounds quite nice. I quite fancy that idea. Christmas Day cereal. They've got this one here, crispy puffed rice, covered in all sorts of things. An edible candle. Hot drinks by the warm glow of a Christmas carol seems quite nice. And this is spiced orange and peppermint candy cane. And you can eat the candle. Mince pie popcorn. Okay. Holiday favourite collection, Jelly Belly sweets, which is quite nice. I like Jelly Bellies. I mean, admittedly, it's just sugar, so it's really bad. Tempura Brussels sprouts. That's just, you just sort of dip them in batter and then fry them. Festive kebab. That sounds quite good. Aldi, $2.99. What was the other one I saw here, which sounded ghastly? Oh, chicks in blankets. Tesco's 9 variety of pigs in blankets include a chocolate version. For something a little different, try Chicks in Blanket, which is 10 British chicken sausages wrapped in smoked streaky bacon. I don't like the idea of chicks in blankets. I see in my mind chicks, you know, like little chicks. Christmas tree pizza, that's a good one. Asda, price they're not too sure at the moment. And Elf ice cream. It's a green raspberry flavoured ice cream swirled with white candy floss, red raspberry compote and green, white and red candy cane shaped sweets. That's Asda, £1.68. I like this. No, it sounds great. Oh, it looks lovely. Elfie treat. Elfie treat. Sounds delightful. That's what I'm going for. I might have to break with tradition this year and go to Aldi. If only, where are we getting this? So, you can get the 2 metre long pig in blanket. I mean, that is a sausage and a half. How long that's going to take you to cook, I've got no idea. I suppose you just sort of stick it in its tray and you pop it in the oven, and then you sort of just hope it works. I could eat a 2-foot sausage. I could eat more bratwurst, much more bratwurst. But if the producer's eaten 4 already. Got mince pie yoghurts the other day, says my brother. Mince pie yoghurts. That sounds a bit peculiar. Sounds quite nice, actually. Where'd you get those from? Mince pie. It'll be somebody like Lidl, won't it, or Morrison's. It won't be Marks and Spencer's or Waitrose, I can tell. I nearly bought some pickled onions the other day. I bought some and took them down to my brother. He didn't turn his nose up. He didn't look as excited as I thought he was going to. It was quite a big jar of them, but I quite fancy that yoghurt. That sounds quite good. M&S? No, really? Well, that's it. I'm going for that one. M&S. What is it called again? It's called mince pie flavoured yogurt. Woo! Happy days. So if I get back home today, I could get a bacon baguette, extra bacon, and then I can go home, then I can dump all my stuff off, then I can head out to M&S and get the mince pie yoghurt. That sounds cool, doesn't it? Then I can go to the bank, get some money out, and then I can just pass out on the settee. I haven't had a yoghurt in ages. Black and White Steve, that was a while back, says Monica. My favourite cabbage. Steve, what's gone wrong with the Christmas adverts this year? Call me old-fashioned, but there's not one Father Christmas. No, it's a dragon, says Joshua. I know. Hardly anything celebrating the meaning of Christmas. It's only because somebody sent me a video the other day of the Coca-Cola lorry that I was getting into the spirit of it. You know, rest of the time, nothing at all. But no, I don't think there is actually any anything. Somebody says here, the Yetis had me hiding behind the sofa. The Yetis? They didn't have Yetis in Doctor Who, did they? I don't remember that. They're Muller Light yogurts, apparently. No, these ones are on sale in Marks and Spencer's. And Iceland. Are you going to Iceland, Andy? Oh, dear, honestly, I've told him about this before. He takes no notice of me. I might be the bigger brother. And who is the Strictly Romp couple? I'm in need of gossip, says James. My lips are sealed. I can't tell you. Wish I could. But Yetis, I'm trying to think of Yetis not hiding behind, but being in Doctor Who. I don't remember that. Sonia's still in Sri Lanka. Beautiful country, although the showers are a bit basic. Love the Christmas chat, says Sonia. I shall start decorating on my return. Oh, you must. I think we should have a really, really good Christmas this year. A really good Christmas. It'd be quite nice, actually. And especially with sort of yogurts, which are flavoured with mince pies. That sounds like too delicious, doesn't it? It'll just be a flavouring unless they've sort of mashed up yoghurt and put it in with mince pies or something. I like custard on my mince pies. I haven't had custard for ages. Sometimes I just used to go and buy a tin of Devon custard. Devon knows where it tastes so good. And I just eat that out the tin. That was quite a nice one. Do you want the travel this morning? Do you want to get there you don't want to go to work, do you? I can bet you bottom dollar there's people listening going, I really don't want to go to work. I don't want to sit in traffic jams. I don't want to sit on a crowded bus. Sorry, stand on a crowded bus. I don't want to stand on a crowded train. I missed the bus yesterday. I went out of here. I got just to the end and the blasted thing went past, which was very annoying. And they've closed the next bus stop. They've closed it. You have to walk round onto the Strand to get the 139 now. Luckily, it did stop. I was quite surprised. It's just a little thing standing there saying bus stop, kind of gives it away. And I stuck my hand out and it pulled in. I thought, oh, thank God for that. I'd vision of it going straight past. Dreadful. Right, 14 minutes to 6. A check on the road and rail. Nice. Apparently the lottery donates 30 million quid every week for good causes. So how come there are homeless and food banks? Yeah, I agree. If there's this much money coming into the system, where's it going? Where is it going? And the answer is, I don't know. And they go, technically, the amount of money that the lottery generates, we shouldn't have homeless or food banks or anything in this country. You could understand it in certain countries abroad, but certainly not here at all. Another one, which says, I woke up with the munchies. I've just devoured a peach, a crisp sandwich and a sticky toffee pudding with custard. Oh, beats Weetabix any day. Probably does, actually. A crisp sandwich. You must be the only person I've ever heard of who actually admits to making a crisp sandwich. We used to make chip sandwiches, but never crisp sandwiches. Steve, I have to thank the doctor who, my fear of spiders, Patrick Troughton was my doctor. Loving the show, listening with Greyhound Malcolm. There you go, from Kim. Oh, sweet. Yes, I was a fan of Doctor Who in the early days. Sunil says, Steve, only November still. Christmas spirit will ramp up next week. Won't it just? Won't it just? Steve, you mentioned pickled onions. The only ones I can eat now are Gainer's pickled onions. Very dark vinegar. I looked at them, the better ones. I know it sounds a bit ridiculous. If they've been in the jar too long, they go a bit manky. And so I don't like those ones. I looked at them very carefully the other day and I was holding them up to the light, being a little bit stupid. Oh, do you remember that super glue that I had years ago, which I could never find? I moved something out the other day and found a full bottle of it. I'm so excited. So excited. Very, very, even more excited than I could be. Boris Johnson pledges to hire 50,000 more nurses. Labour says it's probably not very feasible at all. I don't know where they're supposed to be coming from. Thank you. I don't know where they're supposed to be coming from. It's a great idea. Let's get loads of nurses, let's get loads of doctors, but they can't find them at the moment. And it turns out they've been economical with the figures. What they mean is they're going to persuade a lot of nurses who wanted to leave to stay. James says, which paper is the Strictly Romp gossip? I can't tell you. I am not a gossip. My lips are sealed. And Jim says, does your travel reporter ever stop to draw breath? I've never heard anybody talk so fast. What, Dave Goff? I don't know. He doesn't breathe. I think he's an automaton or something like that. He just, we sort of cue to him. You put a penny in and off he goes. Harvey says, Waitrose have Christmas tree-shaped turkey and stuffing, crisps and pigs in blanket crisps. Oh, right. Oh. Donny says, going to any carol concerts this year? Probably not, but I'm hoping. I said I'm definitely going to go to Winter Wonderland. Definitely. And then we shall take the producer and two of us, arm in arm, as if he's being arrested. We'll take him and plonk him on a ride and then just leave him up there. Right up in the air. We'll wave and go, hi, I want to come down. It'll be so much fun, won't it? We can derive great pleasure out of that. I'd like to put him on the ride that really is the one that just gets my stomach going. That tall tower where you go up round the outside and you just sit up there and then that he'd love. He'd scream all the way down. In fact, we could start him on the short ride, the little ride, and then gradually progress him onto the bigger ride. Because by that time, we'd have shoved him with sort of some brandy and things like that. And you know what he's like on alcohol. And a toffee apple and stuff. Bailey's hot chocolate. Bailey's hot chocolate, Thomas. How exciting is that? Whee! And we can go on the ride, and just as the ride is about to move, you're sitting there going, "Thank you guys for being with me. We're going to hop off, and you're going to be going up. We're going to say to them, look, it's an extra 20 quid. Just whiz it up very fast, okay?" And Thomas will go, "I want to come down." Be like that, actually. We could probably feel the tears from sort of. Somebody, my driver was talking to me today about. wait for it. Aeroplane toilets. And he said, how do they get everything out of the toilet? I said, well, I think they eject it when they're up in the air. Oh, well, I'm pretty certain they do. I thought that there's a machine that they have, that it goes through, anything that goes into the toilet goes through this machine, and it's literally jettisoned from the aircraft. Otherwise, you'd be carrying tons, wouldn't you? Not think? Yes, but, well, I know they fly over here, but of course, because it's sort of like liquidized. You wouldn't notice anything. I don't think so. Well, you check. How do they empty aircraft toilets? I think that's very pertinent. Because you need to know these sort of things. Steve, forget crisp sandwiches. I made toast sandwiches. One slice of toast between two buttered slices. Wait a minute, I've lost my mouse here. Where's it? Oh, goodness, where's the mouse? Oh, there it is. Between two buttered slices of bread with a bit of brown sauce, says Chris. Oh, it sounds horrible. Chris said toast sandwiches, a slice of toast between two buttered slices. That just sounds ridiculous. So how do aircraft toilets work? Sorry? They have a tank. Okay, like a septic tank on board. Well, where's that? Is that, under your seats or something? So in other words, if the plane crashed, you'd be covered, wouldn't you? I mean, because presumably it would all implode. They never ever say, do they? Whenever you see dreadful aircraft crashes, they never say, and by the way, this is the septic tank. I've never heard of that. Leaked onto a couple. Oh, no. So is it above you then? Is it above your head? Oh, fell to the ground. Oh, right. Good Lord above. Oh, well. The things you learn on this programme. It's very educational, isn't it? Producer didn't like that. I'm not very happy with that sort of thing. It's the Feast of St Leonard of Porto today, Steve, worth a glass of port. Do you know I don't even keep port in? I don't keep port in at all. I used to have a friend of mine years and years ago, went to go and live in Malta, who was addicted to port and loved it. Absolutely loved port. Whereas me, I've had a cup. I like a bottle of... Oh, sorry, not a bottle. A glass of Enver cream. Sherry. I like a sherry. Have you ever had a sherry? I love sherry. I've got all the glasses at home. My parents had schooners, half schooners, big schooners, everything. They're really nice. I might go and treat myself to a bottle of sherry today. I don't want to look like anybody who's got a drink problem or something like that. Steve, and it says, you can't beat a crisp sandwich, but must be with best butter. Absolutely. Absolutely. As Anna in Sidcup obviously got a little bit of a chip on her shoulder. She's obviously not a happy sort of person, which is ridiculous. She says, I can tell you food banks are a lifeline. You missed the point of it, dear. You missed the point. Wash your ears out. Listen properly. I can't be doing with somebody who didn't listen properly. Makes you silly. Makes you sound silly. I don't want you to sound silly, so we'll leave you. In one episode, Steve, Yetis were seen walking through the London Underground. Really? Yetis? What, the abominable snowman? People just covered in fur? Or hair. What were they called? What do they call them? It's Sasquatch, isn't it? Is the abominable snowman, the Yeti. Well, how would they feature in Doctor Who? How many are there? They don't exist. They've never existed. All this rubbish about, I've been out there in the Rockies and, we saw Sasquatch. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You drink. You've got a problem. And you just see things like the Loch Ness Monster. We come back to the same old stories about the dreary old Loch Ness Monster, which, never existed. So they're not going to find it dead. Because actually, if it died, and this thing apparently has never died, it would just float to the surface like a giant inflatable, wouldn't it? And people could then go, oh, look, there's the Loch Ness Monster. But as it doesn't exist in the first place... It's almost like those... I always get annoyed watching those stupid programmes on the television. Is there anybody there? Why are you here? Goes Yvette Fielding, mad as a broomstick. Seriously, she must be absolutely taking the mickey out of the British public. Something chronic. Went to a fantastic Christmas market in Bury St Edmunds last weekend, says Chris. First experience of mulled wine. Oh, really? Oh, no, go to Waitrose. Other supermarkets are available. And you get a little bag... and you drop it into a saucepan full of cheap red wine, and it's fantastic. Kevin Hughes, just underneath me, even as we speak, he watched White Christmas. He said you'd love it. Yes, I mean, I saw it years ago. There was a crowd of us from here went down to see it when it was touring, and we saw it in Southampton. So I know what it is. It's very festive, isn't it? Very festive. I loved it. I thought it was great. Trust you to go see that, Kevin. He likes those sort of things. I'll tell you what I must get to see. I must get to see Mary Poppins, because that's got some fantastic reviews. But White Christmas is at the Dominion, Tottenham Court Road. Big stage, but very festive. And if it comes with Kevin Hughes' recommendation, I must pop down and see him, actually. It can't be today. It'll have to be either Thursday or Friday, because I've got interviews. I've got John Barrowman coming in. He's about showbiz as it gets. And Jamie Oliver, who'll be coming in as well. So that'll be exciting for Christmas transmission, I believe. But mind you, Christmas is literally around the corner, just around the corner. Another one here says, it's all wishful thinking. Walk through Waitrose at M&S. There are no young people there as they can't afford the food. Of course they can. Of course they can. It's not that expensive. I was buying Sprouts in there for £1 for little tiny ones. Eat a whole pack of those. Just a little bit of garlic butter. Fry them off with a little bit of bacon. He says, like he's pretending he knows what he's talking about. we give you guidance. Apparently, planes have a septic tank on board. Morning, everybody. Very interesting, isn't it? With Uber and people saying, "Oh no, they're going to lose the thing. You won't be able to get Uber cars ever again." And I'm thinking, I think they're going to grant them the licence. I think this will go. Otherwise, there's 45,000 people don't have a job. Not exactly a great deal of fun, is it? They just need to tighten up on what sort of people are driving them. Apparently, there's a vast number of Uber drivers. Mind you, there's probably rogue black cab drivers as well. People out there driving around. It's very difficult, very difficult. Morrison's are going to be the first supermarket to launch bargain boxes of food items past the best before dates. From today, all unsold fresh fruit, veg, bread, cakes and deli products, which are perfectly good to eat, but will have reached the cut-off date, will be up for grabs for just £3.09. You can pick up Lucky Dip boxes worth at least a tenner for £3.09. They reckon 350,000 will be snapped up today. It's a good idea, isn't it? What a brilliant idea. That's for all those people going, oh, we can't afford to shop here, we can't afford to shop there. People can. I tend to find all those people, aren't looking around enough. They are relying. Some people using food banks, it was said a short while ago, how true it was, I've got no idea, are sort of people who shouldn't be using food banks. It's like here, we see people queuing up in the morning, waiting for I think it's the Sally Army who turn up and give them some breakfast, some soup or whatever it happens to be, just down the road from here, just on the Strand. So there's always a big collection of people. So 45,000 jobs at risk if Uber loses the right to run the app in London. The rogue drivers were caught posing as legitimate. The questions you're going to be answering, what is it? Well, it's a smartphone app, lets you order a car at the push of a button, and it links customers to the available drivers working nearby. Fares are deducted automatically from phones, with drivers getting a fixed commission. Uber said they're going to appeal within 21 days, and they will continue operating, incidentally, around the United Kingdom. Where else is Uber banned? Bulgaria and Hungary banned them. Uber withdrew from Denmark in 2017 and has faced pressure in a number of US states. So if the appeal is rejected, 45,000 drivers will be out of work. Many will be left saddled with heavy car loan payments. I mean, that would be a scandal, wouldn't it? That would be a scandal. Nobody wants to deny somebody the right to earn a living. Chief Rabbi Ephraim Mirvis says, we know from history what starts with the Jews never ends with the Jews. And so the overwhelming majority of British Jews are gripped by anxiety. The question I'm most frequently asked, he said, is what will become of Jews and Judaism in Britain if the Labour Party forms the next government? And he says here that the Jewish community has learnt the hard way that speaking out means we will be demonised and accused of being partisan or acting in bad faith by those who still think of this as an orchestrated political smear. Yet I ask myself, should the victims of racism be silenced by the fear of yet further vilification? And so it goes on. There's a huge piece in the Daily Mail today, which you can find inside, from the Chief Rabbi. Also, if you want to get ahead, get some skimpy outfits. Apparently that's the thing to do, skimpy outfits. So in other words, 300 women aged 18 to 45 suggests that they believe that exposing more flesh attracted high-quality romantic partners. Don't know about that. I mentioned it to the producer before we started. I don't think he was keen on the idea. I said, you have to show a bit more flesh. He said, I think the baggy looks very, very popular. I said, I think it's not. Oh, my good God, what on earth is this? Covering the equivalent of 15 football pitches, this fashion warehouse is ready for the Black Friday feeding frenzy. Shoppers were given a glimpse inside the facility by the brand's founder, Umar Kamani, who posted a video of the 650,000 square foot space in Sheffield online. And it's just, they reckon they will fill 1 million fashion orders in 1 week. 1 million good Lord above. Honestly, when you look at it like this, you suddenly realise how big this online shopping is, which I like. I've already ordered stuff from JML and people like that. They always go, don't worry, it'll be delivered. Steve, are you aware that there are more than 2 taxi apps, one being Get and the other called Free now? 14,000 uninsured trips were taken last year, so they should lose their licence. I bet they won't. I'm almost prepared to put a shilling on it. Steve, I'm always amazed how people who say they can't give their children a balanced diet can afford £8 a day for fags. Well, I mean, I suppose it's because cigarette smoking is very addictive. And if you are a cigarette smoker, or if you don't have a lot going on and you need to get that sort of food, it's, why not? Steve, my cousin uses food banks for his family. And somehow he and the wife can afford 40 fags a day. I think people have got the priorities wrong. Well, if you were addicted to cigarettes and it came down to getting food from a food bank, which is for free, you'd be spending the money on your cigarettes and going to the food bank, wouldn't you? I would have thought so. Steve, pretty please open the phone lines on Christmas Day. I can't decide on the 26th of November. It's too early. And another one here. The gang film Blue Story has been banned from 2 cinemas. Apparently, after fights broke out at the screens. I didn't even know what it was. I had no idea what it was at all. So, it's interesting. Somebody says here, almost every Uber driver is working for 3 or 4 different companies. But they're smaller, so they won't be losing their jobs. But you see, it depends how much money you get out of it. Is it the same as working for some of the other taxi companies? Because you're not allowed to tout by the side of the road, but people still do tout by the side of the road. That's the big problem. Princess Beatrice and her fiancé. I love the way they've all come out smiling. Oh, happy jollies, happy jollies. Ghastly father, ghastly children. A woman who claims Prince Andrew groped her could provide FBI officers with key evidence. This is Johanna Soberg. Has indicated she's prepared to discuss allegations about him. Can't be much fun hearing this, can it, really? This is your father that they're talking about, not some person you've never heard of before. Richard Littlejohn today. Rod Hull's emu expected. I spoke to the Magic Circle yesterday. I said 2 of them are up for sale. Would you be up for buying them? And he said no, not really, not really. But it'll be very interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. Michael Parkinson, of course, who will not be bidding. He's already said he won't be. One has said that despite a distinguished career as a journalist, author and broadcaster, when he pops his clogs, the headline will probably read, Emu Man Dies. I told you that the other day. Remember I said to you that it was so funny because he'd interviewed all these people, these famous people and politicians and famous Hollywood stars, and he was only known for this blasted emu. Hated the blooming thing. But that formed the basis of Michael Parkinson's after-dinner speech. Very good it was too. Right. What have we got here? Starring as David Copperfield in an upcoming film, Dev Patel recalls his first approach from filmmaker Armando Iannucci, saying, I thought it was the magician, David Copperfield. Don't worry, I'd have thought the same, actually, Dev. I'd have thought the same. And more regional accents should be heard on TV and radio to better reflect Britain's diversity. So says the BBC's political correspondent, Chris Mason. Yorkshireman Mason, pictured, new presenter of Radio 4's Any Questions, told Radio Times, when have you ever heard on a news programme somebody with a West Country accent? I can't think of a single person, and that's mad. Yes, I mean, let's face it, everybody should be represented. Long, tall, short, thin, You know, sticky out ears, ginger hair, no hair, big nose, little nose, bad teeth, whatever it happens to be. Everybody has a go. Has a go. I don't know what a West Country accent is. I really don't. He said, how many people do you hear with a Brummie accent or a Geordie accent? He said, hardly any. Well, I don't know. Surely that's the whole idea of BBC Local Radio. That's up to you, isn't it? You do that. You do that. I mean, most people now just come up with an accent that appears to be acceptable. It doesn't matter whether it's West Country or Geordie or anything like that. It's never crossed my mind. We've had people on the television who do have regional accents, but you don't want the whole place around. Otherwise, it'd just be complicated. Don't you think? I think so. I think so. Also, as the son Arnie kept secret strikes an identical pose, meet the other lookalike love children their daddies could hardly deny. And they're all over the place, actually. And here there's a centre page spread. And also 29 diet rules that have helped me get in shape for my wedding, says Baroness Bra. This is Michelle Mone, isn't it? Of course. So, natural yoghurt, small quantities only of natural yoghurt. Reduced fat cheese. Eggs, avoid completely. Fresh vegetables, much as you like. Fresh fruit, full of sugar, so take in moderation. Rapeseed oil, bad for you. For the carcinogenic. Baked beans, bad for you. Full of sugar, I should imagine. Natural nuts are very good for you. Tinned pulses are good. Tinned tomatoes, fine. Fresh ones better. Sweet corn, avoid tinned and go for fresh. Oh, I like sweet corn. See, I always think if I tin a sweet corn and I do it with some butter in a little sort of, I would think that would be healthy. But of course it's not. Tomato puree's okay. Herbs, fine. Or if you're American, herbs. Dried fruit in moderation. Pasta and rice, maximum of 3 servings a week, with no one serving greater than 40 grams. Whole grain, pasta and brown rice or wild rice. Porridge oats, fine, providing they're natural and don't have sugar additives. If it says comes with, jam or something like that, it's got the added. Legumes, fine apart from cranberries full of sugar. Fry nothing. Batter, nothing. Only cook food in olive oil, nothing else. No cream or butter in the cooking. God, it sounds boring, doesn't it? I mean, I don't care about losing weight after that. I'd rather eat the food. Avoid cooking in cling film. Well, I mean, I shall wear what I want. Sometimes I've just got my pants on. No cream or butter. Stocks, use vegetable stocks, not meat. God. Reduce fat cheese, avoid completely. Juices, avoid fruit juices. Full of sugar. Fish and seafood, 3 portions per week maximum. Olive oil, very healthy, 3 tablespoons a day. I'm sure we used to have a spoonful of olive oil when we were younger people. I'm sure that was part of the we didn't seem to get as many colds when we seem to get far more as you move into adulthood. Ian says, could we have the regional accent without the sloppy, lazy lilts? Yes. And Tony says, I pushed the boat out and tried McDonald's bacon bap. You didn't warn me it was smoked. I wasn't aware it was. Is it smoked? I don't know. Does that make a difference? Do you not like smoked bacon? Seems okay, doesn't it, really? I would have thought. Early breakfast. Looking forward to my first Christmas Carol concert this year, says Heather, the Norwich nurse. She says, we're going to see my 6-year-old granddaughter, Millie, who's singing in Great Yarmouth Minster this evening. She's been practising for weeks. You can't beat a lovely Christmas carol, especially sung by a little one with no front teeth. I know, they always smile and wave at everybody, don't they? Once they recognise somebody in the crowd, they wave, which I think is very, very sweet for this time of year. Something nice about it. Very quickly, let me change this one here. Apparently, somebody else told me about the Yetis. And Doctor, I don't remember them at all. I don't think they were called Yetis, were they? I don't think they were. Doctor Who, Yetis, check. I don't think they were. I seem to remember something wearing what looked like a fur overcoat, but I never thought about it being a Yeti. I mean, because there wouldn't be a crowd of Yetis, would there? They'd only have one, which is a bit disappointing, really. I should imagine with all the armoury that Doctor Who had, they could get rid of that at all. Yeti. They're robots. Fictional robots. They were originally created by Henry Lincoln and Mervyn Haseman and first appeared in 1967. Cyril the Abominable Snowman, where they encountered the second Doctor and his companions, Jamie and Victoria. Oh, right. Oh. They don't look very frightening, do they? I mean, I'm sort of looking at them here now. So this is sort of people, obviously in an underground cave, and they're sort of loading stuff onto a truck, and then all of a sudden, So hilarious, honestly. Well, that was really scary, wasn't it? Somebody in what could only be described as a fur suit is walking towards them, lumbering, side to side. Ooh, scary, scary. And they're firing guns into them, but of course, being their Yetis, they're totally impervious to being shot at. So eventually these men have to turn tail and run, because the Yetis are nearly there, but there's one bloke, and you know damn well that the Yeti is going to get that one bloke who's going to stand there and stand his ground. Don't worry, you run, sir. Oh, I tripped over. Oh, my foot's trapped in the rail. What are we going to do? Keep firing. I've got no more bullets. They're going to kill you. It's as simple as that. They are the Yetis. So there you go. And and all of a sudden, this giant acrylic rug falls on him, which is very sweet, isn't it? I used to love an acrylic rug. We used to sell them years ago. And the Yetis have got guns, which spray smoke. And immediately the soldiers fall backwards. And the other soldier runs off to tell his friend, they just killed the Yetis have just killed 2 of them. Oh, what happened there? They fell over, and it was in the script. And so I'm just keeping running. Okay, let's all hide behind this makeshift thing. Wait a minute, there's more Yetis. This time coming in from the other side. My God, it was scary. Actually, I suppose if you were a little child watching this back in the 1960s. Do you remember when 5 Doctor Who's reunited? All 5 reunited. And the worst thing is, oh, look, there's Fraser Hines in a kilt. That was to signify he was Scottish. Of course, if he wasn't, they wouldn't have put him in a kilt, because that would have been dreadful. Another one here, says, if you're addicted to cigarettes and you're letting the kids go without food, firstly, you should be ashamed of your sickening weaknesses, and secondly, my generous donation to the food bank for the genuinely needy shouldn't be used to prop up an addiction. Well, unfortunately, people do. Oh, this woman I love on the television here. This is a woman, she's 80. Some bloke broke into a house. She beat the living daylights out of him. Little did he realise she's one of these women. She goes to the gym every day to make sure that she's got everything. She picked up her table, she broke it, smashed it over his head, and then started beating him around the ears. I mean, to be honest with you, good for her. This bloke obviously thought he could break into a house and steal stuff, and she was determined. Steve, as I said, I was hiding behind the sofa. In 1967, I was 3. Oh, we weren't allowed to watch things like that. Definitely not. Steve, best reality TV ever. Andrew taking lie detector live on Christmas afternoon with you hosting. Got better memories than I have. Steve, is my bakery bread from yesterday medium cut okay? That's all they do in Stoneleigh. We went to a place the other day where they didn't actually have a machine for cutting loaves of bread, and I really wanted it cut down, and they were quite adamant they weren't going to do it. Doesn't matter. A killer plot in the Archers this Christmas. Somebody's stolen a wheelbarrow, and I have to get down there. Dun da dun da dun da dun dun da dun da dun. I like that. Steve, you can't just turn up at a food bank. You have to meet a certain criteria and be referred from a recognised organisation. Oh, there's always ways around it. Take my word for it. I know that the system is in place, but there's always ways around it. So Rita Ora, birthday today, 29, feels like so much longer. Also, what else we got here? Oh, Tina Turner, of course. She prefers housework to dancing. She's 80. I mean, she's got to be the best-looking 80. There hasn't been any lines on her face at all. She looks fantastic. But she met her current husband. I forget how many times she's been married. A few, I think. She says, I love the house cleaning, as when you don't do it, you get to crave it. I used to be a bit like that. Believe you me, you learn to change. You learn to change. Steve, Yetis were the hairy things in Doctor Who. They had a silver ball that came out of the stomach. I know this as my uncle Ron Oates was the visual effects guy, says Wendy. Well, there you go. Unbelievable. The Yetis were there. We just watched a little clip on YouTube. It's worth watching, because I suppose it would have been frightening. You think, no, please don't tell me. They're going to be behind you. They're going to be behind you. It's like the Daleks in one of the films learnt to fly. They didn't need to go upstairs. They just floated above the stairs, which was brilliant. Steve, you just said planes have septic tanks, similar to many narrow boats, such as ours. Get 2 boaties together and a conversation usually descends into which pump out with a septic tank or cassette style, like on caravans, is not better. See, we didn't have that. We had to empty it on a daily basis. So there you go. It says it's not better exactly, but less troublesome. We've got 3 of our graduates in White Christmas at the Dominion. Wow. Fantastic. If you want a Christmas show, that would be the Christmas show. And yes, they probably sing White Christmas. And yes, it probably snows at the end of it. So there'll be lots of people with Christmas jumpers on and things like that. And it's a nice story. So if you're looking for something, if you're sort of an age, you know what I mean? If you're of an age, you will love White Christmas at the Dominion Theatre. So the neighbours have boiled over at Chef Gino's bid to shut the footpath. He might be the chirpy celebrity chef, but it's just for the television. The rest of the time he's miserable as sin. He's cooked up a storm. He wants to close a vital footpath. The public go down there, and it's been there for ages. And he says, I want my family to feel secure. Somebody actually got into the house. People knock on their front door all the time. Well, that's the downside of being a celebrity. You know, Mr. DeCampo told Mail Online, I don't know what all the fuss is about. You can see the path is open. I only want to have it closed at weekends when it's not being used. He's lived there since 2016, so no, I mean, it's a lovely house. Very nice, considering he only paid about 1.25 million. You get a lot further out of town. Nick Brown, who's a retired ground worker, says that Gino's been on the telly a couple of times and now he thinks he owns the town. The lane is an historic walkway. It's the best way to get to the surgery. Well, he's not stopping you getting to the surgery, is he, Nick? He just wants it closed at the weekend. You don't need to go to the weekend. You have to sort of do a bit of a round trip if it's open on Saturday morning, because he wants a bit of privacy. He doesn't want to feel that his family could be threatened. I can quite understand it, but I think he's gone about it the wrong way. Another one here. Big Rich did take me to Le Gavroche. And Michel Roux Jr. came to the table. He gave me a signed copy of his book, says Dave from Admin. Good Lord. Well, I'm very impressed by that. Steve Quatermass used to scare me stiff, says Stuart. Yeah, I mean, I can remember watching, was it Quatermass and the Pit? That's all I remember. But I can't remember any of the storylines in it at all. Steve, poor Gino wants to shut the path next to his house. All out when he was a burglar, though. He'd have loved the path there. Yeah, we know he spent time in prison. He spent 2 years in prison for burglary from Paul Young's house. I think he stole guitars. So they obviously didn't take it lightly if they sent him to prison for 2 years. But, I mean, I don't think he's the same person now. He was very young at the time. Mohammed from Enfield, he says, if you're still planning to take Thomas to Funfair, I've got 2 tickets to Alton Towers. 2 tickets to Alton Towers. Look at that. Think how much fun that could be. Have you been on the... Oh, you haven't been on the log flume. The log flume's great. Oh, the water... Oh, he's been on the log flume. Oh, I would say. This is where... And they have one, I think, at Winter Wonderland. Similar sort of thing. But you go up, and it gets to the top, and then it's pitch dark. And then you just drop. So much fun. You like the water ones, that's fun. But the other, oh, right. Well, at least we're getting there slowly but surely, aren't we? We've managed to get him onto water. Mind you, I suppose if we shove a bratwurst in his mouth, we're likely to get him onto anything. Oh, I love a bratwurst, Steve. Good. I'm going to sit here on this little seat here. Just move this bar down over your head. And off we jolly well go. What fun, honestly. As I say, just to watch the misery. Do you think political parties are pledging to spend too much? Yep. Do you know, for some reason today, I can't keep my headphones on my head. I think my head must have changed shape overnight or something. My headphones keep falling off. And it's ridiculous. Steve, Gino didn't want Paul Young family to have their privacy when he nicked the guitars. Yes, I suppose you could. It was a long time ago. And Steve, do you think political parties are pledging... Oh, so we've done that one, haven't we? Speaking of Doctor Who and Rod Hull, my mum and dad owned a newsagent. 40-odd years ago, we used to deliver newspapers to Terry Nation, creator of the Daleks, and Rod Hull. I used to help Dad on the weekends. Terry Nation had a huge drive to his house, and there was a Dalek in the garden. Dad also used to get excited when Rod Hull gave him his autograph when it was on a cheque to pay for the papers. We also used to deliver papers to Virginia Wade, the British tennis star. She's lovely. Wow, you've got history, haven't you? History's good. The log flume at Alton Towers has been closed for 2 years. Don't tell him that. We're just going to tell him it's a log flume. We're trying to get him on a ride. It's Tuesday. It is Tuesday, doesn't it? Of course it is. We know it was Tuesday. Because we like Tuesday. We always have a nice time. Mike says, why is it the first brew of the day, the best by a country mile? I don't know. It's that first one. It always tastes better than all the other ones. Your taste buds, you see, have had nothing overnight. They've been starved. And so that first cup of tea, my first cup of tea here is always the best cup of tea. You could just drink gallons of it, but apparently we're not, as we reported the other day on LBC, that you're not drinking as much tea as you used to be. I don't know. You can't win, can you? Nick Ferrari's with you at 7 o'clock this morning, and View has faced a severe backlash against its decision to cancel all showings of the Gangland film Blue Story, with critics branding the move an example of the cinema company's institutional racism. But with View reporting 25 significant incidents at its multiplexes in the 24 hours after the film's release, was the decision prejudiced or prudent? That's as Labour prepared to announce their Race and Faith manifesto, the day after the chief rabbi launched a scathing attack on Jeremy Corbyn and his failure of leadership over the handling of anti-Semitism within the party. What needs to be done to stamp out the scourge of anti-Semitism? That and much more with Nick Ferrari. Breakfast, 7 o'clock this morning here on LBC. Picture of Shirley Ballas on the front of the Express, and your guide to the best TV shows. I must find these, actually. I can't wait to see what they're coming up with as the best TV show. There's normally something, isn't there, that you think, oh, should I watch that? So here we go. The Trial of Christine Keeler. This is Christmas offerings. This is on BBC One. Also, The Soaps. 'Tis the season to be jolly, but of course it's going to be sheer misery down at EastEnders. A Christmas Carol. This is brought to light by Stephen Knight. Guy Pearce is playing Ebenezer Scrooge with Andy Serkis, Stephen Graham, Charlotte Riley. Call the Midwife. I never got into Call the Midwife. I think it's a women's thing. It's not really for us, actually. Dracula. This is for Christmas. What's it got to do with Christmas? Can't we have some festive stuff? Mary Berry, joined by the Duchess of Cambridge for a very festive Christmas. That'll be in the can already. They became pals through their charity work, and it's called A Berry Royal Christmas. The big one is I think, Gavin and Stacey. I think that's gonna walk it. Kylie's Secret Night on Channel 4. Apparently, it's a chance to party with Kylie and a bunch of her biggest fans who had no idea they were about to be spending a whole evening with the lady herself. So she filmed a special in front of a specially invited audience who arrived for what they think is a Kylie-themed fan extravaganza. Over the course of the show, hosted by Alan Carr, Kylie treats her guests to the ultimate thank you for all their support. Oh, lovely. I should be so lucky. Lucky, lucky, lucky. Miranda, My Such Fun Celebration, BBC One. That's an interesting thing with boyfriends and all the rest of it. Bancroft. Ball and Bow and Ball, Michael Ball, Alfie Bow, joining forces once again for a one-off TV special. And they'll be doing new material. I should imagine there'll probably be a CD out as well. The Tiger Who Came to Tea. I mean, what's this got to do with Christmas? I don't get it, actually. And Best of the Rest. There will be Lee Mack's Not Going Out, Strictly Come Dancing, Still Open All Hours, Would I Lie to You, and Michael McIntyre's Big Christmas Show, all of which I should imagine are in the cans waiting to run. Channel 4 will be serving Christmas Bake Off, along with festive first dates and 8 out of 10 cats. ITV specials for the season include Celebrity Catchphrase, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Jonathan Ross, Celebrity Juice and Tipping Point. Oh, not Celebrity Juice. Can't think of anything worse. It's ghastly. It's ghastly at the best of times. Even worse at Christmas. Warren says, I've just landed from Ghana. How cold is it here? I was sat by the pool yesterday. 32 degrees. Winter tan, they call it. Winter tan. How lovely. How nice. Sounds good, doesn't it? What do we got here? Seeing Andy cry was hard. I need to hug him, says his wife. They all break down and I'm a celebrity. It seems to be par for the course. I'd probably do the same, actually. Probably do the same. And the abused Jewish father. Do you remember the one on the train? Praises the Muslim mum. They met. Her name is Asma. And that was nice. Good for her. That's what I say. Plus, here we go, £30 million raised every week by players of the National Lottery. £565,000 worth of grants awarded nationwide by the National Lottery. £40 billion on funding of projects that span the arts. And we've still got food banks. Hilarious, isn't it? So we're going to put up sort of an arts, sports, heritage and local communities, and still people are struggling. Fantastic. Well done to big-hearted Charlotte Baker. She gets a mention today. Why does she get a mention? Because she's packed off her 1,000th shoebox of goodies for poverty-hit children. She began after the death of her brother in a car accident in 2013 and collects toys, stationery, clothes, plus essentials like toothpaste. They're distributed to children in Bulgaria and eastern Serbia through the charity Foundation for Social Change and Inclusion. Charlotte's 16. She comes from Somerset. She writes to schools and supermarkets for support. And then she goes collecting in her local store as well. Good for her at 16. See, there are lovely people around. And she's done more than 1,000 boxes. Her mum says, of course, it's great to get my dining room back after a month of it being stacked up with boxes. But seeing how much she gets from it and how many people get involved, it truly is wonderful. Good. I think she's truly wonderful as well. Truly wonderful. Dean Sullivan's in the... You remember Dean Sullivan, the actor? He played Jimmy Corkill in Brookside. Marvellous man. He was diagnosed with prostate cancer, and he opted for this HDR, the high-dose rate. I think it's called brachytherapy to treat the disease. And so it means that you've got thin tubes inserted into the gland before targeted radiation is passed down and then kills the cancer cell. He said it's a bit uncomfortable, but you learn to put up with it. Good for him. I had dinner once with him. There was about 4 of us. I can't remember how I got invited to it. It must have been something really bizarre, actually. Steve, what's all this about Black Friday this, Black Friday that, 50% on this? It's called, the other word for it is a sale. But what the papers are saying is it not being as truthful as possible. So in other words, they've said 1 in 4 is genuine. The rest, they think, you've been able to buy cheaper at different times of the year, because that's what they do. So coming up to these things, they sort of build up the price. And if you go back in the history of the company, they used to do the same. It was with MFI. They'd go previously sold for 400. I don't think they're in business anymore, are they? Previously sold, £460. Your price £99. And people would go, where was it sold for £460? It turned out their shop in Stornoway, or some part of the Shetland Islands, which was so remote. It was sort of a good way of coming up with a permanent sale. And people got carried away with it. Went, oh, right, so it's only 90 quid. They never sold it at that price. It was just that they had to say that it was sold at that price, so they could then justify making something cheaper. And that's how it was. They bought up Hygiena Kitchens, I think. Also, what have we got here? Oh, Snowflake Theatre Goers. I quite like this story, actually. Being warned about violence in 2 Shakespeare plays written more than 400 years ago. I mean, fancy having to tell people about these things. But they had to apologise to people. Well, not apologise. They had to explain to people that there was a smoking scene in this piece of theatre, and people might be offended by it. People get offended by everything nowadays. I don't know why. Perhaps we're just we're a bit... Well, it's snowflakes, isn't it? The couple who won the 105 million, I'm so happy for them. Couldn't be happier. They come from Chichester, so they're obviously doing fairly well. And they're going to reveal what they'll do with the money at today's press conference. They won £105,100,701.90. That means that they're richer than Leona Lewis, James Corden and Jeremy Clarkson, probably all put together. But it's some way short of the UK record, which was 170 million. Amazing, isn't it, really? So they've also got a £123 million jackpot, won by somebody in June. Another one scooped 38 million. 38 million would be a nice amount. I could live with that. You could buy a nice little house or a tent or something. Have a freezer stocked up with bits and pieces that you like. But they're going to be unveiled today. What's the betting? They're about 50-something. They live in Chichester. You know, Chichester's not known for young people, is it? It's known for sort of people who go there because they've got Chichester Harbour, and it's quite... I think that's where Gypsy Moth the Fourth or something sailed out of. Or was that something else? I never remember. The Duke of York gets his support from TV's Boise. Andrew was defended, I think possibly slightly misguided. He said, nothing's been proved, there's no proof. No, that it's taken him a long time to get round to actually talking about something. But as usual, arrogant Andrew, as he's now known, is not working or doing anything at all. But still the Queen funds him. Still the Queen funds, because that's what mothers do, don't they? They have to sort of help people in their time of need. And he's definitely got a time of need. Another one here. Catherine, listening in from Washington, new listener. Did you say about honey with added sugar, says Jackie? No, we did honey yesterday on the programme. Honey was yesterday. Another one here. Say hello to Luc Les Miserables. from an anonymous skip person. We've got loads of skip people. The name of Quatermass was taken from an East London greengrocer. Oh, wow. Steve, I regularly use the footpath past Gino De Campo's house to get to my local Asda. He put up large electric gates a couple of years ago, which public can open between 8 to 6, Monday to Friday, which is fine for us locals, says Marin. Yes, I've seen a picture of the gates. They look fairly hefty. They don't look like light gates by any stretch of the imagination. Steve, my daughter and I are looking forward to going to see Danny Dyer in Nativity. We will be wearing our Christmas jumpers. Oh, they're de rigueur, actually. I think from a couple of weeks' time, we'll all be wearing Christmas jumpers. Another one here. John in Witton says, please explain to some of these snowflakes that up to about 7 to 10 years ago, the tax collected from cigarettes equated nearly to the pound, the same amount that it takes to run the NHS. You, like me, remember how bloody hard it was to pack up. Terrible. Very difficult. Is it? No, it's, nearly 7 minutes to 7. Just in case you're clock watching, you need to catch a train or a bus, or failing that, you might be one of these really good people who actually jogs into work. I mean, some people are fantastic at doing that. I wish I had the energy. Steve, I think Chichester was the name of the skipper of Gypsy Moth. Can you check that? Gypsy Moth the 4th, piloted by... Because I met this man, and I can't remember under what circumstances. So Gypsy Moth sailed from Plymouth, says Monica. Was it Francis Chichester? I can't remember now, actually. In the back of my mind, it was Francis Chichester? Yes. Amazing how quickly you get sort of sidetracked on these things. Dear me. Bosham. Bosham. Yes, I've heard of Bosham. Why have I heard of Bosham? Where did Bosham come into it? That comes into something. I've got that quite a number of times from people. See, when my apartment is clutter-free and all things in the proper place, I feel stress-free and get productive. What is of no use goes to charity, says Dev. My charity around our way is big business in Twickenham. We must have about 10 charity shops. Seriously, I've never known a place with so many. Front pages. Murray, tennis, helped me escape trauma. Nice picture of Sir Andy Murray with his wife Kim. Looking very smart. Also, the cinema chains in the race row over the gang film's ban. Uber criticises extraordinary London ban. And 9 veterans face the threat of Bloody Sunday murder charge. Front page of the Eye, Corbyn... pension promise, I will borrow to pay waspy women, because people who waited up to 6 years longer to retire. Money stolen in a con, a great injustice, and there's a black hole in the Tory spending. I think there's a black hole in most of their spendings. Andy Murray bearing his soul on Dunblane, his parents' divorce and worrying about retirement. God, if only we should have your worries. You're worrying about retirement. At least you could afford to retire. People have said that they can't afford to do it now. Front page of the Guardian today, child poverty surging to a 60-year high under the Tories. Funeral firm, customers are gazelles to be hunted. Because what they want to do is sell you an expensive funeral package. Whereas, in fact, really, that there is one company here which sells more than 1,000 prepaid funeral plans a month, said they felt pressure to push people to sign up. This is for sort of people who want to sort of pay for their funeral in advance. I always say to people, never worry. Why would you worry about it? Goodness sake, let somebody else worry about it. You'll be sitting on a cloud looking down at it. So kind of leave it, I think. The Sun front page, swing, then you're winning. 50 key seats, Bojo must bag. Jungle Jack phones fella. It's all a bit pathetic, really. It's a case I'm going in, I want to take the money, but I don't really want to enter into the spirit of it. Tina Turner on the front of the Mirror. I'm feeling great at 80. You should do. You look that good. She likes housework now. She doesn't want to do anything else. Just wants to do housework. Pronounced Bosom. Is it? Well, I want to pronounce it Bosham. It sounds so much nicer when I do it. Labour's care revolution for pensioners. The Daily Star, Gavin, a happy Christmas. Gavin and Stacey. I think that's going to walk it for this Christmas. From what I hear, it's really good. Strictly Come Dancing rocked by a shocked ballroom romance. The Daily Star can reveal 2 people involved in the latest BBC series have been enjoying secret romps. Oh, goodness me. Daily Express. Why are we still failing Britain's women? And your guide to the best Christmas TV shows. To be honest with you, there's not much festive cheer, is there, about? I didn't think there was that much festive stuff. In fact, it all seems a bit dreary. Cricket World Cup hero Ben Stokes, red-hot favourite to win the coveted Sports Personality of the Year award. The couple winning 105 million are going to come forward today. They've got a press conference. MasterChef presenter, the man with a really creepy smile, Greg Wallace, talks about himself and his wife and everything else. So there you go. Not my I prefer John Turode. It's odd, isn't it? Vanessa Feltz talking about savvy saffron and jungles of joy for cute Kate. She's come up with some words I never thought I'd be hearing on the television. Also, Taylor's a winner in Weird Pop. Taylor Swift said she'd faced the hardest times and most amazing times this year as she picked up a major award. The son who's queuing up to get on a ferry, unfortunately, his mother's with him. She's dead. And so they're talking to him, as they say. Free, grow your own silver birch for the Daily Mail. It's going to take you some time. Chief Rabbi, the soul of our nation is at stake in an unprecedented intervention. He attacks the anti-Semitic poison rife in Labour and warns of the consequences of a Corbyn victory. Emma's Little Women is a big hit. This is Emma Watson in the new film. I never saw Little Women. I might have seen an old Hollywood version of it some time ago, and that's about the only bit that I can remember. And I just remember seeing a lot of people in big dresses, big sort of crinoline-type dresses. Anyway, that's just about it I nearly said for this week, actually, thinking that we were sort of moving on down, but we're not, because tomorrow's Wednesday. We should do it again. We're the number one podcast, and hopefully will remain so. But we need you to go to the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk. Learn how to podcast. It doesn't cost you anything to download the software. It's very easy. And then you get all the podcasts free, and it's all wonderful. And there'll be so many over Christmas as well. So do yourself a favour. It means when you go abroad or on holiday, LBC goes with you. And just before I go, let me tell you what's coming up on the Steve Allen Little Bit Extra today. Gemma Collins threatens to dump Arge again. Lucky him. Early Christmas present. Then she offers to sleep with Piers Morgan to help him to turn vegan, thus ensuring he won't be giving up meat. Paul Hollywood finds a new love interest. The ex-Twinkie will be devastated. And Brooklyn Beckham wins People magazine's Sexiest Man Alive award. Only his mother voted then, and the rest of the family, I should imagine. She had 45 million. Why do you think she's living in a tatty old house with a mortgage up around her ears? 10 grand a month on the mortgage. 12 grand a month on the mortgage. 12 grand she's supposed to pay to HMRC. Basically, she hasn't got diddly squat. She can't rub anything together anymore, apart from her legs, and that'd be a good advantage, let me tell you. And so what they've done is they've just cobbled together this piece of tat in the Mail today, saying she's a keen horse rider. When was the last time you saw her riding? The horses went ages ago. She can't afford to feed herself, let alone the horses. The pink Range Rover, they say, is believed to be worth more than 75 grand. She'd be lucky to get 30. But it's been repossessed anyway, because she never paid anything. They say she allegedly spends 1,500 quid on twice-weekly manicures and pedicures and 1,000 on her hair. No, she doesn't. They say she spends 25 grand a year on cosmetic surgery. No, she doesn't. It's all freebie. That's why she has to fly to Turkey. She mentions the place. They give it to her for free. She ends up looking that bad. The Sussex mansion, they say, 1.35 million, estimated to be worth 2 million. Not until you spend about 500 grand on it. It's a load of old cobblers, isn't it? She's thought to spend 60 grand a year on farm machinery. What for? Has she got some obsession with farm machinery? I can only think a baling machine would be the best thing for her, really. But her career is finished. She's washed up. Finished. She should have sorted it out ages ago. But if you work it out logically, if she'd ever had 45 million, which of course she didn't, show me a bank statement with 45, show me a bank statement with 10 million written on it. You won't find them because they don't exist. She's never had that much money. She's always the cheap end of the market. She didn't write anything. Her autobiographies or the books, the novels, none were written by her. She just came up with an answer. Like if I was her, if I was Katie Price, can you imagine? That'd be an interesting look. And I go, I'm going to write a book about a radio station and a presenter who gets up early in the morning to come in and entertain people and his little team around him and all that kind of thing. And then somebody cobbles together some ghost-written story and I go, that's my book. So she doesn't write any. She goes, I want to do something about a horse. And she doesn't know anything. As one of her exes said ages ago, all she does is sit on the settee wearing badly fitting clothes, but Googling about herself. Unfortunately, getting off your bum and getting out there and working doesn't kind of appeal to her. So she just got drunk on a train the other day and had a rant against Peter Andre. He's done this to me and all the rest of it. Only a short while ago, she was brown-nosing him, wasn't she? Trying to get back in Pete's books. Oh, I really like Pete. I really like this and all the rest of it. The trouble is she's so screwed up, she doesn't know where she is half the time. She's just desperately sad and lonely. Her ex-boyfriend, the builder, the pretty boy that she picked up, and then she sort of ditched him. He's threatening to sue as well, because he said she mentions him. I mean, all she does everything for publicity. She's a bit like Daniela Westbrook and Kerry Coke Toner put together. Thick as bricks. So thick, so stupid. But finally, Katie, oh, I'm the big grand dame. No, you're not. You're just another tatty bankrupt. And she didn't even bother going to court. But I'm going to find out on the programme this morning, soon, exactly what bankruptcy means. What does it mean you can do? What does it mean you can't do? I have a feeling you can't... Have you just started wearing glasses or something? Do you put things on for an effect? Do you? Oh, right. Wow. Glasses, very cool. They almost make you look sort of, like sort of bright. A bit studious. I followed your advice. I mean, I want to make sure that, listen, I want to look like you. I've decided. We don't want to look like Luke. Luke came in today with some new hair design from called It's Rained on My Parade. And we came in looking very odd today. Mind you, we had that the other day with somebody else, one of our former newsreaders. He put some gel through his hair. Unfortunately, not everybody can wear gel. I know when you go to the hairdressers, they do it and they sort of fluff it out. When you do it by yourself, it just looks like a car crash. It really does. You might as well just get sort of a big thing of Mazola and just tip it over your head and see what happens after that. We can turn you into a small salad. I like it when Connor comes in with his glasses on, though, because he does look like he's sort of wandered out of the film Another Country, where it's all very preppy. It's okay. It's like a Bins Minor, is in our class as well. Did you go to prep school? No, you probably didn't go to prep school. Did you go? You didn't. Were you just sec mod? I bet you weren't. Oh, Catholic school. Oh, well, that explains a lot. You went to Henry School. Oh, of course you did. Yes, yeah. Well, that explains an awful lot. In fact, it probably explains more than I wanted to know. So bankrupt.
Bankrupt.
Is it repeat?
Bankrupt.
What is this? Is this some strange thing? We've got some new voice machine, have we now? I don't want to play that game this morning. I've decided it's Wednesday. We don't want to... but this actually doesn't help me at all. This item here doesn't... I mean, I know what the word bankrupt means. I want to know what the financial implications are. I mean, God, this is the major news programme on LBC. I mean, pull yourself together, for goodness sake. Would you give that information to Nick Ferrari? So what I want to know is, what can you do and what can you can't do if you're declared bankrupt? I mean, does everything have to go back through the bankruptcy people? I don't know. I know what the definition of bankruptcy is. What happens when bankrupt? That'll be the thing. What happens when bankrupt? Because loads of people do it now. In fact, the majority of them are celebrities. So, when bankruptcy is avoided, what happens to you during bankruptcy? Let's try that one. What happens to you during bankruptcy? No, there it is. There you go. What happens to you during bankruptcy? Just so I sort of want to know. Or being bankrupt. There you go, being bankrupt. So, what must you not do? It's far too complicated, this, isn't it? I mean, it really hasn't told us anything at all. I mean, I understand what it is. So you've got to make your estate available to the official receiver, provide an inventory of the estate. Well, let's just put down rubbish. And if the bankrupt does not do as required, there's a reason to believe he or she is concealing assets. Oh, go for that one. Go for the concealing assets. Definitely. Because how is she affording to do these things? If she hasn't got any money. Because she was out the other night in Chester, I believe, and she took a train journey. Well, if you're bankrupt, you can't do these sort of things. So let's hope we can get her back into court again. See if we can sort this out, because she's lost the house. That'll be sold, and that will go towards paying off her debts. But she herself has nothing. There'll be no Christmas tree in the Pricey household this year. But they say failure to disclose all of the property which is or should be comprised in the estate. Because in other words, what they're going to do is collate everything and see how much she's got that she can pay back her creditors. I mean, so that's what we need to know. So the failure to deliver property, books, papers and records. You think she's got any of that? Shouldn't think so. Falsifying documents or records. Making false statements, fraudulently disposing of property, absconding with property. Well, they've already repossessed the Range Rover. Obtaining credit in excess of £500 without telling the person they're bankrupt. Trouble is, for her, everybody knows. You know, Katie Price is bankrupt. Nobody will lend her any money because they can get into an awful lot of trouble. And there are defences to bankruptcy offences. In any case, if the bankrupt can show they had no dishonest intention of committing the act in question, they'll not be guilty of an offence, and so it goes through. But really, she can't do anything. They'll have to collate everything. So, and when I say everything, they will collate everything. Televisions, washing machines, you know, any farm implements, which the Daily Mail seem to think she buys. And then in 2017, knowing that she had no money, she spent £2,000 on Christmas decorations alone. To be honest with you, she's an old fraud. She's an old fraud. She knew that she was going to be made bankrupt. They don't just spring it on you as some surprise. She would have known for a little while. And so she now owes up to £800,000. But as she has no job and is not likely to be gainfully employed in the future, I mean, what can you put her up for? You can't put her up for anything. She's almost as untrustworthy as Gemma Collins. Gemma Collins, who was then making all these statements the other day, they'd have Arge, that'll be the fat, bloated one who they have on-off sex with, doesn't, I know, ghastly, isn't it? Although she apparently was more than happy to sleep with Piers Morgan. She told us the other day, she said, if you sleep with me, and I'm thinking, do us a favour, darling. There's about as much chance of that happening as Piers Morgan coming round to my place with a wedding cake. It's just not going to happen, is it? Not good. Well, I don't mind it. No, you never know. Could be a lucky Wednesday or something like that. But poor old Gemma Collins. There she is, waddling along the pavement, going, if Arge doesn't propose to me, that's it. I'm gonna ditch him. Well, unfortunately, it's like the little girl crying wolf or the boy crying wolf. It makes no difference. One are the same. It's a case of, you know, we've heard all this before. You know, you've been out with him, been dumped him, out with him, dumped him, out with him, dumped him, and so it goes on. I mean, to be honest with you, it's the world's biggest embarrassment. And the truth of the matter is, she probably goes back to her little garret stuck in the middle of a forest somewhere, about the size of a bird bath, and probably sits there sobbing into the corner, wondering, you know, why it's all gone pear-shaped. Because believe you me, it's going more pear-shaped, as indeed as Katie Price. So all those sad people, the little snowflakes. Oh, we love you, Katie. Do you remember, you know, I mean, perhaps Rylan could lend her some money. You'd think, actually, wouldn't you? She's got all these showbiz friends. No, she hasn't. She's got all these sort of ex-husbands. Yes, she has. Why would they not want to lend her any money? Because they don't like her, that's why. Because she cheats. She cheats, and if somebody cheats... It's like if I had a friend who was like that, would you want to lend them money? Absolutely not. Not a cat in hell's chance, you know. I think there'll be a lot of people surrounding Katie Price will be absolutely revelling in the fact that she's finally gone bankrupt. The trouble is, she won't realise the implications of this until a little bit further down the line. And if they find out that she's withheld and she's got a secret stash of money, she's going to be in so much trouble. But she thinks she's clever. She's a bit Prince Andrew. You know, Prince Andrew seems to think he can get away with just about everything. Jane Moore, in her column today, says to Prince Andrew, why don't you grow up? You know, first of all, it was Sarah Ferguson and one of the ghastly daughters. You know, I mean, really, it is the story of Cinderella, isn't it? And they apparently encouraged him to do it. And Jane Moore says, no. Oh, then they threw his PA under the bus and went, it was her, so they've sidelined her. No, it came down to Andrew. I think I know it all. Arrogant Andrew. Andrew with no more talent in his little finger than my producer. Well, that's a gross exaggeration and a gross piece of defamation against the producer. Producer's got more talent in his two fingers than Prince Andrew's got in his whole hand. Covered me legally on that one. Right, so, you know, as he jets off today, he jets off. Of course, I have warned him. He jets off to Big Silver Bird up in Skye, like that, and off to Boston, where it's going to be snowing. So I hope you've taken some appropriate clothing, like some thick, not vests, they do these things now which keep all the heat in. In your case, Luke, it's called fat, okay, but in his case it'll be like a vest thing. Like a thermal thing, yeah, like Daymart or whatever it's called, something like that. But you might have to buy it at the airport, because believe you me, it will be cold. Take your best coat ever. Is that it? It's going to be really cold. Do you know what you need? You need a balaclava. If it's going to be that cold, you need a balaclava. Yeah. It's your face you need to protect. You need a big scarf. You got a big scarf? Have you? Well, okay. Right. And luckily, the spot's going down, isn't it? And now it's popped up the other side. It so has. It's no good putting stuff on thinking, oh, look, I've magicked it away. You haven't. Yeah, but we all do that. There used to be something years ago, you girls will know what this is, called hide and heal. And if you had a spot come up, you put this stuff on and it was like sort of, I don't know what it was like actually. It was like sort of the colour of your skin, if your skin was blotchy. And then you put your makeup on over the top. It never kind of worked for blokes, but I did buy it was like a stick thing, hide and heal. Luke's probably got a cupboard full of it, I should imagine. The hair's now sort of taken on a mind of its own, hasn't it, really? Not really, no. There's not really a lot you can do with it, is there? When you went to the hairdressers the last time, which must have been some time ago, what did you ask for when you go in? You asked for a David Beckham. Surprised you haven't come out with it plaited or something like that. One of David Beckham's popular hairstyles. David Beckham, that marvellous. Apparently they're all arguing in the Beckham household over Christmas. I should imagine they must be. What do you buy Harper? You know, the little girl who has everything. 3 useless brothers and a mother and father who are so peculiar. You know, you'd want to go and check, actually, with DNA to find out whether they're really related to you. I need to take a break. I'm in one of those kind of moods this morning. I don't know why. I've had 2 soups. I've had 2 soups. 2 tomato soups. I bought the other day, I tried to persuade the producer, but he said, when I said to him the other day, I've got this tomato soup, it's powder. It's Heinz. It's Heinz cream of tomato soup. I said, it's really, really nice. He went, ooh, horrible. So I made him one this morning and I let him and Connor have a little sip of it and he went, oh, that's really nice. And yet you wouldn't think so, but it is, and you get them in Waitrose, you get a packet of 4 for £1. That's 25p for a bowl of soup. In a restaurant, that'd be £6 and you can get it for 25p. Isn't that good? And it tastes just like nice Heinz thick tomato soup. So if you're looking for something that's got a sell-by date of about a century, this would be the thing to get. And it's really nice, isn't it? Even Thomas was a bit surprised. It's a bit difficult to win over. Just got to get him on the funfair ride. But anyway, so once we've sorted that out, no, it'll be fine. We're going to start you off on a little children's one. There is a little children's playground up at Winter Wonderland, and it's got little rides. They're all scaled down. Everything is in miniature form. And then what we're going to do is, you're going to sit on it, we're going to strap you, and you're going to go, it's all great now, isn't it? And then we push a button, and the carriage whizzes along to join the big ride. And so he starts on a little ride, and then ends up on the big ride. And then we all wave at him on the roller coaster as it goes to the top corner, and as opposed to turning the corner, it goes straight ahead, of which there is no track. And that's because some good rides up there. You could get your adrenaline going. And you know what happens when your adrenaline's going? You don't sweat. We learned that from Prince Andrew. Although I was watching Room 101 the other day and old Jug-Ears was on there, you know, the crisp bloke, Gary Lineker. And Gary was on there. And at one point he lifted up his shirt, all wet underneath. Ooh, tacky. A bit like being drenched with a bucket, isn't it, really? Similar kind of thing, and going, I'm not actually sweating or perspiring. I always perspire, I never sweat. I'm far too sort of genteel to be a sweaty sort of person. I just perspire, but never under my arms. Isn't that funny? Out of all the places you can sweat, never there. I don't know why, because I knew one person who I worked with on Five's company, can't tell you who it was, who used to put special pads under his arms because he sweated so much under his arms. Whereas I've never sweated on my face, yes. I could sweat, you know, on my face, but nothing under the arms. You could strip me naked, about past, and no sweat. Is that odd? And yet I've never been in the Falklands. I've never been at war, and I've never flown a helicopter. What does that tell you? Radio presenters don't sweat, which I think is perhaps an indicator that if you want to not sweat, get a job. You know who sweats a lot? Lee Evans. You know the comedian Lee Evans. He sweats like there's no... he soaks suits. Seriously. 21 minutes past 4. Nice to have your company. I'm in such a good mood this morning. It won't last. You can always tell if the programme starts in a good mood. By the time we get to 5 o'clock, I'm in such a foul mood, I could literally destroy the studio. You know, that's the kind of thing I'm feeling in. But apparently the producer's gone all mamby-pamby. Oh, I don't want to be upset before I go on holiday. God, blimey, honestly. It's like dealing with a 5-year-old. It really is, honestly. Would you like a lollipop for the flight? So your ears don't go pop. Would you like a lollipop for the flight? Are you sure? I could give you a bag of Chupa Chups. You could have chewing gum, okay. Chupa Chups are nice, though, aren't they? And then you could sit there, because they always come around and give you a free sweet, don't they, on the plane? Too much sugar. Oh. So you're having what? Chewing gum? Oh, right. Was that sugar-free? Of course. Yeah, sugar-free, vegan. What can I tell you? It's marvellous, isn't it? I'm just surrounded by all the world's cultures. You know, religion, Roman Catholic? No. Agnostic. Well, oh, dread to ask. Here we go. Buddhist. Go on, tell me. You're not anything. No, well, we worked that bit out. You're not. So you're. Are you an agnostic then? You think you're an agnostic? Really? Do you not have a belief or a religion? I'm just checking with the team, ladies and gentlemen. I like to know that I'm working with people on God's side as opposed to their own side. I don't want to see sort of flaming horns coming out of the ground or something. So I'm looking for something a little bit more religious. So did you not do it at school? Because it was compulsory at our school. Oh, right. Do you not think some of the stories were fabulous? The stories were great. I mean, I liked the best bit of them all walking naked around the Garden of Eden. I thought that was fab. I was up for that one. I liked that sort of bit. And then there was a serpent and an apple. And there was Jonah and the whale. And then, of course, the biggest ice cream manufacturer in the East. Did you know in the Bible, the biggest ice cream manufacturer? Walls of Jericho. It was there, written all over it. All over it. I remember thinking, how nice. They were obviously enjoying the same mivies that we were enjoying. Business didn't like it crashed, I know. I'd have loved to have been that. I'd have loved to have, if you could magic yourself back to a particular time. There's a programme coming up on the television. I can't remember who's doing it. Is it Dan Snow? And it's about Tutankhamun. And it's just me and Tutankhamun. My father queued up for the exhibition when it came to London. There's a new one in town at the moment, I think at the Saatchi Gallery. And lots of things you've never seen before associated with Tutankhamun. And I think Dan goes back and uncovers skeletons and also, I'm sure it's Dan. I hope it is anyway. And I remember thinking, how fantastic. Neil, yes, you will. Yes, definitely. He says, getting our little Christmas tree from our local garden centre on Saturday, Van Hakes. So keeping our tradition of I've got more lights than you going. How many do we have to beat this year? You know that Lorraine will not be beaten. Well, I've been out 3 times now, 3 days running, to try and find a box of 10,000 lights, and I can't find them. I don't know if I need to drive to Van Hakes to see if they've got any of those 10,000 lights in a box. I've got 2,000, so we've got 1,000, 1,500 on each of the trees outside, and then I've got 2 boxes of 400, and I ordered another 2 boxes of 400 the other day. Sorry, no, 2 boxes of 2,000, which makes 4,000. But I want really 10,000 in coloured lights. But I'm looking for not just the standard colours, I'm looking for something with a bit of purple in it. So if you see anything, let me know. But yes, you will. You will, as you say. So definitely. Like you, Steve, like you, I never sweat. Oh, I've lost it. Under the arms, but I do everywhere else. In fact, I sweat eating ice cream, says Andrew. Oh, that sounds like diabetes. I remember sitting in a restaurant in London, on the Strand, Pizza Express. I was not in there alone. And I remember, and I started sweating. And a friend of mine said, do you need to go outside? I said, I'm going to explode. Literally, I was dripping. And that's because I was pre-diabetic. I didn't know. I had no idea that I was diabetic. And I thought if you kept drinking, like fizzy drinks, that would calm you down. And it made it worse. Made it worse. But never mind. Never mind. Do you know, would you know how much a drone weighed? Drones can weigh as little as 8.8 ounces. Now, I don't know if that's my drone. I've got a little drone, and if I play with it outside, which I'm prone to doing, and I don't have a licence, they can fine me £1,000. Did you know that? I didn't know that at all. Anybody who flies a drone will need to pass an online theory test. So John Lewis have stopped selling them in May after sightings at Gatwick. So you've got to register. So in other words, if it weighs between 8.8 ounces and £44, you must fill out an online form and pay £9 to keep using it. I mean, that's... I don't know what 8.8 ounces... Excuse me. What 8.8 ounces actually looks like. Do you think my little one's 8.8 ounces? I don't know what it is. I mean, look, is that 8.8? No, I think it's lighter, actually. Do you know, it came alive in my bag earlier on, all by itself. It was very odd because I hadn't played with it for ages. You know what it's like if you don't play with it, and then all of a sudden you get it out and you play with it, and you think, oh, that's good fun. I'll do that again. So I nearly played with it on the street, but I'm worried it will drift elsewhere. Place is alive. I didn't take you off air. Isn't that good though? Look. I spend most of my time crashing. But luckily I'm not near an airport, so that's good news, isn't it? I think it needs charging again. It's very exciting, isn't it? It's nice to be able to play. What's the matter with you this morning? Oh, you've got no fun, have you? I'll bang something on the desk. Well, what can I bang on the desk? Nothing. So much fun. Seriously. So much fun for £8. It's great, isn't it? It's really good fun. It is. You're going to come in and take it? I'd like to see you try, mate. I'd like to see you try. Yeah. What was that? Oh, I can't remember what the thing is now. Well, you say if you do it if you want to be harder or something like that. Come and have a go if you think you're hard enough, yeah. You won't be able to get in the studio. I've changed the locks. Yeah. Yeah. No, you won't get in with that. I've changed it. Different magnet on the doors. Because the doors are magnetic. You know that? It's very good, isn't it? Yeah, all right. Oh, it's another spot appearing. Oh, God, they're all over your face now, aren't they, really? It's almost like chicken pox. Almost like chicken pox. Right, what are we going to do? We're going to take a short break. Then Jane Seymour wants a woman to be the next 007. Also, Santa is too busy to deliver all of your presents. Who would say that? A mayor who was turning on the Christmas lights. And the saddest thing you've ever seen, and I'm going to take pictures of it today, the Twickenham Christmas tree is possibly the biggest embarrassment I've ever seen. God knows what the council were ripped off. But, I mean, because it's not worth any more than £100. The one in Teddington is twice the size of the one that we've got in Twickenham. That's in Teddington. Little piddly place. We're Twickenham, we're sort of big. The one in Richmond is about 3 times the size, and we've got something that can only be described as an embarrassment. I'm going to take a picture, and then I'll show you the one in Teddington, and I'll show you the one in Richmond. I'll go and do that today. That's the kind of caring person I am, okay? So I'll be doing that. And then you could see just how small mine is compared to the one in Teddington, which is a giant of a tree. Ridiculous, honestly. They've gone quite Scrooge. Quite Scrooge. Look. Somebody says you're talking about soups. You're right. You can't beat Heinz. But these are packets. It's I'm going to say it's like sawdust. It's a powder, but it tastes exactly like Heinz soup. It's brilliant. Somebody says be careful. She don't sue you for slander, says Alex. Well, it would be libel, and it's all well documented. So don't you worry your pretty little head about it. Don't you worry. And somebody says earlier this evening the presenter said he was not owned by the caller. What does that mean? I don't know. If you don't, what are you asking me for? I don't know. I never know these sort of things. And Samantha says Glasgow City Council's idea of a Christmas tree. They're not even bothered to put lights on it. Well, the dreadful one in Twickenham is almost an embarrassment. Seriously, dreadful. Shane says, do you like blinking or the ones that stay on blinking? We call them, over here, you get 8 things. Wave, fade in and out, colour change, usual sort of things, which is wonderful, actually. Very, very nice. Very nice. And Jason says, will you be raising the tree issue? Well, they've already put the lights on. They didn't actually have sort of an official turning on this year. The council is so mean and tight. If you see this tree, you wait till I take a picture of it. You'll be going, is that some joke? Got a bigger one in our sitting room. Another one here. It is Dan doing the documentary, says Anastasia. I thought it was. I knew it was somebody I liked. So I was very, very pleased on that. And somebody says, somebody called Cosso. I'm assuming it's some joke name, isn't it, really? He says, is somebody going to call in? It's not a phone-in programme. Not a phone-in programme. Have you only just realised that? Not the brightest penny in the box, are you, really? Somebody else says, why are you obsessed with this woman? What is at Katie Price to you? This is Paul. Because she's in all the papers, dear. You have to explain things to some people who are so dim, don't you, really? You know. So it's good. It's been on the cards for ages and ages. And seeing as she's basically stuck 2 fingers up to authority, I take them down a peg or 2. My job, says Sunil, takes me around the world. And I'm now in Oman. And wherever I go, your show comes with me. And that's because he's downloaded the app. And if you download the app, you don't need to worry about going abroad and not hearing LBC. Just go to the LBC website. And we are the #1 podcast. We are the #1 show in our time slot. And have been for some time. Although it's only recently that we've started getting the #1 on the podcast. Because I wasn't sure about how the podcast worked out. But more people than ever before are downloading Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra, which is fantastic. So that's why when somebody writes in and they don't even know the difference between slander and libel, you begin to wonder whether or not there's a few thick people out there. I mean, really thick. Steve, talking about soups. Yeah, a lot of people like that. Matthew went into Sandy's for some cockles and saw Stewart. What a shop that is. It's got everything. got everything. It's fantastic, actually. Somebody else says there is corruption in bankruptcy itself. I'm quite sure there is. In fact, there was a book written by... God, what's her name? Irritating presenter on television. She was the one who worked with Eamon Holmes. He called her Princess Tippy Toes. Can't remember her name at the moment. I've gone completely blank. Her sister and husband declared themselves bankrupt and then wrote a book about it. And then, but yet still seem to be living the lifestyle. Whereas in Katie Price's thing, she can't do anything in the house because it's such a dump. Really is. So there you go. Anthea Turner. Imagine there's a sister as well who seems quite normal, but unfortunately she wrote a book about surviving bankruptcy, because a lot of people started doing it, and that's why it's of interest to me, because it's in the newspapers. If it's in the newspapers, it's of interest to people, and we like to point out that there never was any £45 million fortune. Otherwise, why is she living in a house she can't even afford to live in? You know, if you had 45 million, you'd buy a £20 million house outright and invest the rest and live for the rest of your life. Not Thicko, because she didn't ever have that sort of money. Tried to find the mince pie yoghurt, says Elaine. Couldn't find it. I couldn't find it either. Somebody says how right you were about Katie Price. Never wrong. Never wrong. Jeremy says, calm down, you give yourself a coronary. No. Did you not realise? Oh, come on, you must have followed the programme, for God's sake. The more worked up you get, the better it is, as the blood courses through your veins. You know, there's no point being a bit like Adrian Child with Welcome to Breakfast Time. You know, a little bit... there's no excitement in it. With the excitement, it's like Dame Edna, you know, exercise all those face muscles. You know, and if you're feeling happy, tell your mouth. Then your mouth can tell everybody at the same time. That's what it's about. You don't think people listen to this programme for misery. They listen to it. It's the most popular programme at this time, bar nothing. Bar nothing. You want to see the spike. It's embarrassing, actually. I have to keep telling people, you know, and then they go, oh, I didn't quite get the programme when I first listened. I don't know, because you're a bit stupid. And then gradually they get it. We've got such a hardcore of audience. Seriously. We can juggle you around. We sold 5,000 T-shirts, T-shirts. Perhaps they should have been T-shirts. Tea towels in a few hours. Oh, yes. We're doing very well, thank you very much indeed. And we love it as well. Another one here that says, Steve, I've decided to treat myself. This is Mohammed from Enfield. He says, I bought a 60-inch LG television. Now I'm in a bit of a dilemma, since I can't install the TV mount on the wall. Do you know what? You should be careful when you install the TV mount. Make sure there's no cables going the other side. I always think it's better to bring somebody round to put the TV mount on the wall and then put the television on after that. But make sure it's secure. Otherwise, you're going to lose the television and half the wall at the same time. So... that's what you have to go for. That's what you have to go for. Another one here. I wonder if Kate has put any of the money into the children's bank accounts so it can't be traced. No, you can't do that. No. No, everything. She has to declare everything. She has to declare everything so that they know what's available for them to take, and they will take. So, you know, I don't know if the children have got bank accounts. I don't know. But exactly, the embarrassment she's heaped on the children... You know, now who, you know, the age they can read this stuff in the newspapers. Our mother's been declared bankrupt. What does she do about it? Nothing. She could have sorted this out ages ago. Another one here. You talk of sweets, says Matthew. I love the Haribo fizzy ones. Yes, people seem to like those. Mince pie yoghurts. Are in Asda. I'm not trekking around. I can't go to Asda. And another one here. It says... Another one here. Oh, sorry, Alec, you're a bit dim, I realise. It's not your fault. It's libel, OK? It's done as in newspapers. Why do you have to explain something to somebody that I thought, intelligent people knew about? But obviously not you, actually. But also, you can't damage her reputation anymore, Alec. I mean, surely you've answered your own question. Dear me, honestly. You should know these sort of things. So I'm going to try and find the mince pie yoghurts, but I thought they were in Marks and Spencer's, but I did check. I did check very, very carefully. I went through 3 Marks and Spencers the other day and I couldn't find any of them. And I don't know whether... Then I tried Waitrose, thinking that maybe they would be in Waitrose, you know. And Will Guyett says, Steve Allen show, underestimate the spike at your peril. It's when you always get them, Will, though, the thick ones, who write in and go, you slandered somebody. You go, no, you can't on radio. It comes in print. This is how it's explained, but obviously you don't expect thick people to understand that. Jeremy Corbyn refuses 4 times to apologise to Britain's Jews. Not going away, is it? Not going away. And words matter, using them correctly, says Anastasia. Absolutely, absolutely. And also, it's all documented. Everything to do with Katie Price is documented. She's slept around, she's taken drugs, and she's a complete car crash. She's never written a book in her life. She never wrote any of her autobiographies. What more information do you want? Unless you're really stupid. And I appreciate the fact I've seen and heard some really stupid people. Another one here, which says, this is from Nick, who says, it's amazing what lengths Labour will go to try and win. They're all doing it. It's not Labour. They're all doing it. Conservatives are doing it. And you're always going to get people arguing, aren't you? Some people are going to argue about it and say, oh, I'm going to vote for this because they've offered me that. And some people are going to say, oh, well, they're going to offer us this, so I'm definitely voting for them. And that's what it is. It's like tempting people, isn't it? The carrot in front of the donkey. It can nearly reach it, but it doesn't actually make it. So that's why. What do we got here? Beat That, the day that Macca played the Works Do. Paul McCartney goes to the Works Do. I think it was the workplace of his wife, Nancy, so that's why. It's still a bit of a coup, though, isn't it, really? I think that's fantastic. I love the idea that they're going to do that. Happy birthday today to Samantha Bond, found famous Miss Moneypenny, and she played Lady Rosamund Painswick in Downton Abbey, was once hailed as the next Judi Dench. Also, born on this day in 1940. Give you a clue. Oh, sorry, frightened myself then. Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee was born on this. And also, the other one, born in 1925, Ernie Wise was born. He died in 1999. Bruce Lee died in 1973. But he has a son, doesn't he, Brandon, who also died young. I think Brandon Lee died at about 28, something like that. But I never got into those. I never got into the kung fu movies, which is good. Steve, I've just had a look on the CAA website, and it's drones or model planes between 250 grams and 20k. Do you know that the 20k ones? I told you I went up to Sky, and I was absolutely amazed at how huge their drone is, which has got a camera underneath it, like a big camera. This thing is huge. And of course, a lot of the estate agents use them now. I think Knight Frank have got one, and Hamptons and everybody else. So they take it up, and then they could take a picture of the property, and it goes through their laptops. Terribly, because I wondered how they were doing it. I thought they maybe brought in miniature helicopters to do. Well, that's what I thought. Bring in a helicopter, take a picture of your house if you were selling it. Am I facing the right way or something? What's going on? This is like working to an audience of people who've come to see The Mousetrap, and they know the vicar did it. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's only been running 65 years. Oh, you've just ruined that for me. By the way, Father Christmas... No, it doesn't matter. I couldn't remember what I was going to say about Father Christmas, but it certainly wasn't going to be what that mayor said, that Father Christmas... she was turning on the lights, and she got a bit carried away, but she looks like she should be carried away, to be honest with you, in a box with the lid screwed down. And she said, Father Christmas is going to be a bit... I've had a word with him. What drugs is she on? And he said he's too busy to deliver all the presents this year. Now, I could see where she was coming from, because some parents can't afford to buy their children presents. Luckily, I work within an environment where it looks like the two people I work with, probably get everything on their Christmas list. Dear Father Christmas, can I please have a train set and some football boots and a ball, and I bet you... rugby boots, yeah. But I bet you anything, when you did your things as children, you got everything on the list. You didn't actually sort of not have anything. You list 3 things. Yeah, ours didn't come like that. Ours came with a maximum, but I'm a little bit older than you. 25 quid. Seems ridiculous now. I spend more than that on pickled onions. 25 quid on a Christmas present. And if it was a little bit more, then that had to be Christmas and birthday, but you always got something extra on your birthday anyway. So 25 quid. But my father was very good. He made things. So he made me a puppet theatre, big puppet theatre. And my mother made the curtains. And then for one Christmas, I got a tape recorder so I could record plays onto it and then do them on my puppet theatre. How cool is that? You see? That's what people don't do nowadays. People don't make things. I bet there's a few of you, though. Steve, mince pie yoghurt at Iceland, says Karen. Muller make them. Yeah, my brother said Muller make them, but I haven't seen them, actually. I need to go and check those, don't I? I've just switched you on, Steve, as I do each day as you soothe my soul. My mother died a few hours ago, at the age of 93. Nice to have normality in life, says Winnie. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. That's not nice, is it? That's not nice at all. But mind you, as I keep saying, I know it doesn't make any difference at all. 93, you always say, that's having a good run for your money. But But it still doesn't compensate, does it? It never makes a difference. You know, I remember somebody saying, "Oh, your mother achieved a lot in her lifetime." I said, "Yeah, I'd liked it to have gone on a bit longer." But didn't happen, actually. Brandon Lee died in a freak accident on the set of a film he was starring in. Oh, right. I didn't understand that one. Somebody says here, Steve, it's simple, really. The spikers understand, the snowflakes don't. I know. When you get really thick snowflakes, you know, really thick snowflakes, I mean, they're the ones I kind of... Is that girl wearing a bra or something on the television? Supposed to be a newsreader. Is she modelling underwear? What is she wearing? What channel is this? Is that underwear? It's very revealing, isn't it? You can see heaving chest. Oh, it'd be like sort of the weatherman standing there with a see-through shirt on or something. I'm not averse to that. I think that could be quite a good idea. But she's wearing that looks like lingerie she's wearing. I don't know who she is, but she's got the funniest hair. We always look at it every day. And but that's very revealing clothing. We don't want to see that kind of thing on the television. If you're there to impart the news, thank you. We shouldn't be concentrating on your boobies. It's not nice, is it? It's like people listening to... Thank God you can't see me. If you could see me, you'd spend your whole time staring at me. Because I'm cute. Well, that's my story. Doesn't make any difference. I could say whatever I like, actually. I'm in the middle of Leicester Square. You can't find me. I'm in the middle of a building, which is... I mean, even if you came in the front door, you'd never find me. I don't think. Not if you were wet. We're well hidden, aren't we? We're well secreted away here. We are. We can hide. In fact, if you could actually play a game in this building. You could play... They used to play a thing years ago. Was it War Games? Where the whole building was pitch black. And you had these guns which fired paint pellets. Never seen those paint pellet guns? They do it out of the countryside. It's like combat fighting. Yes, paintballing. All right, we don't need to go into the graphic details of it. But it was sort of done in the dark. And you played it in the dark. So if this building was plunged... No, I'm just saying if we were playing it in the building, they'd turn all the lights off and it would be pitch black. So, I'd be found crouched onto a desk, I should imagine, or something stupid like that. Don't touch me. Well, I'm not telling you which studio I hide in. That would be a bit pointless, wouldn't it, in case all the lights went off and you go, I know which one he's in, he's just told us. I know exactly where I go and hide. I know exactly, and I'm not telling you. But no, you wouldn't find me. You wouldn't find me. You'd have to wait till all the lights came back on again, and I go, ta-da! And people would go, oh, that's where he was. Steve, just finished work in Blackpool. Are you sure? I don't think anybody worked in Blackpool. Heading back to London. What a dive of a place up there. Well, it's certainly not the sort of place you want to go to, is it? I mean, not at this time of year. I mean, the summer. I can't imagine what it's like in the summer. It must be sort of interesting, to say the least. I think we might have another cup of tea, actually, to celebrate the fact it's Wednesday, and to celebrate the fact that Luke's hair is just a complete and utter dog's dinner. I mean, it really is. Can't we get him a hat or something and sit there wearing a woolen hat? No, not yours, obviously. His head's bigger than yours. Much bigger. He's got more hair than you as well. Everybody's got more hair than me. Running theme, innit, with AP. They've all got hair, haven't they, the APs? Is it because they're all young? I think it's to do with that, isn't it? Or the fact they can't afford to have their hair cut. That's what it is, isn't it? Young and good looking. Jack and Ori. Well, they said, if Katie Price, was a multi-millionairess, where's the money gone? Well, of course, there wasn't any money. There wasn't any money. She's never been a multi-millionairess. Because she's otherwise she'd be living in a super duper house. She'd have had financial advisors, but I mean, I don't think she has. I don't think she's even got an accountant. That's why she's not paid anything to the taxman, and that really annoys me. You know, people who don't pay their taxes when they've earned it, you know, they deserve somebody coming down really quite heavily on them. Is it something funny as you were walking in the door? Something funny going on?
I'll just greet you with a smile.
Oh, right. Well, there's a reason, is there, for that? But you walked in the door and you were smiling before you'd even got to me.
Yeah, I was preparing.
You were preparing, right. What, preparing to smile? Right. Is it me who's older or is it him? I can't work it out. Both. That's what I'm working with. Seriously. I'm working with these people. I don't know where they've come from. I think they must have worked on sort of one of these children's television programmes where we all going around going, hello, hello, how are you? What's that bloke called? Is it Mr. Tumble or something on the television? It's like that. It's like working there. You've got all these people. My friend Chris Jarvis works on CBeebies, and he's worked there for it. He used to produce me at LBC years and years ago, and he does his pantomimes every year. He's a very clever boy, but does not look his age. And in fact, me and my friend Darren were looking at pictures the other day, and he said, I'm just looking at this picture of Chris Jarvis. He said, he hasn't aged. He hasn't aged at all. I mean, he's really... And I wouldn't even like to hazard a guess at how old he is now. Somebody will phone and tell me. Johnny Perry will tell me. But, I mean, seriously, some people don't age. I'm not sure if I age. No, didn't get a response to that one, so that's obviously quite good. So that means I obviously don't age. I'm quite lucky, actually. I think if I smoked, I'd have aged. If I'd carried on smoking, I think I'd be, well, possibly 6 feet under by now. Definitely. But your dad looks good. But smoking does affect people. So I can tell that neither of you smoke. Luke, because he can't afford it. And you, because it's just not your sort of thing, is it? Yeah, your voice is too chirpy. If you actually smoke, it takes your voice... Oh, that's the jackpot winner, isn't it? They look quite normal, don't they? I mean, to be honest with you, I quite like the idea that they're young enough to enjoy the money, and they've said that they're going to, make a lot of other people benefit. 105 million. He said he nearly had a heart attack. I did when I discovered it was him and it wasn't me. I don't want to make a big deal about it. I'm very happy for them both. They seem very understated. Listen, they've got 105 million. One of the kids who's 10 already wants his own Tesla car. Decided. But that you can do a lot with that. They'll live in absolute, whatever they want to live in, poverty, luxury, whatever it is, they can afford to do that. That is enough money to live really, really well for the rest of your life. Not surprised they're smart. They're going to help family out and everything. It's 105 million. I'm so happy for them. I couldn't be happier. I might send them a congratulations card. Well done on winning my money. I don't want to make a big deal about it. I'm not one of those bitter people. And, Steve, I often walk past Global Towers and sometimes look up wondering which window does Steve Allen sit by. I don't. I don't sit by a window. I do have a window. I've got a big window in front of me, which we're having blocked. So by the time Thomas gets back from holiday, it's gone. There'll just be a little... I just want a curtain to run along the top. I want to push a button. I want it to be an electric curtain that goes backwards and forwards. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Jason says she's not paying her creditors and in 5 years will be discharged. Too easy to go bankrupt today. She owes normal, hard-working people thousands. Yes, she does. Yeah. And that's called crooked as far as I'm concerned. But also the fact she never even turned up for the hearing. And then she goes on a train and she's quite clearly off her trolley, which is a bit of a shame. But you're right, it's easier to go bankrupt now than it ever was. Have you tried the Rochester ginger wine from Holland and Barrett? Scrummy delicious and totally non-alcoholic. Oh, not so keen on the non-alcoholic bit. I like the alcohol bit, but I quite like the idea of something being scrummy. Wenzel's the bakers do the best mince pies, says Paul. And Kimmy says, when's Theo coming back? Your chats with him are very interesting. As are you, of course. Yes, thank you. I might have him in today, actually, after the Corbyn thing of the yesterday and the 4 times. I'll think about it. I don't want to sort of put him on the spot. Shane's having a cup of tea and a piece of cake. Go on, says Dorothy. Tell us where you'd hide. I can't. I can't. And, Steve, if you saw her show with Peter Andre, the house was a slum then. She wastes her money on herself. Bet she'll still waste money on beauty. But the trouble is, most of it's free. She doesn't pay for any of this stuff. It's freebies. All they have to do is sort of mention, them in their column, and they get sort of freebie. People give them stuff. It's like Gemma Collins. I would like to think she's paying for those injections which aren't working. Because to be honest with you, I reckon she's still stuffing her face. She seems to be making no effort. By now, she should have lost a load. It's been weeks and weeks and weeks. And if you remember, even Scarlett Moffat in 9 weeks managed to slim down from a ginormous size to a little skinny thing, and they managed to flog that DVD. Kirsty Allsop's pretty hot news for Matthew. Yes, I think you're punching way above your weight. Seriously, I mean, it's like, Steve, my gas bill is overdue. Do you know, funny you should mention that, because actually I was just thinking the other day, coming up to Christmas, I like to get all my bills cleared up, Very, very worrying, isn't it? 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. A lot of people talking about Brandon Lee and Bruce Lee. And somebody else says, I know where you can get those things. They're Muller. Is that Muller Light? Muller Light yogurts. Are they really Muller Light? Are they really? I could eat a yogurt now, actually. I could really eat a yogurt. Where do we get a yogurt from at this time of the day? Can't, I mean, there's nowhere. A shop. No kidding. There's me thinking maybe cows parked outside the Garrick Theatre. I just fancy a yogurt. I just don't know why. I'm feeling healthy, so I might have to go today and get, more water. My God, you must be like Lake Windermere in the bathroom. You must be weeing for the entire country, the amount of blowing water you're drinking. You're not fasting today? Oh, good Lord, that's exciting. You think the weight's fallen off, do you now? No, you just... Oh, right, take your break. So today you're eating anything? Oh, right. Oh, I don't think I've got it. Everything else coming up on the programme says Tesco at Charing Cross should be open now, Steve. 24-hour shop. There is your yoghurt. It's calling you, says Monica. My always helpful Jewish taxi driver. What? So true, though, isn't it? So true. I know it is. I could tell. I could tell by your very reaction to it. You're so bad. Steve, why is it difficult to find my favourite chocolate bar, Dark Chocolate Bounty? That's the one that comes in the red wrapper. The blue wrapper is the... Because they used to do the advert, Bounty, coconut moistened. I used to think it said with pure soap. And I used to think, why would you put soap in with coconut? And it turns out syrup. They put syrup in with coconut. Now, I like coconut. Not everybody likes coconut. But I can eat coconut and I drink coconut water. I don't think it's any good for me, but I feel quite sort of nice about things like that. So perhaps we should send Luke out to go to Tesco's. Go and get some yogurt. It's a bit desperate, isn't it, at this time of the morning? And we might lose him. He might never return. He might disappear out the front door and be sort of led astray. It is. It's a very bad world out there, especially this time of the morning. It's easy to leave you in here, I think. Safer. I will forego the yogurt. You are fragile, dear, but I think I shall forego a yogurt. I should bring in a yogurt, but I'm not sure if they're really good for me. Even though it says sugar-free, I don't think they're any good. I have a sneaking feeling. But Muller is that one that does the fruit corner, which I quite like. Whereas in fact, because we're so lazy nowadays, it's like the moment... I remember I remember driving years and years ago, and when you pulled into a garage, a man came out and put the petrol in your car. Now you have to do it for yourself. Terrible, isn't it? You know, you go over a bit of tubing and it would ring a bell, bing, 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 and then you pull up and he'd come out and he'd say, would you like your oil check, sir? And he'd put a little clip on the thing and it would put, £5 worth of petrol in the car or whatever it was that you wanted. It's good. Very nice. Steve, I've not seen the tree in Twickenham. Sounds like I'm not missing much. Says little Jill. You're not. The Kingston one is lovely, but the favourite one is Covent Garden. Yes, that's very good. And there's one a little bit down here from a hotel. I can't remember what the name of the hotel is, but it's on Pall Mall. And it's a beautifully decorated tree. The one in Twickenham, it's an embarrassment. It really is. The councillors should hang their head in shame. I mean, the one in Teddington is twice the size. The one in Richmond is twice the size. Why can't they all get together and start something up? It's ridiculous. Steve, why don't we set up a crowdfunding page for Katie Price? Why don't we not? Steve, you don't age, or anyone who has a bright outlook and sees the funny side of life when it's all topsy-turvy. No, I mean, I agree. I don't think I'm ageing at all. I mean, obviously, inside, yes. Some people have a forever baby face. My colleague only looks about 30, and yet he's 60. He's got 3 sons, all in their 40s. Yeah, some people are like that. We have some people here in the office who are very young-looking. Very young-looking. You know, and they don't look their age. No, it's not you. It always thinks it's about him. Oh, would that be me, Steve? No, it's not you. No, it's not you. You're not baby-faced at all. Sometimes. Yeah. Corey has got sort of a baby sort of face, hasn't he? I think. Ollie. No, yeah, not Ollie. Ollie, I mean, seriously, that man is hairy. Connor's got a very young face. Yeah, but he's only young, isn't he? Isn't he? He's very... 23. I class that as being quite young. You're 25. Yeah, difficult to tell with you, isn't it? Difficult to tell. I mean, I reserve judgment on that one. I don't like... Well, you think you've got a young face? Well, I wouldn't, actually. I wouldn't go there. It's okay. Are you getting a haircut before you go? Just makes it... No, you're not bothering, are you, really? no. I was right about the flights, though, now, wasn't I? The more I think about it, the more accurate it becomes. I bet you're going to be coming back from holiday and he's going, Steve, I've got some news for you, and him chatting away about what it was like and showing me all the boring photographs, which I shall not be interested. Oh, look, this is Boston. Is it Boston you're going to? Yeah, where they... What a shame he wasn't there when they were having the Boston Tea Party. They could have thrown him into the harbour with the rest of the tea chests. This is the harbour. This is the boat that it happened on. This is so exciting. I love the Americans. Do you like coconut macaroons? I blooming well do. Matt says there's a little Tesco open on the Strand side of Waterloo Bridge. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Whether they've got my yoghurt in there, I don't know. Do you know, I went to Kingston the other day. Little Julie will also identify with this. And because the... RBS in Richmond is closed at the moment. I think they're doing it up. It's either that or it's closed anyway. But they did tell me they were staying. And it's closed at the moment, so I couldn't get some money out. So I got on the bus. Yes, I get buses. And I went to Kingston. And I went to go to the RBS in Kingston. It's gone. It's boarded up. In fact, actually, to be honest with you, Kingston was looking a little bit sad yesterday down the road from me. It's a bus ride, 281. And you go there, and the marketplace was looking terrible. There was about 4 or 5 big shops that have all closed, all boarded up, posters all over the windows. And then in the Bentall Centre, there's a few shops in there that have closed. Now, whether this is the recession or people are just not willing to spend the money anymore. So all you're ending up with now is blooming coffee shops. And why are we ending up with coffee shops? Because they're not paying the tax. It's ridiculous. Steve, I'm off trucking to Scotland with Stephen and the twins in convoy. Been on the road, says Tessa Tickle, since 1. Makes the show early starts bearable. Yeah, I have to be honest. If you're driving, I mean, I have done this before. I mean, because I sing along to my CDs in the car. You know, I sing along to the carols and the hymns and all the other things. I mean, it makes me immensely sad, but I don't care. It's my car. And I was doing that. But if I was listening to music, if I was sort of driving, I'd be asleep within about 10 minutes. If you've got speech, it's good. Don't forget, says Little Julie, we've got an Asda in Feltham. You could pop in there next time we go for a Chinese. I know, I've not been to that Chinese for ages, and I thought the food was excellent. Really excellent. Also, this one here that says... When Bruce Lee died, there was a police inquiry. Oh, right, a police inquiry. It said he died following a rather passionate encounter with somebody. Oh, I've heard of people like that. You know, they say sort of somebody died on the job. You know, that kind of thing, where sort of, you know, and I thought to myself, that sounds a bit worrying, doesn't it? Make sure you never end up in that kind of situation. It could be awful. Another one that says, did you mention coconut and coconut water, or have I just misheard you? No, I love coconut. We grew up with coconut. We would always buy coconuts from the market in Hong Kong, and my dad would smash them with a hammer. He'd have a screwdriver, and so we would then eat coconut and coconut water. Oh, I use that Coco Loco Vita or so, whatever it is. It's a blue package with a palm tree on it. It's very nice, and I normally keep that in the fridge, which is very nice. My fridge is very eclectic. Insulin. What else have I got in the fridge? Prosecco and coconut water and water, but no juices. And I used to love juices years ago, but that's another avenue of pleasure that's disappeared off my attention span. Tell me about it, says Little Julie. So many boarded up shops in Kingston. It's quite noticeable now. When I walked through the marketplace, that was very noticeable. That Olsen one has gone, and that's all. That was huge. That used to be Woolworths, didn't it? I think a long time ago. But now, you know the reason why a lot of these shops close now? Bloody shoplifters. People shoplift everything. Go onto YouTube, type in shoplifting. Horrify you. St Albans has got a giant Christmas bauble light. You can go inside. Jackie says, why can't you go to a Asda? Oh, there's limits, for goodness sake. I mean, honestly, there's certain places I'll go to and places that I won't go to at the moment. What else have we got? So I could pop into Feltham. Coconut. My mother used to make coconut macaroons with, do you remember rice paper? Rice paper that your mother would put on the bottom of baking and then she'd cut round it. But you could eat the rice paper. I used to love that. That was really good. I've had quite a good week this week, actually. Very good week. Today I shall, what's the date today? 28th. Is it 28th? Yeah, 28th today. No, 27th today. So I think what I'll do, I'll do my invoice today. I'll try and be ahead of the pack and get that sorted out. I should be a good boy. because it's never easy. I've got so many things to remember coming up. I've got so many things to do. I've got an event Friday afternoon to go to, and then I've got a meeting with one of my bosses, young Tom. I call him Young Tom. I think it's such a good name, Young Tom, about the company throwing me a little party, which is quite nice, to celebrate 40 years, which I think is quite cool, actually. Just to make it to 40 years is the miracle, as you well know. Nearest shop to the Global building is the Co-op in the Strand. The Co-op in the Strand? Where's that? The Co-op in the Strand? Is it by the bus stop? Is it? The Co-op? I thought that was a Tesco. It's a Co-op. Next to Pizza... Oh, right. It's a Co-op, is it? Oh, right. They might have my yoghurts. What... You don't think they're open? Prophet of doom, aren't you, really? You're determined to ruin my day. It's Wednesday. I'm trying to be happy today. As long as... Tomorrow I'm going to go to the bank. I should be happy when I've been to the bank. Because I like going... I go to Drummond's. Because that's also owned by RBS, as is Coots, as is quite a number of those old banking families. They're lovely. And I told you I had lunch. I was invited to lunch years ago. And you sit in the boardroom upstairs and they show you all their ledgers going back to the 1700s, all written in copperplate ink, everything handwritten, and everybody's, money they've got in, how much money goes out and things like that. But you overlook Trafalgar Square, and I thought if ever I earned as much money as that nice couple, what I'm really happy for, 105 million, I'd buy a place that overlooks Trafalgar Square, if only to watch something for New Year's Eve. I quite like the celebrations and things like that. Little Julie says, I guarantee Feltham's Tree is better than Twickenham's. I think you're probably right. The shop I mentioned opposite Primark is in Kingston. It's called Heels. Lovely selection of Christmas decorations. It's the lights I want. It's the lights. And I want a big box of lights. I want at least 5,000 lights in one box. I've just got a thing about lights. In fact, I bought some the other day on Amazon. I don't even need any lights. I don't even need them. I just saw them and I went, I bought them because I can give them to people as Christmas presents. Very difficult to buy for you, Thomas, as you well know. I was debating whether to send you to Turkey for cosmetic surgery. Or my tea bag's been taken out of this, by the way. I could tell it has, because the tea's not changed colour. It's still the same pale, insipid thing. You've taken my bag out. You have, I can tell. Well, I always have mine left in. Yes. It's all pale. There's no taste to it. It's like drinking milky water. Yeah, you're a fibber. You knew it wasn't in there. You knew you'd taken it out. Should we do the travel? 5:15? I think we better, actually, because otherwise we'll get into dreadful trouble. It's floated. He's come back in again. He's emptied it out. He's put a tea bag in. He goes, look, it was in there all the time. I can tell by the colour. You're a fibber.
You're supposed to trust me, you are.
Back answering now. Back answering as well. My God, I tell you, this is fighting talk. Fighting talk. All over a tea bag, I tell you. It came to blows, ladies and gentlemen. It came to blows. He's put extra hot water in there as well, knowing I'm going to burn my fingers. So, but listen, so the bag is now floating on the top. The bag that was allegedly in the cup before did not float on the top because it wasn't in there. As you well know. Honestly, some people think you can fool an old hand like me. Goodness sake. I only knew of Steve Allen, says this one here from James, from Eddie Mayer's soundbite of the night. It's the only time he'd ever heard of Steve Allen, from Eddie Mayer's soundbite of the night. He said, well, tonight I couldn't sleep. 4 a.m. I thought, screw it. Get up, start the day, put LBC on. It's actually Steve Allen. He said, no phone calls. I'm astounded. He can do 20 hours, interesting nattering a week. 20 hours a week. 21 hours, I think you'll find. No, wait a minute. 15, 16, 17 hours a week. 17 hours a week, isn't it? So it's 17, and then 3 hours of pre-records. But then I've already done those anyway, so that probably doesn't count. Yes, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? Even I'm surprising myself how talented I am. I could have been a page 3 girl. You imagine, with my brains and a pair of boobs, I could have cleaned up, I could have made a small fortune. Should we go to Soundbite? Soundbite? This was yesterday's Soundbite. I thought somebody was shoplifting Christmas tree decorations. Yes, I was. That was from Bentall's the other day. I thought somebody was shoplifting, and it turned out she was a window dresser. She's taking things off the trees. And so I thought I was being quite good. She was taking things off, putting them in a little basket to go and hang on the trees and the windows. And I said to this woman, I said, is she do you know that woman over there? She said, why? I said, I think she's shoplifting decorations. She said, no, I think she works here. I felt such a fool, honestly. But at least I made an effort. At least I was prepared to stand up and go, I mean, thank God I never chased her down the department. Can you imagine? Stop thief. Oh, God, the humiliation. The humiliation. Aaron says, can somebody tell the travel guy to slow down? Do you know, he's got the fastest speed I've ever known of anybody. He's very good. And you know why? He has to speak that quickly to get in as much travel information. If he didn't mention your travel information, you'd be the first one to write back going, he didn't mention travel. You know, that's why he's very fast. I mean, I can be fast. When I was a newsreader, I could read 5 minutes worth of script and fit it into a 3-minute bulletin. I was a very, very good sight reader. Don't find anybody better than me. Irrespective of Dave Goff down in the travel department. Steve, looks like you'll be getting a mention on Mr. M show today. Stephen and the twins. Reread your trucker message. Have I been turned over again? Jill says, is there no Tesco delivery drivers listening who could drop you round yoghurts? It's not Kevin the milkman. And somebody says, you talk of Heels in Kingston, classy shop, but very expensive. Not too worried about that, because I don't shop in those sort of places all the time. Jenny says, I bank with a co-op. You can help yourself to a free co-op tea or coffee. What else? Yeah. And somebody says, you must have an absolute house full of lights. I do. I've got lights everywhere. Sorry. 170 million reads it, now 105. I really believe, Steve, it's your turn to win the next big one. I'd love to win it. I'd be such a good person. I'd be such a good person. I'd be so generous. Not the people here, but other people I've met. I'd be very helpful to them. Oh, look, the bag's still floating in the cup of tea. Amazing, isn't it, really? Just when you think it would have sunk to the bottom of the cup, this one's alive and well and waving at me from the top of the cup. We just have a quick little slurp. I have to have a slurp, actually. The reason we have a slurp is because he's filled the cup so full, I'm going to burn my skin on my lips. Bloody hell, it's hot. So hot. And the bag's still floating. How surprising. Look, there it is, floating around doing an impression of Jaws. The last one did an impression of the Marie Celeste. It just stayed at the bottom of the cup because it wasn't there. And you just put one in there to try and hoodwink me and to make me feel silly and to make me apologise. Ain't happening. You're not getting an apology. What, for the tea bag that you resurrected? I think not. There was no tea bag in there. You know there wasn't. A written... Just as if... Have you ever heard of a presenter giving a written apology to a minion? Hello? I think not. That doesn't happen at all. Ask the producer. He'll actually tell you that. We never do apology. And Neil says, I love your show. Of course you do. You've got nothing else, have you? Let's face it, I am it at this time of the morning. Another one here. It says, you talk of... wait a minute. Oh, somebody else saying you must have a house full of lights. I do have a house full of lights. I love lights. Don't you love lights? I mean, oh, goodness sake. Lights are like the best thing ever. I'd have them up all year round. Actually, I tell a fib, I do have them up all year round. Around one of my, I've got some big mirrors, as you can imagine, in the sitting room, and I like the lights that go around there with twisted branches. If I had a really big place, like a baronial hall, I'd have, twigs intertwined round things and a big burning log fire in the middle with a spit. And on it would be Luke, and we'd be turning the handle slowly like that, slowly roasting him for the Christmas season, just to make it more entertaining. The Duke of Cambridge has given his seal of approval to Diana Award winners. I didn't even know they had Diana Awards, but they do. A warped video game was slammed yesterday. The cost of posh Beck's gear is daylight robbery. I think they're running out. I think people have suddenly seen through it. I really do. She's having to be bailed out again, and I thought somebody had already put half a ton of money into her company, but it's obviously not working. I mean, who does she think the stuff appeals to? Because every time I've seen it, they go, another gorgeous outfit from Victoria Beckham, and I look at it and go, it's another old lady outfit. I don't know who she's designing for, but, the sort of people who can afford to buy her stuff would not be buying her stuff. They'd be buying Gucci, Balenciaga, Karl Lagerfeld, Versace. They're not going to be buying Victoria Beckham. Dad's an electrician. It doesn't work like that at all. But it's made them a bit of money. David will advertise anything. Pants, whiskey, socks, watches, whatever it is, he'll advertise it. But even that seems to have tailed off, doesn't it? Not looking promising. How long before they have to sell a house somewhere? Either Notting Hill or the one in the Cotswolds that they hardly ever go to. Also, the best hangover cure yet. Wait for this one, Monica. The juice of pears, sweet limes, and coconut water. I don't know if you mix it all together, but I love the juice of pears. Love it. What did I eat the other day, which I shouldn't have done? But I did. It was mandarin segments, but I drain all the juice off and just ate the mandarin segments. I felt a bit bad. Would you share with Katie Price if you won the lottery? Oh, I think you know the answer to that one. When you talk of Kingston, Steve, I always think of Kingston, the capital of Jamaica. Actually, talking of that, was very odd. I was looking at YouTube earlier on, and it was a busker in Birmingham, and he was playing No Woman, No Cry. And there's this woman on crutches shouting at him to stop singing. She didn't want to hear him singing and all the rest of it. And in the end, all the crowd who were around him, it was a big crowd, came out and put money into his hat and things like that, making this woman look a bit stupid, because quite clearly she was one of those peculiars who turns up and starts shouting and remonstrating with people. Dreadful. Sue Ann says, I dropped off a mobile and a Spinart wind spinner, but mine doesn't open at all. I don't know what that is. What's a Spinart wind spinner? Is that something? Do you know what that is? Oh, I don't know what it is, actually. Shane says, last Christmas, all my lights got tangled up from the previous year, so I went out and bought more. Oh, I'd do the same. I spend as little time as possible untangling, and the moment I get to that stage where I go, listen, you put them in the bag all right, then they won't come out the right way. So I then I say, forget it, let somebody else sort it out, and I go and buy new ones. Much easier. Much easier. Also, I'm going to put battery-operated lights on my Christmas wreath this year. Talking of Christmas trees, the Spikers Facebook group members have started to post pictures, says little Julie. Actually, I'm also going to put battery-operated lights on my Christmas wreath. I've got to go out and buy one. I know what one I want. I haven't seen it. They had a really good one in Costco in different colours, red, green and blue, and it was stunning. Meant for indoors, but I thought, they were about 20 quid. And I thought at that price I'd leave them outside, and then, if one sort of fell apart, put another one up there. I love a Christmas wreath on a door. It just looks so festive. It's almost like, come on in, which of course is not the thing I want to give to people. Monica says I need to go back to the Caribbean. Not surprised. That's where I bet who's going over to the Caribbean this year. Oh, I should imagine Simon Cowell, Jonathan Shalit, all the big names. They all go over to the big hotel over there, which is lovely. Next time we'll drink it in the morning after, says Monica. Chris in Alton said I had a pelican curry last night. It was lovely. Should have seen the size of the bill. Steve, that's good. The Co-op in the Strand's open for 24 hours, 7 days a week. All right. Get your coat. Oh, wouldn't it be lovely if you sort of sent him over there and said, listen, go and bring back yoghurts, mince pie yoghurts. He'd come back, or he'd phone, he'd go, I haven't got mince pie yoghurts. I haven't got them. That's what you'd say, isn't it? You'd say, I haven't got them, Steve. But don't worry, I found a tea bag floating in the bottom of a cup. I can bring you in as well. Never works. It's funny, this tea bag is still floating in the top of this cup. I wonder what makes it do that. The fact it's in there. Yes. That's a sort of, that would be a question that would go on Dave O'Brien's programme, wouldn't it? We have to ask him a question. How? And he would then sort of answer why sometimes the tea bag floats and why sometimes it doesn't. But it definitely wasn't in there. I knew it wasn't in there because the colour would have changed the tea. No, of course it would change to the bottom after you emptied the milky stuff out. And so, because it was the only little bit in there. You see, I'm a bit Miss Marple. I can solve all these things. I'm a bit Agatha Christie. I like to sort of investigate. And I'm telling you, that tea bag never saw the light of day before my cup went back to the kitchen. I know you say it did, but we don't believe you. Steve, making me thirsty but spoilt for choice, had sugar-free banana milk in Cornwall 7 years ago. I haven't found any since. I've never heard of sugar-free banana milk. I've heard of banana milk. You can buy it in Iceland. You can buy it in Waitrose. You can buy it in... you can get it in Marks and Spencer as well. In fact, nearly every single supermarket does banana milk. I love banana milk. Have you ever had banana milk and chocolate milk mixed together? That's particularly nice. So go for that one, Christine. Also, starting my day drinking hot chocolate with crumpets and golden syrup. Ugh. Not golden syrup. What, on the crumpets? Ugh. God, I can't think of anything worse. My mother used to make like a thing with mashed up oats or something and then honey all mixed in together and then make it into a tray and then slice it so it became butter. That was nice, actually. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Definitely lights on the wreath will look lovely. I agree. And another one here. So I find it admirable that Thomas, Connor, Ollie and yourself eat things at 5 a.m. that most would only eat at lunchtime. Well, actually, no, we're not eating anything. I mean, Thomas has just had a chocolate bar, but that's his anyway. It's only because he's going on holiday, so he's celebrating going on holiday. And Luke is having grapes because he's vegan, and Thomas has got Netflix, and which is very, very laudable. But Luke's vegan, but he's not fasting today, so he's allowed to have grapes. So I said, he said, what colour are the grapes? I said, green. He went, are you sure you don't mean white? So, of course, he was right. It said white grapes on there, but they look blooming green to me. Take that smug look off your face. Remember that song? Take that look off your face. I can see through your smile. Forget which musical it was from, but it was very good. This morning, a couple of police stories in the papers today, which isn't such good because they're both really bad police stories. One is a policeman who made a sex video. I mean, you would have thought, would you not, that if you're a copper and you know the law and he made this sex video of himself and then sent it to people, you would think somebody's going to find out who you are, they're going to recognise your picture, and you're going to lose your job. And so he did lose his job, and you can't help but sort of ask the question, are you completely thick? There's another one who's been sacked for, wait for this one, flogging Nazi and Auschwitz memorabilia on eBay. He'd been and stolen things, and he put them on eBay, and wonders why he got caught, and he was fired. I mean, perhaps it's a different breed of police officers. Perhaps in my day it was all Dixon of Dock Green. Much nicer. Steve, I'm a regular listener and wondered if you could please give me any tips to calm my nerves. I have to speak to 500 people today, adults and children in a hall, and I'm very nervous. No sleep. No, Mo, that's easy. I mean, that is easy. The bigger the crowd, the easier it is. If I was comparing something or doing something in a hall of 20,000 people, that would be easy peasy. Because you can't see them. You can only hear them. The more difficult ones would be, playing to maybe like 20 or 30 people who probably don't want to be listening to you anyway. But no, I've actually done most of the places I do. When I was doing the one-man show, it's 600-ish, something like that. About 500 at the Leicester Square Theatre for February. And then we went up to, I think, 1,200. And it's easy. Once you get going, you tend to forget the people there. That's what I do. Tim's yoghurt with honey, available only at Waitrose. It's a pot full of heaven, Steve. Oh, right. I like the sound of that one, actually. Nathan says, if you and your LBC colleagues had to narrate a Christmas animated movie or cartoon, which character would they narrate? Oh, God. Well, that's quite difficult. I don't know what character I would narrate. It would definitely be A Christmas Carol. Scrooge? Why would I do Scrooge, you miserable little devil? Why would I want to do Scrooge? I'm the most generous person I know. I'm the most phenomenally generous person. Ask anybody who knows me, and they'll say, that Steve Allen is the most generous person that I know. What are you eating at the moment? Shall we come back to that one? Let's sort of signpost it for you. I'm very generous. Ask anybody. Ask Thomas. Ask Thomas what I gave him last Christmas. You'll never guess. I didn't. Steve. Oh, so it's try Tim's yoghurt with honey, available only at Waitrose. I shall try that one, actually. And somebody says, do you always leave your tea bag in your cuppa? Yeah. Because I like the flavour to wander through. And so that's why, even this it's still floating on the top, by the way. The new tea bag, the old one, of course, didn't, because it wasn't in there. And it's changed the colour of the tea. It goes darker and it tastes slightly more full of strength, which is very nice. I like it anyway. I like it. Always with the tea bag. I've always done that. I don't know why. If I had the money, Steve, every year I'd go to the Caribbean from January to March. Winters in Britain are so miserable. I know. I know people who do that. I know people who do that. Somebody says, how disturbing. Yesterday I was in Sainsbury's and a guy was walking around singing the 12 Days of Christmas, except his version was really awful. Oh, yeah, I've heard some very funny versions of the 12 Days of Christmas, and I've also heard of some deeply unfunny things. Steve, I wonder if Katie Price will have to write another book or beg to be on the panel. Well, I don't think anyone's going to touch her. The only way that she'll go on a television programme is if she can talk about herself, which is extremely dull and boring. That's why she's bankrupt. Because she's not been on Loose Women for the best part of a year. Because it's a pointless exercise putting her on there. The producers have realised that if you put her on there, she just talks. She can't contribute to anything at all. She's only focused on herself, which is very tedious and very, very boring. So that's why. My son is Miro, who's 28, recently started listening to you, says Jackie. And in fact, I told him to listen to you before he was born. Oh, I know people like that. Also, definitely, Muller Light are now doing gin yogurts and pink gin yogurts. Oh, no. Oh, definitely not. And also, just going back to the Katie Price thing, she's never written a book in her life. Never written a book. She doesn't write anything at all. Other people do it for her. Lights. Amazon do the best lights ever. I'm very fussy. They're tiny and very white. I don't want white lights. I don't like white lights. I like the coloured. I like coloured. So that's what I go for every time. I don't think I've ever done a tree with white lights. I could do, but I don't want it to look like Harrods windows, which at the moment are looking very sad. There must be some fault or something. Every time I come through, the two giant trees, the fake ones, are on the top of their door, and they've probably got them inside as well and everything else. But the windows, only one window has got the lights going all the way around it. The others never seem to be on. Very disappointing. When you turn the radio to LBC, whilst sniffing out a late-night snack, and you forget Stephen Allen is on Anecdotes and First World Grumbles and Very Much Alive. Yes, absolutely, Jason. Absolutely. I'd get your picture doctored, by the way. It's a bad picture. Is it photoshopped? I don't know. He said police officers aren't breeds. Well, they're quite clearly, some of them are quite mad, aren't they, really? Tim's yoghurt with honey is also available from us, says Kevin the Milkman at Parker Dairies. We must be the Waitrose of dairies. Of course you are. Of course you are. And somebody wants to know what Thomas is watching on Netflix. Because he's got Netflix, as he never ceases to remind me. I don't have Netflix. I don't even have Sky. I don't have anything like that. I've just got a lot of DVDs, which I play, which I quite like. I like a good film. Sorry, are you busy or something, Luke? Are you managing to do... Just listening. Well, that's good that somebody's listening in, you know. It's nice to have one person, I suppose, listening into the programme. So I've got no idea. I'll ask him when he actually comes back. Amy in Bridgewater says I double up on tea bags and leave them in. Oh, we put two in? Oh, no, I don't want it that strong. No. Definitely don't want it that strong. But no, one is enough. As long as you leave your bag in, that's all right. Because it's still eating the grapes and enjoying them, are we? Oh, good. And just checking, you know, seeing as you only wanted a couple to start with, I'm assuming now you're practically through the box. Only guessing. Only guessing. You're taking... Oh, well, take advantage, please. You know, it's obviously good for you. It's going to go completely round the bend, isn't it, really, now? Mad Dog says, as you're very generous, could you lend me a tenner until the end of the week? Yeah, sure. Send in a stamped addressed envelope. Not. Tina Turner turned 80. Still would, says John in Shoreditch. She's 80. She looks fantastic for 80. I mean, she really does look fantastic. What's Katie going to do for money now? Another stint in the jungle or Big Brother? Or will she marry a rich man? Well, no, she wants to marry this latest little one that she's got dragging around, who's apparently one of these... he's a fitness trainer. So, in other words, he hasn't got any money. They don't make any money, I'm afraid. And it's from Ivan, who's at Rowley Regis near Brum, a place I know you're dying to visit. If I won big, a place I'm dying to leave. Obviously not very happy there, are you, really? Tipping down in Diss. They said it was going to be raining today. Producer's got to leave here, go home. He's going to get about 3 hours sleep. Then he's going to get up, have a shower, do his hair. Shouldn't take too long. And then he's going to get a taxi from here to get him home quicker. He's absolutely loaded, seriously. Not only has he got Netflix, he's got money. What are you watching on Netflix, dear? Little Julie wanted to know. She was curious. Oh, God, here we go. This is where you have to drag... It's like torture, this. It's like dragging blood out of a stone. What are you watching on Netflix? I might know them. Archer, yeah, okay. Final Space. South Park, yeah. Now name me something I don't know. Sorry? Big Mouth. That doesn't exist. Does it? Oh, right. Is it exist? Oh, right, yeah, I knew that. I knew that one. Big Mouth. He just somebody wrote in and asked, Thomas, you'd be horrified by this. You might have to remonstrate with him. We might have to sort of hang him outside, upside down by his shoes. And which character would we take on if all the LBC team recorded something for Christmas? And so I was trying to rack my brains. He actually came up with, I could do Scrooge. Scrooge, me. I said, I'm the most generous person you're ever going to meet. I am known as Mr. Generous. I give. You know, I'm that sort of person, aren't I? I'm very generous. In fact, aren't I? Yeah, I'm hugely generous. Even I think I'm generous. I'm very, very... And he's sitting there going, oh, Scrooge, whilst eating the grapes. And when they were in here, he just said, oh, I'll just have a couple. I said, no, take the box. Well, that was a mistake number one, wasn't it? Because they've all gone. Nobody loves Christmas more than me. I'm a give person. Steve, I was told green tea is beneficial for diabetics. I've got no idea. I couldn't tell. We have it here, but I'm not sure whether it's good for me. Amy says 2 is great for a very large cup. Mine's very big. My cup here, very, very big. Feeling quite low at the moment. Can I trust that you'll be heading the fundraising campaign, says Kevin and Luke, to help poor Katie Price. Yes, let's raise a fundraiser to get her out the country, shall we? That'll be nice. Brought entirely on herself. Also, Fred is in a white van. You're not doing a burglary, are you? Do you know that the majority of burglaries are done by people with white vans? They always say, police are looking for a man with a white van. Well, that limits it, doesn't it, really? Interesting choices, Thomas, says little Julie. I don't think he's watching those at all. I think he's watching Winnie the Pooh, aren't you, or something like that. You watching anything festive? You don't really do festive, do you? You're about the least festive person I know. Are you wearing your Christmas jumper now? Are you? Oh, right. Oh. Doesn't look very festive. I saw it earlier on. It never crossed my mind it was festive. The other one I got you is more festive. I have to wear that one when you come back, because we'll be into December. I've got 3. I've got 3 festive jumpers. I'm going to look pretty tasty in a festive jumper. And I'm not going to wear a vest either. Look at that, eh? Actually, I probably will have to wear a T-shirt or something, because otherwise it'll itch like madness. 5:45 is the time, almost to the second. A miracle. Let's get a check on the road and rail this morning. Nice to be company, bouncing along as we are, riding on the crest of a wave. Somebody says, do you have the patience to watch anything that's longer than an hour? That's quite interesting. I mean, the answer is yes. Although I didn't watch the Bond film Skyfall. It was way too long for me. I lost interest after 15 minutes. So they have to be a certain length. I think. Also, this one says, if I won the lottery, I'd move out of Riverwood and go to North Sydney, where all the rich people live. Yeah, but the trouble is, you would probably find, Shane, that the rich people wouldn't welcome you with open arms. I've seen the Real Housewives of Sydney, or wherever it is. What a ghastly bunch of old baggages. Oh, dear me. Dreadful. They're nearly as bad as the ones from Cheshire. I mean, that is like, going to an old people's home for cats. Awful. Have you noticed, Steve, the police seem to be covered in tattoos and have long beards? I know. I've never seen so many policemen with long beards. They appear to be all turning up on the television programmes as well. Also, somebody says here, this is Steve Allen show. No, why is this one here? I thought this was coming, did you? Are you talking about Katie Price's bankruptcy? Because I don't know, it doesn't actually say anything, actually. But I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it was Katie Price's bankruptcy. So let's see how much it's going to affect her. Because if they see any pictures of her out shopping, they're going to want to know where she's got the money from. It's as simple as that. Mind you, now, a very good opportunity for the kids to move out and go and live with their respective fathers. Much, much easier. Much easier. Daily Star this morning. Goodness me, what have we got? We got the Lotto couple. He's a builder, Steve Thompson. 105 million. 105 million, so good for... Listen, doesn't make any difference to me. Doesn't make any difference to me. Petrol head Gordon Ramsay wants to swap his chef's hat for a helmet and become a racing driver. Paul Hollywood's returning his hand to acting, because apparently he was an actor beforehand. And Donald Trump will be at Buckingham Palace next week when the Queen hosts the NATO leaders. Prince Andrew not invited. So there's more good news. Steve. Never live near a quiet bloke who keeps himself to himself, says Peter. Every time somebody's arrested for serial killings, the neighbours say, he's a very quiet bloke who keeps himself to himself, yes. How many times have we seen that on the television? And also a whole load of movie memorabilia. You're going to love this, seriously. Christopher Reeve's cape worn in Superman is the headline item. They reckon it could fetch up to $156,000. Also, there's a motorbike owned by Steve McQueen, £156,000. 500 items they've got here, including Bilbo Baggins' pipe from the Lord of the Rings trilogy. There's everything. And, just loads of things. Loads of things. So if you like that, you'll find it all on the internet. Caroline Flack, here she is. The trouble is, whenever you see Caroline Flack dressed up and going out, she just looks as though it's just too much of an effort for her, doesn't it, really? Over in the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, they're all doing very, very well. Very well. And I think, who's that a picture of? Could be Roman Kemp, I'm not sure, actually. They were doing sort of Bush Tucker trials, and they're doing very well. But Jacqueline Joss's husband lands in Australia today for showdown talks over claims he cheated on her with a Love Island star. Well, he won't be allowed to talk to her. We're doing a game show here. If she wants to walk out, then, the money should be deducted. Because she's not particularly brilliant. She's taken off her wedding ring. But, you can't trust him as far as you could throw him. But I don't know whether that's true or not. But he's going out there because one of the other celebrities in a group you've never heard of, told her that he definitely thought he cheated. Steve, Katie Price is getting a mobile home so she can get back to her roots. She's already got a mobile home. Where she's going to live, but also she's going to live in a place. I want to see what it looks like. I want to know how she's affording to pay for it, or is somebody else paying for it? That's what I want to know. Very interesting. Another one here, which says... Oh, this is the police officer sacked for stealing from Auschwitz. He sold barbed wire and items described as fence insulators. He was later accused of extreme lack of judgment and insensitivity. He faced 4 allegations relating to the selling of historical items linked to World War II, which breached the standards of professional behaviour. So he's been dismissed from the police. You'd have to be stupid that you could get away with that, wouldn't you, really? And a Nazi-themed toilet roll has been snapped up for 160 quid. Thought to be a world record price for a loo roll, made in the 1930s. Each of the 20 sheets are imprinted with a Nazi cartoon. Well, yeah, I think that seems quite reasonable, 160 quid for something like that. Made in the 1930s. Well, good value. Well, good value. Dawn Neeson today, talking about I'm a Celebrity. Gemma Collins as well. Poor old Gemma, honestly. It must be dreadful. Old woman like that. Nothing going on in her life. And then she offers herself for sex to Piers Morgan. Really. Not even funny, is it? Plus, Prince Andrew, grounded by mummy, had his pocket money stopped. He's 59, but at least he's now got stuff in common with some of the young ladies he allegedly met through paedophile chum Epstein. Kim Kardashian says she was encouraged to cover up her inflated boobs after an audience with Donald Trump. Dawn Neeson says, I can't think why meeting the president would make her think of giant tits. So very quickly, it's a naughty word, I know. It's a funny word, though, isn't it? Matt Stadland's book was full of them. Full of them. You couldn't move. Seriously. Did you get a copy of the book? Did you buy one? Oh, that's sweet, isn't it, honestly? Fancy you spending money on that. Did you buy a tea towel? Did you get a tea towel? Oh, right. Yeah. I don't ask. Just checked, It's good. My brother bought one as well. Also, David Beckham's struggling fashion firm, good God, it's all collapsing around the Beckhams, isn't it? Has been slammed for selling Peaky Blinders flat caps at 85 quid each. And you can still buy the official Peaky Blinders tie-in clothes. But some of this clobber here, 165 quid for a shirt. 215 for trousers and a double-breasted overcoat for 895 quid. One fan said, I didn't realise I'd need to be as rich as David Beckham to afford his clothing. Oh, he'll do anything for money. That's what they do. But it's not work, does it? Having to bail her out. That's another 600,000 gone down the Swanee, which is not so good. How they know these things, I've got no idea. Steve, if you have Skyfall on DVD, forward to the scene where Bond arrives at the castle with M. That's when it becomes interesting, says Ollie. Ah, right. Right. It just didn't appeal to me. Because now they're just made up, aren't they? They aren't the stories that were written by Ian Fleming. There's a woman here who makes cakes. And this is a fantastic cake. I mean, it really is. It's of her dog. But it is a cake. And she had decorating it took about a day. She does all sorts of these fancy cakes. I'm very jealous of anybody who can do stuff like that. Katie Price, found fame as a glamour model, was not at the hearing. She was given time to cut a deal with the taxman. Her proposal was sort of accepted, but she failed to stick to it. In other words, it's just lies again on more lies, I'm afraid. Snowflakes visiting the legendary warship HMS Victory have been moaning it's too cramped. One complained the ceilings were so low they feared bumping their heads. Another said the 250-year-old vessel was too dark, whilst the third had to leave after suffering claustrophobia. I mean, are these people really dumb? Yep, they really are. They're not smarter than the average bear at all. Here we go, the gem gangs who pocketed millions. The Pink Panthers, the Plane Crazies, all these sort of people. The trouble is, they're not much use having these gems. You can't do anything with them, can you? You can't exactly go out wearing them, which is what some people would want to do. Lord Sugar has admitted going under the knife to have his eyes done. I've given up watching The Apprentice now. I've decided they are all way too stupid to feature in my life. I mean, they really are as dumb as anything. My friend Ian says Skyfall's very good, has a lot of nods to older Bond movies. It just doesn't appeal to me, Skyfall. It just doesn't sound exciting enough. He's only doing one more, isn't he? One more Bond film, and then they'll probably have to look, because I'm available. I could do it. I could be Bond. I could, do all the action bits and pieces. I'd have to go on a special diet, obviously, to get there, but I could definitely do it. I see no reason. If Harry Styles thought he could do it, who was the other one who wanted to do? And we all get, Peter Andre. Hilarious. Peter Andre thought he could be James Bond. That would be the campest James Bond we've probably ever seen in our entire lives. And James Bond sings to you. Can you imagine? The crooks would be giving up left, right and centre. Yeah, fine. Here we go. More festive sandwiches. Ham and pork. Sounds quite nice. Tesco gammon and piccalilli. The Asda Boxing Day sandwich. The veggie. There's loads of veggie things. Loads of veggie food available for you. You can have a very merry vegan wrap. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Sounds good. Good. Also, M&S No Turkey Feast. Boots vegan Christmas market sausage. So you'd be all right with that one, wouldn't you? They don't, actually, no, surprisingly. No, I'm meat all the way through. I don't think I could ever do vegan. I quite fancy Sainsbury's turkey, bacon and cranberry. Tesco's gluten-free turkey and stuffing. Tesco's turkey tikka and onion bhaji wrap. Sounds a bit exciting, doesn't it, really? And then you've got Starbucks brie and cranberry merry focaccia. That sounds good, doesn't it, really? But they've also got loads of other things. Pretz Christmas turkey and ham soup. They're all doing soup now. Everybody does soup. I love a soup. I've got tomato soup with me. I might have a tomato soup. Might get Luke to go and make a tomato soup. Kind of, you don't have to put the tea bag in the tomato soup. I thought I'd better tell you that now, just in case it ended up floating around the top of it. Looking like Jaws again, I suppose. Also, Britain's recycling disgrace. I don't recycle. I've told people that before. Somebody wrote into me, "You're a disgrace." I thought, yeah, well, whatever. And the BBC's big festive movie this year. Ready? Wait for it. Paddington 2. Da-da-da-da. And Finding Dory. Finding Dory. That's about as exciting as watching paint dry, isn't it? Well, Paddington 2's good, but we've all seen it. So Ellen DeGeneres is doing the voiceover on that one. But we do like Paddington. In fact, Paddington is a hero. Paddington is a star. We would talk to Paddington. If he came up for interview, we'd talk to Paddington. He's very nice. Prince Charles seeking direct advice from the Duke of Edinburgh, Daddy, to decide his next move in the scandal engulfing Prince Andrew. Get rid of him. Get rid of him. You don't need him. He's surplus to requirements now. I bet that's come as a bit of a blow to him. You know, all of a sudden thinking, oh, I'm the big I am, I can do whatever I want to do. And somebody's come back and they've gone, no, you can't. No, you can't, mate. And the family, why don't you take him and go and live abroad? Go and live in... Welcome to Wednesday, the 27th of November. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC, and with you every weekday morning, 4 till 7, as we kind of kickstart the day. It's not easy, is it? As you've got all that expense coming up with Christmas, the presents. I mean, I can't remember if I'm organised this year or not organised. I need to speak to the parents of my godchildren and sort of find out exactly what the situation, where they're going to be for Christmas, because we don't know at the moment. I don't know where they're going to be for Christmas. And so we'll have to sort that out and what everybody wants. It's always going to be money. Money's the easy bit. I always think money's the easy bit. So much easier to give people money for Christmas. Then they can go and buy what they really, really want. What they really want. Over in the camp, honoured and insulted, Andrew wins 10 stars in Trial by Camels, and they found some giant lizards with nasty bites, which seem to be heading in the direction of the camp. I mean, to be honest with you, just the fact they've got snakes and spiders out there is more than enough to put me off going there. Nothing, no amount of money would ever tempt me to do anything like this. You know, even somebody went, how about £1 million? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Poor old Dan Osborne, I mean, wearing obviously the latest chav outfit, is taking the kids off out. I mean, one of them looks, I don't know what age you have to be to go to school now. But he insists he's just friends with somebody called Gabby Allen, who's another one of these people off Love Island or wherever it is. So he's decided to fly out there. They all seem to be out there. Judy Finnegan flew out there. Judy Finnegan went out there and sort of, that's why we had to mention her, I'm afraid, on the programme the other day, because they were pictured leaving the Versace hotel, her and hubby, Richard, and she really looks like she's been dragged through a hedge backwards, poor soul. They always seem to get bad pictures. Steve, why doesn't she sell her name and let someone who knows what they're doing design and sell her clothes? You can't do that. Well, I mean, you could do it, but to be honest with you, who seriously in their right mind would want to ever look like Jordan? I mean, seriously, somebody goes, oh, so the look you were creating was Jordan. I don't think so. She has no sense of fashion. She's the worst dressed person. The worst dressed person you've ever seen. Seriously. I mean, really badly dressed. None of her things, I mean, she was always paid money for promoting things, and most of them failed. In fact, nearly everything failed. I don't think there's anything going now. I mean, the books you can probably pick up remaindered, you know, for sort of pennies and tuppences and things like that. 84850, another one here, says, love you to be the next James Bond, says Stephen Potter's Bar. Somebody said, I think stick to being Brooke Bond. Can you imagine? So funny, actually, wouldn't it? I keep seeing different people popping up in films. You know, people I know will sort of pop up in a film. That's exciting, isn't it, really? Steve, David Gandy would make an excellent Bond, says Penny. Penny, you're letting your imagination run away with you, as you can well imagine. Somebody else saying, haven't the Beckhams got enough money? Well, they're down on what they did have. She thinks she's running a global empire for fashion, but she's already got rid of loads of staff. He's just had to stick another 600k in to the accounts because as they move stuff around, his income has gone down almost by half. Maybe the bubble's burst for the Beckhams. Maybe the bubble isn't there anymore. Perhaps they aren't the golden couple. Mind you, I never thought they were. Do you remember when they were telling us a short while ago, oh, the Beckhams are worth $1 billion? I went, no, they're not. Of course they're not. Why would they be? She doesn't seem to be very successful selling clothes, mainly and she wears her own clothes, but that gives you an idea. Have you ever seen her in the flesh? She's thin. She is, seriously, I've got screens in the studio that are thicker than she is. Somebody said, Russ the Postie's in Southend, still in shorts. Steve, I was watching TV and drinking a cup of tea last night with a new tea bag from Yorkshire Tea, dunked biscuit flavour. When on the TV came what I thought was the Crankies breaking into politics, but it turned out to be Andrew Neil interviewing Nicola Sturgeon. You're going to get a lot of that. You're going to get a lot of that. And you said earlier that GC has nothing going on in life. You're wrong. Arj is about to pop the question. Are you stupid? You must be the thickest person going. No, that's the whole idea. That's why she's in the news. He's not popping the question. And it's not going to be the wedding of the year. She's too fat. She's already admitted it. He's too fat. So there is no wedding, which is hilarious. That's why she's got nothing going on in her life. She sits there. I mean, the last time she wanted to join the Illuminati. I mean, that's how stupid she is. I don't even think she knows what it is. So there's nothing going on in the life. Arj is not popping the question. You joke, him settle down? He's been back with other people while he's been going out with her. Goodness sake, where have you been? You don't follow these things at all. Donnie says, Judy Finnegan, is she still with us? Well, she is. She is. I like her. She's 71. She was always the best. She couldn't get a word in edgewise, could she? Whenever her and Richard did the show together, she'd start attempting to go down a route and he'd talk all over her. So she ended up saying nothing. But she liked Friday. Friday was wine day. Friday was wine club, the Richard and Judy wine club. Oh, dear. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Another one that says, Luke says, I'm a Les Miserables. Get me out of here. And Pippa wants to know, here you go, you can answer this question, because I don't know. What age do you stop giving the godchildren presents? Well, I'm still giving them money at the age of over 20 for two of them. I mean, should it have stopped by now? But it's godchildren. To be honest with you, I don't know. And you still give them stuff at 40? I don't think you do you? I don't think so. You know, and when they get married, what do you still keep giving money? I don't know. You've opened a hornet's nest there. I shall have to check. With these people. I shall have to check with Mummy and Daddy. Did you know you can see Brussels sprout cabbage in the shops? Yes, you can get it on Amazon. And we did it. You should always trust this programme to have done the news long before you get round to it. So we did Katie Price's bankruptcy ages ago. We knew she was going bankrupt. It was just a matter of time. The moment you see her with a load of boxes and bags that she's been spending money, you think to yourself, you're just determined to destroy everything. It's it doesn't go any further, I'm afraid. Poor soul. She's not going to resurrect a career. She thought that she was going to turn her house into a wedding venue. Do me a favour. That'll be sold. I think it'll probably go for about 800,000. Somebody will need to spend about 300,000 doing it up again. The pool, the tennis court, all of those cost big money. Pools definitely cost big money. It needs completely redoing again. The interior of the house needs complete gutting and starting again. And so they could be looking at £500,000 to do it up. Easily. Is it? Well, I don't know. What about the location? Is that good or bad? To be honest with you, what I'd do? I'd pull it down and put up a block of flats. That way you'd make more money by putting up 6 flats or 8 flats with parking and a bit of ground and a communal swimming pool. That's what I'd do. Who wants a house that she's had? We saw how filthy dirty it was inside. Really disgustingly dirty. So she's obviously moved into something else. Now, whether or not she's paying for it, because I don't know where the money's coming from now, there appears to be no jobs. I think what she does is she gets jobs like doing nightclubs. I'm sure they must have looked at this before. And I reckon most of the people that pay that, whether it goes through the agent, I don't know, or whether they just pay her cash. Because either way, she's really going to be sort of getting in trouble. Quite easily she can get into trouble. But she thinks she's cleverer. As I say, she's very similar to Prince Andrew. They think they're above the law, but they're not. And eventually the newspapers will beat them down. It goes back to what people used to be like. You misbehaved, the newspapers got hold of you. And in her case, she got loads of coverage. When she was on Loose Women, I can remember actually, Carol McGiffin, I don't think they saw eye to eye at all, which actually I quite liked, because Carol McGiffin's very feisty and she's good. And whenever she was on there, it was just that, unfortunately Jordan just took over the programme and they all sat there with their mouths on the floor. It was a bit embarrassing, really. Bit embarrassing, but luckily they haven't put her back on the television for ages. They found other useless people. Who's romancing in Strictly? Can't tell you. Somebody says, I think you make an excellent Fagin in Oliver Twist. I don't think so. With the studio minions playing urchins. Are you serious? They couldn't play urchins. One's over 6'3" tall. What sort of urchin would he be? Urchins are little people. In this life, one thing counts, in the bank, large amounts. I'm afraid these don't grow on trees. You got to pick a pocket or two, you. And so it goes on. Actually, I thought that was a fairly good audition. And it was this, ooh, you got to pick a pocket or two. And then all the kids dancing, oh, we are painted, whatever it was. But they used to go around stealing, pick a pocket or two. Yes, the funny thing is, they were all sopranos, which I thought was mildly interesting. Steve, I thought you were informed. Richard and Judy are there as James Haskell as their son-in-law, says Gary. Are you thick? Are you really thick? You can't be that stupid, can you? He's married to their ghastly daughter, the little fitness thing. Are you stupid? God, blimey, I tell you. I tell you what, you're too stupid. I'm going to ban you now. You won't be writing in again. God, I can't do with people who are that thick. It's like the other day, somebody wrote in something, I suddenly realised it was a bit ironic. He said, I saw that film of White Christmas. He said, it's really boring. It doesn't snow till the end of the film. So I told a friend of mine, and he said, does he know that's the story? I said, I shouldn't think so. And did you see Richard Madeley getting browner and browner? He put his wife's tan on by accident. I don't think Judy has ever worn tan in her life. Steve, I would carry on giving them presents. I think godchildren are a lifetime's responsibility, says Viv, who's on holiday in Mauritius, still living, hearing your dulcet tones. So what do you think for their whole of their life you keep paying? You think that's right? I don't know, actually. I'm not sure I could... I don't think I want to commit to the rest of my life. Bill, that's a fair financial outlay, I think. Steve, I'm a professional Toastmaster, says Bob. Many years ago, before she changed her name to Katie, I was Toastmaster at this charity function. And later she asked me to dance, and I turned her down. She was not happy, but I was. She was the size of a house. Yes, well, there you go. Maybe Katie could live in the mobile home with her new boyfriend, the fitness freak. Yeah, but she's got all these children. I mean, she's really been very stupid. Really. Even if you bought into the lie that she once had 40 million, which of course she didn't. She never had 40 million. She's never even earned 40 million. It's a case of she's basically screwed up her kids' lives. I don't know what they're going to be getting for Christmas, but it'll have to be from their father because she's got diddly squat. But of course she won't appreciate it. She always thinks everybody, is sort of, she has to fight her corner, but of course she doesn't because most of it's made up. You can wind her up by saying, oh, your latest boyfriend's cheated on you. Seriously, you can just wind her up. She buys into everything. Steve, I too am giving my nephew and nieces Christmas gifts. They're in their 30s. Only like Prosecco, chocolates, M&S vouchers, but still, if you get an answer, I need to know, says Anne. Well, I don't know. I mean, mine are they aren't in their 30s, quite clearly. But they get money at the moment. I mean, next year might be different. I don't know. I feel as I'm paying the petrol for the cars. You have to, don't you? You've got to look after people. Have to look after the team in here. Not all of them. And that's always quite good. There'll be a little present for somebody, a little gift under the tree. Christmas has taken over. All the lights are up. People are out buying shit. You need to spend money. But as I say, when I went to Kingston the other day, I was really surprised. It's the amount of shops in the marketplace that have closed. Whether or not they're going to be pulling down the buildings and putting up new modern buildings, I've got no idea. But it was always a thriving area, noticeable. Even in the Bentall Centre, I mean, I'm assuming it must be rents and stuff like that. You've got to sell a lot of stuff. When I was having breakfast, and this was 20 to 10 in the morning, there was only 3 of us in the breakfast place. Good breakfast, not cheap, but good breakfast. Whereas you go up to the garden centre, Squires, and they're packed out. Even the local police go up there for breakfast. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. In fact, sometimes you have to wait for the police to be served before you can get served. How is Auntie Enid? Will you be going over to see her before Christmas? Sadly not this year. Sadly not. We're going to go and see her in the new year because I think she gets a bit upset about Christmas time. I think it stems back to childhood. She always wanted to put on the white beard and the red thing and do ho, ho, ho and go round to the local kids and stuff like that. But they don't do that anymore, so she can't do it. So I think what we'll do is sort of go and see her in the new year. I mean, she's clinging on. Dear Lord above, I mean, she really is fantastic. Steve, Richard Madeley always struck me as being very vain and full of himself. It wouldn't surprise me if he hadn't worn Judy's self-tanning lotion. I don't think Judy wears self-tanning lotion for some reason. I don't know why. She just doesn't look like that sort of person. She writes books, though, doesn't she? She was the one who sort of wanted to opt out, and then they came back a short while ago. And somebody says, I agree with you about Richard Madeley. He's heading towards David Dickinson on the 50 Shades of Mahogany chart. Dale got very upset once when somebody compared him to David Dickinson, because he used to say, Dale's orange and things like that. It's just that he liked to go and tan himself. It was never fake tan. It was always the real tan. Steve, have you seen the Walker's Christmas flavoured crisps, turkey and stuffing, pigs in blankets and Brussels sprouts? I don't think I want things like that. I'm not a big crisp eater anyway. They're not very good for you. So, if I would have one, I would probably, I don't know, which one would I go for? Probably the turkey and stuffing, I suppose. If you want pigs in blankets from Greggs, you have to go there after 10, says Lee. After 10? Why don't they do them for breakfast? Because they're too busy doing up the bacon rolls and all the other little things. I had a bacon baguette the other day, which was very nice. I enjoyed it thoroughly. I walked up the high street eating it, feeling quite decadent. Steve, with the high street being in a state of flux, I suggest gift vouchers be avoided as presents. Oh, yes, I wouldn't ever give a gift voucher. I think a gift voucher is terrible. And the reason I do, I think it shows a total lack of imagination. I couldn't think of anything to buy you, even though I know you. So I bought you a gift voucher. Oh, blimey. How boring. So, no, you're right, cash is better. And also because you don't know the state of some of these companies. Some of these sort of companies which are still trading look a bit, and you might end up leaving the actual gift voucher one. Then they come back and they go, unfortunately, it's not valid now. The company's gone under. So I think Cash and Steve, yes, he did. He did. I don't think it was Marks and Spencer's. I think it was somewhere else. Also, I would stop buying presents when they're 16, then do 18 and 21st birthday, marriage, and then stop unless they start buying you presents. Oh dear. Well, they've gone way over that one, Jackie. Way over. When they have children, you can always start again, but less money. Oh no, I don't think that works. This sounds like a lifetime's commitment. I've had other people say to me, oh, sort of pregnant and we'd like you to be godfather. I go, I've already got 3, thank you very much indeed. I don't want any more. I've got 3 and a brother. That's quite enough. Steve, has your 6'3" studio urchin minion got an elongated elf costume? No, but he'd probably wear one, actually. I think you could persuade him to wear something like that. He'd do that. He's up for a bit of a laugh. Except he won't go on a ride, will he, in the fun fair? But it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Do you do rides in fun fairs, Lou? I thought you might. Yeah, you do teacups. Yes, I thought it wouldn't go beyond teacups, to be honest with you. You just do teacups. You just sit there going round, do you, like that? Yes. I saw you on something like sort of, one of those sort of very high roller coasters. Have you been to Winter Wonderland? Oh, you must go. No, you must do Winter Wonderland. It's very good. Yeah, he went on the Ferris wheel. All right, safe. Oh, that's nice. Is she still there? She's still... Yeah. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, just about. I thought it was maybe petering out. It was taken this year because, especially if it doesn't rain. If it doesn't rain, it's fine. And they have a nice roller coaster, which is very good. Gets to the end of the line. And, of course, it's all free-flowing. Shoots around the corner and then off down. Oh, lovely. So I say lovely, actually. It's not lovely here. And Steve, you were quite right, said David in Chelmsford about Katie Price. I'm never wrong. Because bearing in mind, we see the warning signs, in the media. And also people talk. There's a lot of columnists who listen to my programme and they'll put little hints in about something. Sometimes we know things that we can't tell people. And then people say, oh, go on, tell us. You go, no, can't. Because, if it's not in the public domain, we don't bother to do it. Yeah, just in case somebody decides to become a little bit litigious. Also, here we go. The Arena of Legends. 60 years of music history at Wembley's other stadium. And the people who've actually played it, Madonna, Freddie Mercury, I think here. He's played host to the one of the biggest concerts there. Shirley Bassey first appeared in 1959, and it's done everybody from Queen. When you consider they were just a little 4-piece, they made a lot of noise, didn't they? The Who, Status Quo, Tina Turner, Prince, Whitney Houston, David Bowie. But I think for me it would always be Freddie Mercury back on stage in 1980. I thought he was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Such a loss, and carried on. But he wanted, before he died, he wanted them to carry him downstairs in his house and put him in the living room where he was surrounded by all his art. He loved art and china and stuff like that. And so they took him downstairs, and that's where he was happiest, looking at all the things that he'd bought over the years. And he did have a fine collection. If anybody spent money, he was good. That's the trouble with Katie Price, you see. He actually spent the money and he had it. She spent the money, but she didn't have it. And she just carried on thinking, oh, don't worry, I don't need to pay anything. Everybody else will sort this out for me. Yep, they've kicked you out the house. Nobody will go in there now because nobody is ever going to get paid because she hasn't got any money. It's as simple as that. Debts of sort of 800,000. Her pink Range Rover spotted on sale with the sign repo, short for repossession, on the windscreen. I don't know how much that is, actually. I can't remember. Can you find out how much Katie Price's pink Range Rover is going to go for? Not what they've estimated, but how much it's actually going to sell for. Because I don't know. I thought about 35,000. I mean, who wants a pink Range Rover? For God's sake, a total disaster. You really don't want anything like that. They'd have to respray the blooming thing. Make it much easier, wouldn't it? So, up for grabs. So, they say, on this particular story, she was battling bankruptcy. Known for her fleet. She hasn't got a fleet. It was this. This was it. Just lies. Lies everywhere. But we couldn't believe how filthy it was, says the dealer. And they say £250,000 worth of debts, £800,000 of debts. But we can't... I can see it, but we can't... She was trying to sell it for 90 grand. It's not worth 90 grand, as you can well imagine. It was a paint job on it. So, but also she said the other day she's not bothered about bankruptcy in the slightest. She's been ordered to pay the creditor in 4 years, but staff at the dealership when the vehicle arrived, it had been purchased at an auction. I mean, it really is quite ghastly. Can you imagine driving on, people say, "Oh, you Katie Price?" No, and I'm not related either. They said here it could be around 50,000. It'll go less. Bet you anything. Definitely go less. But that's what they do. They put them up for auction. And now she's got no vehicle, unless she's going to go with a little boyfriend. You know, it's a bit tough in it, really. But the warning signs were always there. Anne Widdecombe in her column today talks about, I'm pretty certain, that asked to define uppity, most people would say it means individuals getting a bit above themselves. Well, exactly. That's what everybody said. Nobody knew. Nobody knew. So Eamon Holmes used it of Meghan Markle. But ITV has politely apologised, writes Anne Widdecombe, but the complainant is now angry. There's been no public apology from Eamon. You won't get an apology from Eamon Holmes. He doesn't do things like that. He just said, I didn't know what it meant. You know, it seems to me a bit uppity as defined by common parlance, writes Anne Widdecombe. I don't think anybody, even Tom Swarbrick admitted we'd heard the word. I mean, you know, I would use it to the producer. I don't think I ever have. You know, if he came in, he was a bit sort of funny. I'd say, you're a bit uppity this morning, aren't you? Never thinking about anything else. And Eamon Holmes was in the same, and some very much respected broadcasters have said exactly the same. They wouldn't have known. I shouldn't imagine Anne Widdecombe knew about it. Nobody knew. Nobody knew until it came up. But then people go, I want to hear him apologise. Well, he's not going to. ITV have already, you know, said they were sorry and it won't feature ever again. It's as simple as Friday deals. I didn't realise. I mean, to be honest with you, it's kind of left me a bit cold and a bit distant and remote because I do sales, but not in the way that I used to do sales because there's nothing I need. The only thing I would probably go out and buy is towels or something like that. But I mean, but the rest of it, there's all sorts of things here. Argos have got a big sale on. Save £100, save, you know, £20, save 100. Basically, save 100, 120 on a TV. I might go and buy a new TV, actually. No, I don't need a new TV. See, the trouble is, I think you end up spending money that you don't actually need to spend. And so, with Christmas around the corner, I think I don't need to spend anything. None of the presents that I'll be buying for people fit into this category. Here is a lady in the paper today. She's in all the papers. Oh, she regrets this like there's no tomorrow. Her name is Christine Jeffries. Christine Jeffries is the mayor of the Conservative Council of Rushcliffe Borough in Nottinghamshire. She went in front of thousands of revellers at the annual Yuletide event in the town of West Bridgford. And she used a festive light switch on to tell the children that Santa would be too busy to visit them this year. So, of course, the papers have decided to leap on her like there's no tomorrow. She was supposed to be leading a mass countdown to the lights, followed by the firework display. Instead, parents were left incensed by her revelation. In a statement, she apologised unreservedly for the upset. She said, "Some of my words were said in error. I'm deeply apologetic to anybody affected by what I said." And so they had Frozen-themed snowflake trail, a Christmas market, carol singing. Afterwards, Nina Hudson wrote on Facebook, "The audience were all under 10. My daughter was one of them at the front of the stage. The mayor then told the kids that Santa was busy this year, so Mum and Dad would be helping him out by putting the presents under the tree. And if they hear a noise in the middle of the night on Christmas Eve, don't worry, it's just Mummy and Daddy. I'm traumatised," she wrote. Oh, don't be so stupid. How can you be traumatised? So Santa's busy this year, so Mum and Dad will be helping out by putting the presents under the tree. I mean, what's the matter with that? I mean, she's not lied. Come on. She said, "We all stood watching, completely gobsmacked." They would say they're like that up there. This is a place called West Bridgford. And she said they couldn't get the mic off her quick enough. Kate Smith posted, "We were at the front totally incensed." They're incensed because she said that. Susanna Gadd wrote, "Her speech was awful. I couldn't believe it. My 5-year-old daughter was very confused. I'm surprised she even understood it." Why would she understand that? She's 5 years old. Other comments included, "The mayor's had a mare of an evening. What would she think of, ruining the magic of Christmas?" Councillor Jeffries, a retired English teacher, was elected to the council in 2003. I mean, she's just basically helping parents out. But, of course, you get the snowflake parents, don't you? Oh, my God. The snowflake parents. Don't want to ruin Christmas. What, you think a 5-year-old understands what she's saying? That Mummy and Daddy will be helping Father Christmas out? What's the matter with that? What is the matter with that? That seems perfectly normal to me. You know, Santa Claus, you know, will be doing it, but Mummy and Daddy are working for Santa Claus. What's the matter with that? That seems perfectly normal. Goodness sake, honestly. People get so funny. Steve, I guess nobody's seen Oliver Twist. Now, I'd forgotten about this one. Do you remember Oliver Twist? In the song, Consider Yourself, nobody wants to be la-di-da and uppity. There's a cup of tea for all. And it's Andy with a rolling pin when the landlord comes to call. But they use the word uppity in that song. You see, not surprised we didn't know what it was. God in heaven. Steve, what does uppity officially mean? Well, we think it means, well, I don't know. There's two connotations of it. But whatever it is, you know, it's just one of those things. I mean, all the people who've been using it, and I don't know why they use it. I think Eamon Holmes started it, and then it kind of got picked up by radio stations. People saying, use the word uppity. But you're quite right, actually. It's in Oliver Twist. Consider yourself. Nobody wants to be a la-di-da. A la-di-da was la-di-da. You know, terribly rich, la-di-da. Or uppity. Again, somebody who thinks they're better than other people. That's what I understood uppity to mean. But, you know, we've got no idea. Katie Price, Steve, should start a game show. I was a celebrity. Declare me bankrupt now. Plus, will Prince Andrew's royal advisor get a redundancy package, says Chris in Hatfield? Possibly. I love the way that they've managed to take away anything from Sarah Ferguson, whereas, in fact, she would have been told about this. She would have been told about it. That's what would have happened. And his daughters. Daddy's going on to, what do you think, some big surprise? No. Steve, if you had your choice of anybody, who would you have as your Christmas tree fairy? Well, that's a difficult one, isn't it, this morning, boys and girls? There is a story of how the fairy came to be on the top of the Christmas tree. But I can't tell it to you now. It's too rude. Father Christmas was having a very bad day. And one here says, if your godchildren were 5, I bet you'd be the one of those incensed. Of course I wouldn't be. I'm an adult. Of course I wouldn't be. I'd be very grateful that somebody had just said something like that. Mummy and Daddy are helping out. Mummy and Daddy have now got a hotline to Father Christmas. You'd have to be really stupid, wouldn't you, if you seriously think that 5-year-olds are going to sort of burst into, of course they're not. Of course they're not. Ridiculous, honestly. So the Christmas tree fairy, who would we have, actually? I don't know. Around here? Oh, Luke's not busy for most of Christmas, so I mean, we could use Rook, couldn't we? Also, Steve, I always knew uppity to mean snooty. Well, that's what it was, la-di-da. Oh, la-di-da. Somebody very rich and then, you know, an uppity. A little bit sort of looking down on other people. That's what we thought. Another one here. It says, very clever, actually, to come up with that. Nobody saying Oliver Twist. You're very good. You should tell the newspapers about that one. The newspapers will pick up on it as well, which would be very, very good. So there you go. On Top Gear, when Katie Price was interviewed by Jerry Clarkson, he jokingly said her pink Range Rover would be worth about 4 or 5 quid. Exactly. Nobody buys a pink Range Rover. She thought she was being clever. But not, I'm afraid. It didn't work, did it? It all fell apart, and it's going to get worse. Somebody says, do you not like her? No, I'm concerned for her, obviously, as you can well imagine. I've always been very, very caring about her. I just think she's basically screwed up her kids' lives. You know, that's the way it goes, isn't it? She knew what she was doing. She's not a stupid person. She's naive at best. But unfortunately for her, this one backfired spectacularly. Like the Andrew situation, it backfired really. Apparently, Mr. Uppity was a Mr. Men as well, says Mark. And you can catch up with all the 2 to 5-year-olds in the country. How lovely. So, I mean, yes, I think Tom Swarbrick told me that the other day. Well, he didn't tell me. He told his listeners on his programme. Somebody said, do people really put a tree inside their house? Yeah. Oh, some of these nice country houses. Oh, yes. Somebody says uppity always meant grumpy or touchy, bit like you sometimes. No, I'm never uppity. Never ever in a million years. I laugh all the way through the programme. Thank you very much indeed. Always. Dictionary definition, self-important and arrogant, says Maxine. There you go. Can't disagree with that, can I? And I forgot about the Mr. Men books. I narrated the Mr. Men books years and years ago. Somebody came to me and they said, would you like to earn some money? I went, yeah, I think I could go for that one. And they said it was a company that did the things, you know, when you get on an aeroplane and you go through the list of what you can have, radio programmes, and it was Steve Allen reading Mr. Men. And the idea was that the kids plugged in the headphones and I was under the seat talking to the Mr. Men. And I narrate, and I thought, this is going to be good. This could be a nice little earner. And it paid a decent little whack. And I thought, this would be good. And of course, I said, how long is this expected to last? Thinking they'd go, we're going to record them every 2 weeks or something. He said, about 2 years. I said, 2 years? It's going to run for 2 years? He said, yeah, it's a radio programme on an aircraft. And it's, for little children, so they get their own sort of broadcast. So I was a bit disappointed it never resurfaced again. It was just the one on the Mr. Men things. Mind you, I got a computer thing as well to read once. That took forever and a day. I started reading it fairly quickly, and they went, no, you've got to slow right down. And you've got to slow down because people are listening through their headphones, and they're following, and if you read as fast as you do, you can't do it. Oh, dear. Steve, the Tree Fairy, the Child Catcher from that film. Yes, children, lollipops, ice cream, and all free today. That was that film that Benny Hill was the toy maker. Do you remember? Benny Hill was the toy maker. And that was that great song, which was Hushabye Mountain, I think. And the film was Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, which was lovely. That windmill. We all wanted somebody like Dick Van Dyke. All wanted Dick Van Dyke. Very nice indeed. Thank you very much indeed. Today, the 27th of November. So the headlines running in the papers. The lottery winner. They seem like a nice couple. They're obviously going to have new friends now. They've won 105 million. Plus, the Express are running a campaign to end loneliness this Christmas. We tend to forget, don't we, that some people get very lonely. Also, has Corbyn's horror show gifted Boris the keys to number 10? This is after the Labour leader refused 4 times to apologise for the failure to tackle anti-Semitism. Front of the Mirror, it's the couple, Stephen Lenker Thompson. Well, at least they're married. I mean, that's a start. And they've got children, and they've got 105 million. Christmas this year going to be very... They're going to move into a bigger house, but in the same area. Because that's obviously where all their friends are. Tory ministers trade talks with US drug firm Boss. This is the continuing campaign. The Daily Star, 8 pages of puzzles. Who does puzzles anymore? Presumably loads of people. I'm obviously missing out on this kind of thing. Mary in Oxford says, Steve, I found my 5-year-old grandson measuring the fireplaces. He shook his head and said, no way. There's only one big enough. Daddy would have to shift the wood burner. You see, don't kids come out with the best thing ever? There was a lovely little thing on YouTube, and it's a little boy, little tiny boy, and he's walking his dog, and it's like an English setter, and they're walking along a country path, and the boy's holding the lead, and I thought, something's going to happen, and the boy then stops, puts the dog's lead on the floor, and the dog stands there, and the little boy goes back, jumps in a puddle, and then comes out, and then jumps in the puddle again. Meanwhile, the dog's just sitting there and just sort of staring around. This little boy, 3 or 4 times he goes backwards and forwards to jump in the puddle, because I thought maybe he's just going to disappear under the water or something, but he didn't. And then he comes back, picks up the dog's lead, and the dog, like it was a natural thing, just carries on wandering up the road with him. It was so sweet. We like things like that. The lottery winners, Dawn Neesom's, twice she's had a picture on the front of the Daily Star now. This is getting out of hand. But £105 million lottery winners. He's a builder. He said he's going to continue with all the building jobs that he's actually promised people he will do. So that's good, isn't it? Which is nice. Grow your own willow tree. You don't want to grow a willow tree. You really don't want to grow a willow tree, because their roots spread far, far, far. Any other tree would be fine, but not a willow tree. Also in TV skewering, Corbyn refuses 4 times to apologise over anti-Semitism, front of the Daily Mail. And The Sun, worth a few bob, the builder. Quite clever. Steve, he says, I will make us a mansion. That's good. Got £105 million. You enjoy it. For goodness sake, you stand as much chance as anybody else of winning the lottery, and that's exactly what happens. Steve, I love it when nice, ordinary people win the lottery. It's truly heartwarming. I think it is. I'm surrounded by ordinary people, and I wouldn't mind if they actually won the lottery. They'd be quite pleasing. Why not? Goodness sake. Steve, do you ever get fed up with ads for mobile phones? No, I must be the only person who recently has not changed his mobile phone. I normally would change it. Every time Apple brought out a new phone, I would go and buy the thing. So it used to cost me the best part of between £800 and £1,000. And then I thought, what am I doing this for? All of a sudden, I don't need to keep up with technology. My phone makes phone calls. It does everything. So I don't need to worry about it. So I've decided that I'm not going to change the phone. Too expensive. But my taxi driver the other day, who's from Bangladesh, he took mobile phones as gifts for people. He spent £100 each for 3 mobile phones, so 300 quid, and he took them over and gave them to family, which is good, isn't it? Daily coffee, according to the Times, can cut the risk of high blood pressure and diabetes, if only. The Daily Telegraph, Corbyn refuses to apologise to Jews. They've done nothing about anti-Semitism, say the voters turning their backs on Labour. This is by their reporter Rhoda Silverman in Golders Green, and where Mr Corbyn, as you can well imagine, is not particularly popular. Prince of Wales went straight to Sandringham, the Queen's Norfolk estate, after returning to the UK from a working tour the other day. I'm assuming this is so they can... because he was completely overshadowed by Andrew. Completely overshadowed. Also, ketamine could help heavy drinkers quit. Now, ketamine, if I'm correct, is a horse tranquilizer that club owners use. It's a club... I know it seems bizarre, but apparently it's a horse tranquilizer that people take. It's called ketamine, but they say it could help heavy drinkers quit. Used, they say, as a long-lasting treatment for alcohol addiction. God. Ketamine, I've never heard of it. Mind you, they were doing something the other day. They were doing cosmetic surgery on a programme, and the bloke was explaining, they were showing you a nose operation, and the anaesthetist was giving them cocaine. Surgical cocaine, which apparently is stronger than other cocaine. I'd never even heard of it. Never heard of it. Mel C says you're always a Spice Girl. It never stops. She's absolutely right. And the judge who bans the anti-LGBT protesters near the school, and the demonstrators, including a highly controversial speech by an imam who claimed that paedophilia and transgenderism were being taught in schools. They're very ill-informed, some of these people, and this one was no different. So they've been told that you can't protest. And, there will be arrests. There could be arrests. Corbyn struggles to rebuff anti-Semitism is the front page of The Guardian. And what's the other one that I quite like? Oh, it's fashion again. We're still doing fashion over Christmas because you're going out to parties. And I thought that what most people wear... You're going? What most people wear to parties is silver. Not blokes, obviously, but girls. I've seen some go down Sloane Street. My God, there's some shops there with some silver little dresses on. Beautiful. What they cost, I've got no idea, but they really look... But you've got to be about so big, about 3 inches wide. The Sun have got all sorts of things on dismal Corbyn is skewered. They just don't seem to apologise, do they, nowadays, people, which is a great shame. And... new concerns have been raised about Amazon and eBay's failure to stop the sale of unsafe products. I spent ages on Amazon buying different bits and pieces, but I'm always very careful. I like to find out where the things are made. If it's coming in from China, if it doesn't have Prime against it, I'm very dubious to buy anything because I'm never sure how long it's going to take, and some of them could take probably ages and ages. What else? Oh, just about got a little bit of time left to tell you about the Gem Gangs who are in the Daily Star today, which is good. And also Coldplay aren't just not touring, they're hibernating like tortoises. They've decided they don't want to go out. Selena Gomez's ex-boyfriend, The Weeknd, is about to release a song about you. It's called Like Selena, which is good. And Ed Sheeran. Is he about to appear in the next Star Wars film, The Rise of Skywalker? He could be. He could be. And that, as they say, is about it for today. Thank you very much indeed for all your texts and emails. Some people say, is your taxi driver still getting lost? Said Chris. No, the one this morning was the slow one. You know, the one who slows down coming up to green lights? It was that one. And we go slower and slower. At one point, I thought he's going to stop in the middle of the road again, isn't he? And I might have to get out. So I don't know why people go so slow. Around our way, they've changed the speed limit through Twickenham. You'd never guess when you see the buses coming through back up to Fulwell. 20 miles an hour it's supposed to be. They put a big 20 in the middle of the roads. What are they doing? About 60. Seriously, highly dangerous. Anyway, listen, before I go, just time to let you know what's coming up on the free podcast for today. The Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra. Katie Price, finally officially bankrupt. I have no words. Comes on the same day as she grovelingly apologised to her boyfriend Chris for cheating on him. Such a class person. Holly Willoughby gets the giggles as a picture of Pip Schofield dressed as a pussycat doll surfaces. Hope he doesn't dress like that anymore. Liam Payne is left naked. His boxer shorts are stolen. I'm not complaining. And Kelly Brooks swims with pigs. £105 million. And she says money's not everything. Bloody well is. You try getting through Christmas without it. As I was only saying to Katie Price the other day, I said it'll be a cold, bleak Christmas in your place, mate, at the moment. She's being sued by two people. One is the cross-dresser Mr. Reed, who it is claimed she leaked a naughty film of. And the other one was the last boyfriend, who's totally convinced that she's doing him down. Not looking promising, is it? In fact, it's not looking promising not only for poor Jordan. It'll be a bleak Christmas with no tree, I should imagine. And not looking half as bleak as it is for poor old Victoria Beckham. The bottom has fallen out of the rag trade, which is a shame, really, because she hasn't got, it's like welcoming a coach tour, isn't it, really? You sort of, my group this way, as you watch them going up and down London with somebody with an umbrella. I stand on the outskirts of all these little groups and try and listen in to see what they're saying. Unfortunately, it's never in English, which is great. It doesn't matter. I bet it would. You know, he used to get really annoyed, Michael Winner, when they used to do a tour up his road. They would stand. I know because I knew one of the guides who did it, and she said he would open the window and shout, "Go away! Go away!" He didn't like it at all. But I mean, I think that's quite a nice thing if people stand there. It's like there's if you've got a blue plaque on your house, or you've got, some historical interest, then obviously people are going to want to see it. And I wanted to see it. The one in my house? No, there will be when I die. There's going to be "he lived here" kind of thing. I think so, yeah. I don't know. Some people turn them down. Some people because they don't want tourists coming round looking at a blue plaque. We've got one down the road from me for Noel Coward, who lived in Teddington in a sort of a little Edwardian type, not a huge house. But I bet his neighbours didn't know anything about him. If only those walls could talk, it would be fantastic. But no, I quite like the idea. If ever I'm out and I see a blue plaque, I always try and reverse. A bit difficult on a one-way street, but I always try and reverse to really annoy everybody else, just so I can see who it is. And 9 out of 10 times, I've got no bloody idea at all. They go, "This is, Lenza Martle or something who lived here." You think, who was Lenza Martle? No idea at all. Turns out to one of our World War spies. I just made the name up, incidentally, just so, we have to protect the living. And I'm thinking, that's good, nobody'd know. Lenza Martle, no, not Lena Martell. God, you are old. Nobody knows Lena Martell. One day at a time, dear Jesus. There was a lot of songs, weren't there? Country music revolved around either you've lost the dog's been run over, your wife or husband has run off with the next door neighbour, or they've been killed in a car crash. And that was the whole of country music's, "I lost my wife to the man next door. He's dead now, you don't see him anymore." And then you go into the chorus, which is, "Ding dong, he is dead." And so everybody gets fairly happy about the whole thing. And then there was one, and it appeared on Kenny Everett's World's Worst Records. And this was about having a car crash, and the bloke gets there in the car with his girl in. He said, "And over there was my baby. And over there was my baby, and way over there was my baby." And I forget what it was called. Car crash something. But they were really good. I used to love all those kind of things. I was a big fan of country music. Big fan. Yeah. Yeah, but Connie Cato, "I've Been Loved by You Today." I spent ages trying to track down. "Sometime here, sometime lonely." They all talk like that. It's all the Grand Ole Opry. They've all got this kind of funny little voice that they sing. And they all dress up. I mean, even the boys dress up. It has got to be the campest music under the sun. They've all got Stetsons on and, and bright, sparkly things. And then you get Dolly Parton heaves up onto the stage. Well, I say heaves up. Her breasts arrived about 2 days before she did. And then she sort of gets up there and she sings, "My coat of many colours my granddad made for me." Have you ever seen her live? She's very good. Yeah. Bookshops. Boots. Oh, leather boots. Oh, Jove, you could do with some of those, couldn't you, Connor? I tell you. Leather boots. Actually, I've got some leather boots at home, but they're very difficult. Connor's got boots on. He likes his Chelsea boots, aren't they? Like Chelsea boots. They are. Never get a shoe wrong, I tell you. The only thing I can't wear is suede. There's something odd about it. I think there are clubs for people who want to wear suede shoes. I discovered a club a short while ago for people who are into corduroy. Have you heard of that before? That's a weird one, isn't it? And then I saw a man, I think I told you the other day, he walking down the road, all in PVC. PVC coat, PVC hat, PVC trousers. That's very odd. No, it wasn't raining. That was the odd thing. It was not raining, but it was, and I looked at him and he looked at me as if there was some sort of recognition. Perhaps he saw a fellow PVC wearer. I don't know. We used to have a man in Twickenham who used to wear rubber. A lot of rubber, yes. Police took him away. We don't see much of him now. He used to walk all in a big rubber coat. I mean, it was like Michelin Man. People have got the oddest fashions, haven't they? There's a woman who walks around Twickenham at the moment in a boiler suit with a headscarf on. And I don't know if she's got an illness or something like that. It's a blue boiler suit. She gets on the bus. She's got a headscarf on. I mean, everybody must know it. We've got a man in Twickenham walks around with 2 ferrets on a lead. 2 ferrets. I mean, it's really... We've got the oddest people. And then there's me. I mean, I'm positive... Well, I'm the most normal person there. And people think I'm peculiar. You know, because I don't have a PVC raincoat or a rubber raincoat. But I do have some Chelsea boots, which I quite like. Because it makes you taller. If you're wearing Chelsea boots, you feel a bit taller. Don't you feel that? No. Do you pardon? For the Chelsea bride. How much did you pay for them? I bet they weren't that expensive, were they really? 30 quid. Was that brand new or second hand? Wow. From Sainsbury's. I didn't know Sainsbury's sold shoes. Do they really, honestly? You really? My God, you're a bargain hunter, aren't you? This is Connor, who's donating his mattresses to the poor and hard of hearing. He's got two mattresses which are outside, not outside the building. Because I said to him earlier on, why would somebody want your soaking wet mattresses? He seemed to think that was a very odd sort of definition of what they were. But anyway, apparently they're inside because he's in a flat. So they've obviously spent on a new mattress, which is very nice. A little bit of money gone on that one, because they're quite expensive. You can pay £300 for a mattress, if not more. If not 200, yes. Sainsbury's? By any chance? No. Thank you. Yes, you can pay thousands. Yes. I mean, I have to be honest. I've got a topper on top of the mattress. It's like it's memory foam. So when I get out of bed in the morning, I can turn around and look at the bed and see the shape that I've been sleeping in for the night. It's always odd, I have to tell you. There's always one bit that just completely confuses me, that I can never work out which part of my anatomy has made this indentation. Seriously, I struggle with things like that. I really do, but it's always entertaining, isn't it? But anyway, so what do we got? I forgot to count how many mentions I got with Will Guyatt this morning, but I'm assuming it was a fair number. I forgot to count how many mentions I get with Will Guyatt. He likes talking about me. Do you think I'm going to get a tweet? I bet there will be a tweet. There will be. Do you think so? Yet I thought it was the daughter, but you think it's me? Oh, Lord, honestly, I always get into trouble for these things, don't I? Yeah, I was sitting up in the office and I started counting and I got to 12 and I gave up after 12. God knows what the wife thinks. Really, you know, there are 3 in our relationship. It was a bit crowded. And my friend Stuart Manning is, after work, he said, I'm going to work early this morning, which I love, as I get to listen to your beautiful voice. Can't be me, can it? Can't be me. Don't have a beautiful voice. You can go now, Connor. Okay, thank you. Lovely seeing you. Now we've seen your outfit. Now we know you shop in Sainsbury's. Fancy buying shoes in Sainsbury's. I think that's the funniest thing ever. That'd be the last place I'd think of. Although I'm quite mean when it comes to shoes. I wouldn't spend a lot of money on shoes, but you're supposed to change them daily. Otherwise your feet get used to. I spoke to a man who deals with feet problems, like a chiropodist kind of person. You're supposed to change your shoes every other day. It's because otherwise your shoes get used to, you know, a certain... You shouldn't wear them anyway like that. No, he didn't have a shoe shop, no, but he was somebody who could look at your gait and tell you what was right about it. You know, because we've all got slightly different feet, because you might assume incorrectly that both your feet are identical, obviously the opposite, but they might not be, because most people have one foot that is bigger than the other one. Yes, you can get lower back. Oh, right, really? My God, honestly, look at us, honestly, talking about medical things at this time of the morning, neither of which we know anything about at all. But because Connor spends £30 on a pair of shoes. 30 quid. Did you just happen to be in there? I mean, I can't see you making a proper trip and going, today we're going to Sainsbury's to buy shoes. Great working with you. How he's never been mugged on the way home with that bag, I'll never know, actually. Bless him. But so Sainsbury's for shoes. That's cheap, isn't it? 30 quid. 30 quid. I don't like spending... I mean, to be honest with you, I would probably spend 50, 60 on a pair of shoes. Not anymore. I don't think it's necessary. It just, I mean, you can get shoes much. You can have some handmade ones, in which case they actually sort of run out at a few £100. What, pairs of shoes? About 30. Was that? Oh, 30. You got 4 pairs of shoes? Oh, for goodness sake! No, I've got 30. Well, I'm older than you. You don't throw them out, do you, unless they absolutely start falling apart. God, I mean, if ever shoes fell apart, I wouldn't take them in to get them rehealed or soles put in or something like that. I'd just chuck them away and let somebody else enjoy them. But you're not supposed to wear other people's shoes, really. How much did you pay for your shoes last time, Luke? £7. Obviously, Primark. I'm surrounded by poor people. It's unbelievable, isn't it? I'm not surprised I'm being dragged down screaming. £7 for a pair of shoes. Corey, how much you pay for your shoes? About 20. Where are you going to get shoes at that price? Mine, the ones I'm wearing at the moment, are 47. But I have got a pair of shoes which I stupidly went into Russell and Bromley's, and I saw them and I thought they're nice, and so I bought 2 pairs, £700. I mean, shut the front gate. Shut the £700, £350 a pair. I mean, you don't have that in your bank. No, I mean, I have to be honest. I was in a catch-22. I saw them, I tried them on, and I don't like wasting time with shoes. I don't like people faffing around with my feet and things like that with a shoehorn. And so I tried them on, and they fit. I went, yeah, I'll take both of them. And it was then when he rang it up, and I think they were £350 each pair, so that was £700. Well, of course, you can't then go, can you? You can't sort of say, I can't afford them. I've never been able to say that to somebody, even though it's the best thing you should possibly say. Yeah, no, because then they know you can't afford it. So, of course, you have to bluff it out. I bought a shirt once, £200 for a shirt. I've still got it. It doesn't fit, but I'm frightened to throw it away because it's Comme des Garçons. I mean, it's seriously expensive shirt. That's Comme des Garçons. It's French for it's my shirt. The shirt for the garçon, for the boy, and la bureau de ma tante est dans la table de mon oncle. Sur le pont d'Avignon, l'on danse, l'on danse. I know all the languages. I do everything, and so I bought these shoes. And do you know the funny thing is, it's the only pair of shoes I've ever worn where people in the office went, "Like your shoes," and then I scratched them. I don't know how I scratched them. I must have stuck the shoes, and it's now got a big gouge on the front of one of them. So you can't wear them anymore because you can't fill it in. You can't buff it out because it's gone back to the leather. But no, I've got about 30, 40 pairs of shoes and slippers and things like that. How many suits? Well, I've probably got about 15. You've got one suit. See, the trouble is, I got all of Dale's suits from Supermarket Sweep. So all of the suits that he used on television, when we went out on the Saturday night, say, I've got some clothes for you, and I go home with all these bin liners of handmade shirts and suits and everything. All sort of labels, Issey Miyake, Marks and Spencer's, things like that, all the suits. But of course, then I had them adjusted to my size. So, in fact, they're only going to fit somebody like me, but he was a lot thinner than I was, believe it or not. And so I can't get rid of them. I'm frightened to get rid of them. So I've still kept them all. It's an odd thing to keep. I've got these handmade shirts. They don't fit. But I'm loath to get rid of things. I'm a bit of a hoarder. I don't know, I'm a bit of a hoarder. It's like I've still got my parents' furniture. Me and my brother split our parents' furniture. Yeah, when my mother died, we sort of split it because they had lots of nice furniture. And I was very loath to get rid of anything. So my brother's got, I think, the dining room table, and I've got the sideboard. He's got the Davenport, got an oil painting, all sorts of bits and pieces. So that's it. Because it's family. I don't like to get rid of family stuff. In fact, if you look around here, you will discover I'm exactly the same here as I am at home. I've got 2 lockers and a pigeonhole, all full with stuff. I mean, I wouldn't even like to imagine what is in the second locker out there. I think it's the Queen book, which Brian May was talking about when he came in. I think I've still got that, which is lovely. It's a big, thick book of unseen photographs of them touring and all the rest of it. So, I just collect things. I don't know why. It's just, I'm loath to throw. People say, why do you keep all your DVDs? I say, because they're mine. And they go, why do you want to give them to charity? I said, sod charity. I'm really sorry, but I'm keeping my DVDs. I've spent money on them. Can't just give them out, can you? And then somebody very kindly, and I think it was Sue Ann, isn't it? Look, I've got a link spinner and a spiral. This one's got a big ball in it as well. And you put these outside, because we were talking about them the other day and I didn't know what a spinner was. And now I know, which is lovely. It's a wind spinner. And you put it there. You've probably seen them. You go to craft fairs, you see them spinning around. And they look very fashionable. So thank you very much indeed. Very good. It's my first Christmas present, actually. My first proper Christmas present. Did you ever meet Clive James? Yes. Yes. I said that at the beginning of the programme. I met him when he was doing a book on the Bollywood film industry because luckily, I must have been one of the very rare people that spoke to him who knew about the Bollywood film industry. I'm sort of a bit of an expert on Bollywood films. Biggest film industry in the world, bigger than Hollywood by many times over. Actors could be making 3 or 4 films at any one time. It's the dance routines that sell them, and nobody ever sings in them. They all mime to what they call singers. So the most well-known singer would be a woman who's, I'm not sure she's still alive now, Lata Mangeshkar, and she sang all the songs, and the actresses would mime to them on the films. See? Bet you never knew that. It's like when you watch was it The Sound of Music? Christopher Plummer never sang. That was somebody else's voice. And in Oliver, yes, unfortunately, poor Mark Lester couldn't sing for toffee or dance. So, in fact, I think it was the music manager's daughter sang for him in the film Oliver. Who will buy this wonderful more? I'm so high. And it was not. He just mimed to it. I thought it was him singing till they told us the truth. Morning in London town. It's going to rain. That's all I can tell you. It's going to rain. It's going to rain tomorrow. It's going to rain over the weekend. I mean, who cares? The only people who miss out are the people who own car washes. Because I've not taken my car in for about a week and a half now. Just when I think it's gonna go well, or down comes the rain, really. Steve, someone fitting your description, striking a conversation with strangers outside a supermarket about Katie Price. Right, someone fitting your description. I don't have conversations outside supermarkets. I would be standing outside a supermarket? I think not. Do you think you'll get your Christmas cards this year at LBC Towers? Because they went missing last year, didn't they just? We didn't get any last year. Luckily, a few have started coming in, which is very nice. Spinner can also be used to mix salads. Not these, Monica. Definitely not. But she said you wouldn't know that with your limited experience in the kitchen. I know to be honest with you, that's why I pay people to cook for me. They're called restaurants. And it's so much. It's a wonderful system. You go in there, you sit down at a table, and they come over and tell you what they can cook. And you go, go on, I challenge you. And they go to the kitchen, and they come back in 10 minutes, and they've done it. Why would you want to bother doing anything at home? Why don't they just... I mean, a kitchen, if you get rid of the thing, you just have a kettle and a halogen oven, unless you're me, and then you just do a few little things like that. But don't bother to go to restaurants. It's much easier. You go to the fish and chip shop and the man will say to you, OK, what sort of fish do you want? You go, well, you've got a choice. You go, yeah, I've got a choice, And you go, can you do a sausage in batter? And because I like a sausage in batter. I've always been partial to that. There's something about it. I don't know what it is. 7 inches of heaven. And you sort of, 8 if you're lucky, I suppose. But I can have that with a portion of chips and be as happy as Larry. Seriously. And it never bothers. I never think, I want a piece of fish. I never get to, because it's either boiling hot because it's just come out of the fryer, or failing that, it's too much of it. Whereas with a sausage, just enough. Just enough. It works so much better. Perdita says, I thought I would share one of my favourite quotes with you this morning, as I think it's very you. My mission in life is not merely to survive, but to thrive, and to do so with some passion, some compassion, some humour, and some style. Let me do that again properly. My mission in life is not merely to survive, but to thrive, and to do so with some passion, some compassion, some humour, and some style. That's me. Happy-go-lucky this time of the morning. You've got to be. I mean, otherwise you'd sit here. I mean, at the very beginning of the programme, I said to the producer, I said, do you know, I could just lie down and pull the duvet over my head, and I could crash out and go to sleep. And I've often thought I could do it in here, but I don't. I did it. When did I do it? Oh, that's right. I fell asleep on a bus the other day. Was it a bus? Train. And I nodded. And when I woke up, I say woke up, I mean, you always try and pretend, don't you? Try and pretend you haven't actually been sleeping. But the woman opposite me was looking at me and smiling. And I thought, oh, God, I bet I've snored or dribbled at worse. You know, where you sort of... and generally down the window, isn't it? You sort of like that. No, I didn't miss the stop. No, luckily I got the stop. But in fact, just as the train pulled into Richmond Station, two people gone and went, tickets. And of course, I'm fumbling around trying to open my pass, and she saw I had a freedom pass for the elderly. And she said, that's okay. That's okay. So I got off the... I mean, I have got, you know, a normal pass as well. But I was on a freedom pass that day, but not using it because you've got to be there after a certain time. But it's free. Free. And I like that kind of thing. But falling asleep on the train, what a nightmare. I wish I'd never done it, actually. Matt from Devon, he says, my friend likes country music, but is embarrassed to admit it, so he calls it Americana. I'm not a fan, really, but I do have quite a respect for Dolly. She grew up in poverty and had 11 brothers and sisters. I mean, her parents were rarely out the bedroom. Seriously. They were turning him out like a football team. He says, she also wrote, I Will Always Love You. And I will always love you. Do you know one of my favourite Dolly Parton songs? Me and Little Andy. And it's about a couple who own a log cabin and it's winter time. And I heard the dogs are barking. And then they open the door and there's a little boy there and he goes, this here is my puppy dog. His name is Little Andy. And giddy up, Charlie Ho's gone to the moon. Can we stay all night? If you don't love us, someone will. And so it goes on, this story of me and Little Andy. And in the end, they die. I mean, it's so sad. It's so sad. And, you know, that night, you know, when everybody was sleeping, the angels came and took them both to heaven. God knew little... And it's such a cute song. If you get a chance to hear it, Me and Little Andy from Dolly Parton. It's very... very sweet, but it's so sad at the same time. She sings a good sad song. I like a good sad song. I like anything like that. So it makes me feel... Because I watched the other day. Oh, God, did I have a day, honestly. I was having a nice time, actually. I'd been out and bought loads of things. I did check that that Paul and Pat and the family and the funeral went okay the other day. And they had a nice turnout. And they were chatting about it and all the rest of it. So I'm pleased. It's never easy, anything like that. But at least you have those fantastic memories of just what a great guy he really was. People always say that, don't they? They'll probably say it about me when I go. On second thoughts, maybe they won't, actually. All the producers will be out going, oh, God, he was a nightmare to work. Seriously. Talk about prima donna. And also he made Gemma Collins look really like an amateur, which of course she is. And they'll be saying, but at least he brought in things for us to eat. You know, except for today, because Luke's back on the fasting bit, aren't you? Not. Oh, you've managed to weave in another day. Second day in a row. Oh, right. Oh, well. He's eating your popcorn. Is he? Yes, you're the feeder now. Oh, competition. Oh, right. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure about popcorn if it's any good for you. Is that the Butterkiss one? That's really bad. That's full of sugar. That's very naughty. I hope you're not eating all of it. No, I don't want any. I can't eat. I do like Butterkissed. But I was thinking to myself the other day, actually, that if there's one thing I enjoy at this time of year, almonds. I absolutely love almonds. I can't get enough of them. I tell you, almond biscuits, almond paste, almond drinks. You can get almond milk as well. Some people don't like it, but I absolutely adore it. In fact, so much so that I'm going to grow an almond tree on the patio next year. I've decided. I've got a rose bush, and I think we've got almond trees going all the way up and down. We're overloaded with almonds in Richmond and Twickenham. So many of them. Pink almonds, white almonds, and they're lovely. And we used to have, when we were little, for Christmas, sugared almonds. Did you ever have sugar almonds? Oh, they were great. Take your fillings out, but really good fun, actually. Really, really nice. Oh, which reminds me, it's the news. The thief, he went out and he nicked beef burgers. He took them to a local chippy and said, can you cook these for me? He's spending time at Her Majesty's pleasure. Also, the Wham Stars family have evicted Faddy, and they've let the pad out, this house, for £75,000. I don't know how long that's for. It seems an awful lot of money, doesn't it? But at least they've got rid of Faddy, who I thought he was out of the house anyway. I thought he was living in a Premier Inn or something like that. The stunned police nabbed this vessel. It's a submarine with £100 million worth of cocaine on it. £100 million. I mean, they're ever thinking up new ways of getting cocaine into the country. It is amazing, isn't it? I mean, absolutely amazing. Elton says, I just thought I'd mention Dolly Parton's Coat of Many Colours, a country classic. When my coat of many colours that Mama made for me. All her songs were good, actually. Dallas says, in the States, country and western is traditionally known as crying into your beer music. I think they're wonderful. I like Porter Wagner. I mean, there were so many different country styles, but my favourite record of all time would have to be Connie Cato. I've Been Loved by You Today. You've got to hunt it out, but it's worth getting, actually. It's worth getting, and it's really nice. Also, there was a Briton over in Australia swimming, got bitten by a snake in the water. And when they actually got him out, he said, am I going to live? Will I be all right? I don't know what they said to him, but anyway, within a few hours, he was dead. These snake bites are lethal, absolutely lethal. And I don't know whether or not they're just permanently angry or permanently attacking things. Steve, good to hear you mention Lata Mangeshkar. She'll be greatly missed when she'll be no more in India as well as other colonial subcontinents, says Dev. I mean, she's the mistress of it all, isn't she, really? Kishore Kumar. Oh, dear. But Lata Mangeshkar was at the top. I often wonder what she'd be like to interview. I interviewed years ago Amitabh Bachchan, who's big star. They had big stars in Bollywood, very, very big stars. Went to see Dolly whilst on holiday in Florida. The show was fantastic. Saw Willie Nelson. Have you ever invited Dolly to In Conversation? She's never here long enough. She's seriously never here long enough. She'll fly into the country, she'll do a gig, and she flies back out again the same evening. It's almost like she's on the plane, she gets off the plane, she changes on the tour bus. When she gets off the tour bus, ta-da, Dolly Parton. They literally get her off the tour bus. I've seen the DVD, I've got it at home, of her doing, I think, Wembley. And they pull her up to the backstage. You know, the band are playing her sort of song because they always go, we're this far now, this far. And then they lift up a curtain, she goes, well, hello, London. And then the show takes off. It's good. Very, very clever. Very, very clever. Chris in Dis says, what I would give now for a huge slab of Battenberg, a huge almond fix. I know, it's marvellous, isn't it? I never understand anybody who doesn't like almonds. I mean, goodness sake, I mean, then it's like food of the gods. Food of the gods, you know, provided the gods can make you keep your mouth shut. And it's sort of, you know, it's just brilliant. I love it. Almond paste. Most excited. I wonder if Serena's ever tried almonds. I'll bring her some in. That'll be a nice thing to do, won't it? That'll be sort of something, you know, a colleague could bring something in and going, that's your present for Christmas. I know what I'll get her for Christmas. I've just realised. I'll get her a little pot of sugared almonds. You know, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? I think they come in pinks and blues or something like that. I'm a generous person, and I know she'd enjoy it for about a minute. Steve, the reason so many die in country music is because the Americans don't have the NHS. Oh, dear. Poor Americans, honestly. They're missing out on so many, but they're a very enthusiastic audience. I've worked to an American audience before now. They're very enthusiastic. They're very good at you know, if you go any Americans in, they'll bring the roof down. They're fantastic. Jaden, this is a young 14-year-old boy who's been killed by gang rivals. Now, depending on which paper you read, determines on what you think he was doing out there and why he was killed. Is it one of these county lines things where they're trying to eliminate the drug competition? Because I would like to think that somebody of 14 wouldn't go anywhere near stuff like that. But I know that there are problems with, you know, people getting involved in drugs because it's worth money. If that little submarine had £100 million worth of cocaine in, you can imagine by the time that's been cut down, that could go an awful long way. Steve, good morning, Steve. I thought I heard the word bust associated with Katie Price on the radio the other day. Is she having them sculptured again? Oh, CJ, she can't afford it. Doesn't get any money. Got no money. She's being sued as well by two other people. It is the fall and the fall. You know. Another one here. And 84850, and this is one here. I'm actually wondering, says Warren, whether Celebrity Get Me Out of Here is actually against citizens' rights. I can't believe what they actually do. I know. I was fascinated by this. Always fascinated. But there again, somebody said to me, would you ever go on that programme? I said, what for? What for? I wouldn't be remotely interested in going out there. I earn a very nice salary here, thank you very much indeed. And I don't have to go and sit in sweltering heat and stuff. Apparently the other week they all had sort of, bottom problems. I think there was a sort of, they'd obviously eaten something that hadn't agreed with them. And it was touch and go whether they made it, I think. I'm so elated that you're so global, having mentioned Amitabh Bachchan. Yes. I did him on the television. I did him on Channel 5. And the whole audience were all Amitabh Bachchan fans because he's a big, big star. Big, big star. But the very first album that I ever heard, the very first Bollywood album was Kabhi Kabhi. That was the first one. And I remember playing that. And I'll tell you how it came about. It's because when I worked for a radio station called UBN, which was the United Biscuits Network, which was based at Osterley, which is where Sky is. In fact, it is where Sky is. And because there were so many Asian people working in the factories, every hour we would play an Indian record. And to make sure that we had all the old films, but to make sure that we were up to date, the girls on the floor of Osterley used to bring their albums in, and they'd say, can you play this particular track? And they would come in and help us out with it. It was fantastic. It really was. There was one girl in particular, very, very pretty, but her parents were obviously loaded because she had all the current albums, all the films, loads of things like that. And so we were playing, the latest Bollywood smash. Really good. So that's why I know all about Amitabh Bachchan and Kishore Kumar, the Mangeshkar sisters, Aisha Bhosle, loads of people, which make up the whole industry, because it's I think people are always quite surprised. So when Clive James came in to talk about it, he was amazed that I knew all about the industry. I said, I didn't need to read the book. I said, I know about Bollywood, thank you, and explained the story to him, and he went, oh, wow. Very interesting. 20 minutes to 5. I feel duty-bound this morning to actually give you some time checks. I don't really want to, because it's a bit... I want to think of us like a casino. I want to think that you don't have... If you go to any casinos, there's no daylight coming in. Well, except in the Hippodrome, where there is right on the top floor. And you can smoke whilst you're playing roulette or whatever it's called, three-card brag or something. I called it, that thing, Mr. Bun the Baker. Oh, look. Mr. Bun the Baker, and I can't remember, Snap it was called, I think it was called Snap. Have you ever done In Conversation with Jordan? No, I haven't, Warren. Oh, no. I wouldn't want to. The trouble is, because everything she's now said, we now know is fraudulent. Everything she said, nobody messes with the pricey. Unfortunately, everybody's messed with the pricey, and she's ended up with nothing. And again, I've met her. I met her years and years ago with Dale. She was out in a club when she was going through her sort of clubbing stage. And she was a bit like one of those characters. I mean, you see loads of these sort of people in clubs. And, we weren't particularly interested in her, but she came over because she'd seen him before. But then we were sitting in Joe Allen's and Robbie Williams came over and had a chat. And then we were out one night and we got a phone call from Jerry Halliwell saying she was doing a gig down the road. Do we want to come to it? We didn't. Because you all of a sudden you get, if you're with somebody famous, it's fame by association. I'm not famous, but because he was famous, people would come over and chat. All sorts of people. I was when we were talking to Jay Rayner the other day about his mum, Claire, and she used to sit in Joe Allen's with Des, and we'd be at the next table, and so there'd be a little conversation going backwards and forwards. Great fun. Steve, I appreciate after years taking my tweets from Sydney. Thank you. And you mentioned earlier on about the Death song. It was recorded by Jimmy Cross. Thank you. I knew it was Jimmy somebody, but I couldn't remember that one. It's called I Want My Baby Back. Plus, sad to hear the passing of writer Jonathan Miller, says Martin in Worksop. Yeah, so Jimmy Cross, I Want My Baby Back. Although, as somebody's come up with here, which I think is absolutely brilliant, he says, this is from Ferdinand, he said, what happens if you play country music backwards? He says, you sober up, the wife comes home and the dog comes back to life. So good, isn't it? So good. I like that, actually. Billy Joe Spears, What I've Got in Mind. Yes, I like Billy Joe Spears. She was famous for the Blanket on the Ground. Things like that. I like that sort of thing. I don't know why. I'm just sort of... Perhaps I'm sort of old before my time. Dev says, thank you eternally, Steve, to narrate the Bollywood stars. Oh, I tell you, I've seen Bollywood films. I've got some on DVD. They brought out a little collection. And I thought, just for memory's sake, I'll have them. People think I'm really peculiar, but I think they're really great. I love the dance numbers. The dance numbers sell it for me. But they had a big revolt some years ago because they didn't get paid very much, all the dancers in the film. And they have to learn quite complicated routines. But they film a lot on the streets of Mumbai. It's not a rare occurrence to see the film crew out there and sort of all the public standing around, to see their favourite stars. It's a bit like here, isn't it, really, I suppose? There's probably people outside waiting, going, is that Luke? Is that Luke? Is that Luke? I wonder, is that Luke? Luke. Oh, hi, Luke. Hi. It's like Corey comes out, nobody bothers. And it doesn't matter, though, does it? It does not matter, because you're going to get to meet Corey and Thomas in February. I've already worked out what I'm going to talk about. Already worked out. I was running through it yesterday. It's going to be a bit of a teary kind of thing. So you're going to like it. Steve, have you ever been a tramp? Sorry, been to tramp. I do beg your pardon. No, I haven't. I know where it is. No, just doesn't. I'm not a nightclub sort of person. I'm really not. Yes. Oh, I know which ones Warren likes. He went to see Tammy Wynette. The Divorce. Remember that one? Divorce? No. Do you remember? Stand by your man. How do you know that? Do you love old music? Well, you would. It's so sweet. How old do we go back? 40s. Do you go back to Grocer Jack, get off your back, go into town, don't let us down. Oh no. Grocer Jack. Do you not remember that one? Oh, right, okay. Oh, Fats Domino. Oh, right, you're doing the rock and roll stuff. I found my thrill on Blueberry Hill. They used to sing that all the time in Happy Days with the Fonz. He would do all these, kind of stuff. I never liked rock and roll. I thought it was rubbish. I couldn't care less about Bill Haley singing 1, 2, 3 o'clock, rock, 4. I hated that. I thought that was rubbish. Like jazz? No, I never liked jazz. Or sort of improvised rubbish. Yeah. Improvised rubbish. I never liked jazz at all. I don't know what I was liking. I don't know. I like show tunes, but then I would. And I'm sort of, most of the music I remember is 60s, 70s, 80s. Normally somebody can give me a title or an artist and I'll tell you the song. I'm quite good with things like that. In fact, actually, I'm brilliant at things like that. I'm very good at beat the intro and stuff like that. Because I used to play all the music at the time, so I remember it very well indeed. And I used to buy collections, so I like all the Beatles stuff. Anything really. To be honest with you, if it's good music, it's good music. I quite like the music that they played at Churchill's funeral, but we don't go around humming that one, do we? I like the last night of the proms. I like anything with pomp and circumstance and orchestra. I love orchestras. I love carols with orchestras and choruses. I spend my life... If you went through my YouTube history, probably not a good idea, you would find, lots of orchestras and lots of choirs singing all sorts... Because Thomas is in a choir. Well, so he tells us, but I mean, nobody's ever seen him in it. Nobody's ever heard him in it. But he's in this choir, and he's always saying, I've got choir practice tonight. I think he goes and stands in a phone box and la-las to himself. I think that's what it is. I don't think he's ever sung in a choir. Because to be honest with you, I've heard him singing in here, he's tone deaf. How can he be in a choir? They must have very low standards. Very low standards. Okay, can you sing, Thomas? Yeah. High on a hill, it's lonely goat, lay. Yeah, lovely, dear. That was actually better than he was. Terrible. Seriously. And he's in this choir and he's always going on about it. He always describes it as like his choir. I always imagine him sort of conducting it. But the choir that we like at the moment is this Angel Chorus from America. They came over, they did the X Factor, and they're all different people, all denominations, all faiths, all sexualities, everything. But they're really, really good. And I mentioned them because they've got a very enthusiastic choir mistress. And she wrote back to me saying, thank you so much for the mention. Which I thought was really sweet. I quite like things like that. Makes you realise that there's all sorts of people listening to the radio who you wouldn't necessarily expect to be listening to the radio. But Angel Chorus, check them out on YouTube. Check them out, because they're really good. They're wicked. And why is it when you go into an election, people start telling fibs? Some people are economical with the truth. So at the moment you've got Corbyn waving around this manifesto, which he claims proves that the Tories want to sell the NHS. Boris Johnson has said, no, we're not selling the NHS. Why would we want to sell the NHS? Corbyn then gives this disastrous interview to Andrew Neil, which really was car crash. And then there are various reports in the papers saying that, after Corbyn's disastrous appearance, it's a runaway success for the Conservatives. And I'm thinking, we're not even at the blooming election box yet. And so Corbyn decides not to take part in 2 television debates this week. And that's in the wake of the disastrous one with Andrew Neil. The trouble is, Andrew Neil's very good, isn't he? I remember having somebody on the programme the other week, and he was saying, how many council houses have you actually built? How many affordable houses have you built? She said, well, I don't have the figures here. I thought, you don't know, do you? And he then was, shall I tell you? She said, yes, please do. He said, none. Absolutely none. And that was very good. Very good. I like things like that. Have you done an in conversation with Stephen Fry? I have. Stephen's been in on 2 occasions. 2 occasions. He's lovely. He really is lovely. I always ask him what him and the wife are going to be doing for Christmas, because last Christmas I think it was a toss-up whether they were going to watch the cricket in Australia or stay home. And I can't remember who won actually, so I shall probably find out a little bit later on, which is always good. There's a rescuer of the Grenfell fire people facing jail. He claimed he lived in the foyer of Grenfell House, and he had a toaster there, and he saved a lot of people. He was a fraud. He was a liar. But they gave him £89,000. That's what he ended up with. He's gone to prison because he just tells lies. Why do people tell lies about something, knowing damn well that you can catch them out really quite quickly? There was a woman the other day. It was one of these. They do it on I think it's on the BBC, and they chase various crooks. I think caught on CCTV or something. Anyway, this particular woman claimed that her car had been rammed by a truck, I think it was, and so they went out there. They thought something a bit odd about it, and what they did, they got hold of her telephone. And the telephone was able to track exactly where she'd been. She wasn't even on this particular motorway. She hadn't even been on this motorway. She'd gone nowhere near it, so she was lying through her teeth. But because she was a bit thick, she then decided she was going to pursue it. And so they get to court. She's still protesting that she was rammed by this truck and, she could barely move and all this kind of stuff. And then they pointed out that she'd not been anywhere near the motorway. Nothing had ever happened on the motorway at all, because they tracked her telephone, and the telephone told them exactly where she was. So if ever you've got a mobile phone and you think you're going to do something, the phone will tell them exactly where you've been. Seriously, it's built into the satellite thing. It'll find you every time, and if you've lied, oh my God. Anyway, she got banged up for it, which is always entertaining, isn't it? Steve, if you like 80s music, can you name songs by any of these people? Okay, well, the first one you've got on here is Tanita Tikaram, which I had to rack my brains and think of. I like Twist in My Sobriety, which is good. Also, I like Cathedral Song, and I think Good Tradition. But those are only the ones off the top of my head. I can do Albert. Fergal Sharkey is A Good Heart is Hard to Find. A Good Heart is Hard. I love the song. Do you know that song? Obviously not the way I sing it. Yeah, that's very good, actually. And Loving You, of course, was a big hit for him as well. And Climby Fisher. Well, Love Changes, Rise to the Occasion, Love Changes Everything. There was an extended version of that one that came. Hey, come on. You're talking to a person who knows everything about everything. As his nose grows longer and longer. But no, I was a big fan. Fergal Sharkey, I could still play that now, because he's got such an unusual voice. Good heart these days is hard to find. Good heart. True love's a loving kind. Doesn't sound the same when I sing it, I know, but I always thought that was quite catchy. I also like, there's a few, I like Fiddler's Dram as well. Remember Fiddler's Dram? Didn't we have a wonderful time the day we went to Bangor? On the way back, we cuddled with Jack and opened a bottle of cider. As the wheels went round. I like any song I can join in. And what was the other one that was very good? Do you come from a land down under? No, not that one. There was another one that came out of Australia, and it was something very similar to Fiddler's Dram, and I can't remember what it was. An Australian song. And it was another one of those sort of folky type groups. What the blooming heck were they called? I can semi-picture them. I tell you what I did the other day. I found Downer. Do you come from a land down under? I also like the Seekers from '95 singing, I am, you are, we are Australian. Eagle Rock, a pub with no beer. That's a very old one, actually. And I didn't know some of these were actually sort of Australian, but they are actually very, very careful. I was looking at something the other day, and I went onto YouTube, and I showed it to Thomas, and it's Love Affair. I think it's A Day Without Love, but they're going through London, and they come to Leicester Square when you could drive along the back. You could drive along the back, so you can see Leicester Square as it was years ago. No traffic on the roads. Seriously, you could park in the middle of the road. It wouldn't cause any problem. Look at it now. Oh, blimey, we've gone mad, haven't we? Cars everywhere. Drives you mad. So, any more testing questions? We do them all on this programme. We're like that. Andrew Neil says CJ is the master interviewer. He literally made Mr. Corbyn squirm. Yeah, if you're going to go on to something like that, you've got to be armed with the facts and the figures. So if you don't... Steve, you make me laugh, says Sue in Hackney. We're the same age. You can't get into jazz. Sad. Sunday afternoon in a nice pub, half a lager and lime. Relax to the music. Oh, no. Also, it's very interesting, isn't it? Poor Mike in Finchley says, I finally received my limited edition tea towel. It's a genuine piece of art. It is. You won't ever see those ever again. You won't ever see those ever again. That was the only time, and the money raised did a really, really good lot of use in the community. Steve, there's a bus service between Woking and Heathrow called Woking 925 after the Dolly Parton song. The council had a sense of humour. Thank you very much indeed, Johanna. Let's tumble out of bed and had a cup of ambition. Folks like you and. Who could be on the job from 9 to 5? Imagine. Heavens above. Worn it out by that time. But what was the other one that we liked? Oh, that's right. After people were talking about, here we go, the word uppity, and then somebody pointed out that they used the word uppity in Oliver, the film. So it's your chance to be la-di-da and uppity when the landlord came to... And that meant you were a bit sort of snooty. You're a bit uppity. If Corey comes in and he goes, oh, so I go, you're a bit uppity today. Nobody realised all the different connotations. I had no idea. But they used it in Oliver, and nobody's mentioned that. So I sort of gave that as a gift to a few journos, and they've still not used it. Doesn't matter. Another one here. Good job you're a radio presenter because you couldn't make a living as a singer, says Ian. Excuse me. Of course I could. Good Lord. You don't actually need to sing to be a singer. You go into the studio and you do what the Spice Girls do. You auto-tune yourself. And so I go, a whole new world, and like that. And when it comes out there and it goes, a whole new world, and it sounds brilliant. You don't seriously think any of these little groups on the X Factor can actually sing, do you? God, blimey. That's why they all sound the same. If I played you clips of all the people who've been on the X Factor, you go, is that all the same person? You go, no, but it came out of the same studio. Love it. Jasper Carrot's version of the day trip to Bangor is better. I'd give anything to see Garth Brooks, country music legend, but I have a feeling the ticket is not going to be affordable, says Connie. Oh, they never are now, are they? I think Dinah Ross is looking for about £550 for a front row seat. I've interviewed Dinah Ross years and years ago. Interviewed her. Spent all the time playing with her hair. I sort of sat there feeling as though perhaps I should grow some hair and have some extensions done so I could play with mine as well. But I never got around to it. I used to play with when my hair was long, I had hair down to my shoulder, I used to be able to twist it. My face. 28th of November. I had to check, actually. Still waiting to hear back from the VAT office. Honestly, we're not having good vibes going with them at all. Apparently, Steve, playing with your hair means you fancy somebody. Dinah Ross must have had the hots for you. I shouldn't imagine she knew who I was. To be honest with you, I mean, it was a 3-minute interview, and they were very strict on 3 minutes. Very strict. 3 minutes there. Steve, the Australian folk group you think of, New World? No, I know New World very well. I know that because one of the guys in the group moved into our flat and was going out with one of the girls. They had Tom, Tom, turn around, don't ever let me down, don't ever leave your wife. And another one as well, actually. A lot of people talking about, what's this one? Vamos a la Playa by Rigera. I'm not right. I remember Vado Via by Droopy. Was it Droopy? Vado, which is another good one, actually. There's so many good songs, actually. Who's your favourite Disney villain? Oh, no idea. I couldn't tell you any Disney villains at all. I don't know any of them. I know the Lion King, yeah, but I mean, I don't think that. But then they're not real, are they? They're not real. If I'm trying to think of somebody who's sort of real in the Disney collection, I don't know. Cruella de Vil, I suppose. Evil stepmother, yeah, could be the evil step. Yeah, I don't know. There's nobody in particular that I'm sort of worrying about at the moment. And another one here, Katrina and the Waves, of course, Walking on Sunshine. And another one here says, I'm sat in Bristol Airport Lounge enjoying a beer, says Dan. Oh, no. Well, at this time of the morning? Oh, I couldn't drink a beer at this time of the morning. Couldn't drink a beer at any time of the morning. Another one here. Shane says, thank you for talking about our songs. It's all right. Safety dance. We can dance where you want to. We leave all our junk behind. And if you won't dance, and everybody will dance, and ain't no friend. And it's called Men Without Hats, isn't it? Men Without Hats, Safety Dance, Men with Hats. You know the song, but I can't. Yes, Safety Dance. That was the one I was trying to think of, but thank you. The Safety Dance. Was it? Oh, Karen. Was it Men Without Hats? Men with. Was I right? Wait a minute. We'll just have a quick check. If I turn out to be right again, I'm going to. Men Without Hats. There you go. You see, honestly, it's uncanny, isn't it? Uncanny. You can dance if you want to, because it was a strange sort of. I don't know what the instrument was they were using. All our friends behind, and if you won't dance, and if you don't dance, then you're a friend of mine. You can dance if you want to. Oh, it was a good song actually. Safety Dance. The Safety Dance. I do know Bob Seger. Yes. You like his music, yes. God, I bet you're a wow for an evening. Oh, let's sit down and listen to some Bob Seger. And let's have a glass of water, shall we? Whilst we're enjoying Bob Seger. I think we need to. Honestly, you young people nowadays, honestly, shoes from Primark, you know. I mean, even the best one is going out to Sainsbury's to buy his shoes. And then, you know, listens to Bob Seger at home and drinks water. Because he's on a diet. And yet you offer him a chocolate biscuit and he looks at you with horror like you're about to poison him. Honestly. A chocolate biscuit. I mean, Corey's managed to eat 2 chocolate biscuits this morning, which is good, isn't it? It gives him a little boost. And what have you done? You've ferreted your way through a whole packet of popcorn, haven't you? But not just any popcorn. Popcorn literally drenched with sugar. Because it's butter-kissed popcorn, which is toffee pop. Well, I don't even know if it's vegan. It probably isn't. Shouldn't you turn into something? Or, you know, you're going to... I don't know. But it's toffee. It's toffee popcorn. You can't have that. Yeah. Very naughty. I mean, you know, by the fact that I offered you a chocolate biscuit and you turned me down as if it was sort of, you know, it was the worst thing you'd ever seen in your entire life. You telling me you've never had chocolate biscuits at home? No, of course you haven't. You've got loads of chocolate biscuits at home. I think you're one of those vegans for the purposes of it. As somebody said the other day on Room 101, that I think they actually put vegans into Room 101 because there's only a small amount of you. And but they're very vocal, you know, whereas in fact I don't go rushing around telling people that I'm eating all the time. But for some reason, vegans want to share it with you, don't they? Oh, today I had a nut roast. Good Lord, how amazing. Today we had something exciting for Christmas. It's like isn't there a vegan little school that's opened? The nursery, where they're serving... The loose women were attempting to discuss it the other day, but, you know, it wasn't really happening. You had Stacey Solomon, who didn't really know what she was talking about at all, and said, well, when they come home, they can have like, meat or something like that. And Janet Street Porter was thinking that, you know, you can have... It's only one meal a day that you're having down there, and vegetables are good for you. But she said, why don't they just eat Indian food? Because a lot of that's vegetarian, and you can get loads of stuff. So, but I mean, I don't think, if you're the age of 3 or 4, they don't know what vegan is. They've got no idea. They don't know they're saving the planet or something. I mean, I don't think if we all ate Brussels sprouts, we're going to save the planet, put it that way. But it's obviously, I can understand vegetarians because they don't want to eat meat. But I know, I mean, Thomas has changed since he's been working on the programme. We managed to get him around to, he now eats meat. He eats meat. I mean, occasionally he does vegetarian, but it's a bit hit and miss. So... Actually, he was a piscatorial or something, or he was certainly one of the two, and he was sort of very much into things like that. And I remember thinking, what? Piscatorial. He's piscatorial, you know. He knows about these things. He just eats fish. Does scampi count as just eating fish? Could I be piscatorial just by eating scampi? Because if I can eat scampi and chips, I'm quite happy. I don't mind eating fish and chips. I think it's quite healthy. Although every time I eat it, I always feel a bit sort of icky poos with it. But no, he's definitely... Well, I think he was vegetarian, then he became piscatorial, and then after he'd become piscatorial, then he just became torial. And he didn't bother about the first bit, which was good. So, poor old Victoria Beckham. Do you know, the first time I've ever read negative publicity in the papers about Victoria Beckham, and how the company's not doing very well, how she's had to borrow money from him, how she's lost about 36 million. I mean, I don't know how long you can keep propping it up. She's had an investment of cash. The trouble is, the clothes that she's selling, who do they appeal to? Who is the person? I mean, they get loads of good publicity about it from all the right people, but I think the public are going, I'm sorry, it just doesn't look right. How many people do you know would want to go out in that signature dress? In other words, if you go to a garden party and somebody else wearing it, you're going to feel really daft. And it's about 1,500 quid. A lot of the stuff is very expensive for what it is. And Davy Boy Beckham I think they thought they were going to take over. You like that coffee, don't you? I can tell. They're delicious, aren't they? Yeah, I thought you'd like it. Very good as well. It's just cold cut, but the sell-by date's great on it. It's about a year in advance or something, isn't it? And if you keep it in the fridge and it's really ice cold. This is... I bought this... I'll find it, actually. I bought this coffee the other week. And you can get it in most supermarkets. Jimmy's Iced Coffee. And I remember thinking, that's a bit flash, isn't it? But I'll get some, because occasionally they do a deal on it. And it works out at £1 each, which is actually better, I mean, for a cup of coffee. But it's got British semi-skim milk, 61%, Arabica coffee, water coffee, 36%, then it's got Demerara sugar, blah, 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 and it's rainforest certified. But the sell-by date is up until the middle of next year. So you keep it in the fridge, and it's quite delicious, actually. And it comes from British dairies, and the Arabica beans come from Colombia. And I like it. And so I've had a few of them, and I'm having it. And I tell you why I'm having it. It's because occasionally I think, if I have a coffee, that will boost me up, give me a little bit of a lift or something like that. It's basically like having 2 or 3 glasses of Prosecco, only without the coffee. And this one here, I suppose if you were... I'm just having a look what's in it. Fat is 1.1 grams, so that's all right, isn't it? We could probably drink loads of that. And you give it a good old shake up. But when it's ice cold, which it comes out of the supermarket, it's ice cold, I sit at the bus stop and have one. I'm so common. I don't care, honestly. I'll sit there. I'll eat a sandwich as well. Sandwich in one hand, my little iced coffee in the other hand. Because I refuse to walk to Starbucks. So I've got £36 credit. But they've moved it. It used to be in the middle of the high street. Now they've moved the blooming thing. And it's too far to walk for me. I'd refuse to do it. I haven't used Twickenham Station for ages. Brian must be wondering where I've got to. Because you have to walk so far now. It's like joining the Krypton Factor, because we're having the station done up. So it's all very posh. We've got the crummiest Christmas tree you've ever seen, but we're spending millions on a station with flats above it. Imagine living above a station. Imagine living above a station where you get off the train and in 30 seconds you're in your front door. I would be, because the flats are built over the station, so you can look down at the platforms. I'd be walking around naked in the flat. I would. I'd be going up to the window on the telephone, just so somebody on the platform would go, there's somebody naked. There's somebody naked up there. I went to a friend's birthday party. I have to tell you this because it was so funny. And we went to the BBC Television Centre, because there was a club there and all the rest of it, and a friend of mine had hired it out. And so we go there, and we were sitting outside, because it was quite a nice sort of an evening. And all of the rotunda, if you know the television centre, is all flats. And there's a couple having sex in one of the windows. Seriously. They're doing it. And we're all sitting down, so of course we had to turn the chairs around to watch, because I thought if it's going to be an entertainment, I want to make sure I'm there, to sort of clap at the end or something like that. And it was very but people don't think about things like that. They really don't. I might try some of this Jimmy's Iced Coffee. I've got tea as well now. What if you can mix tea and coffee together? I wonder what that's called. Certainly not piscatorial, is it? That's a fact. It's nice, isn't it? They do it in hot chocolate as well. Only it's called cold chocolate. I tried it, it doesn't work the same. I said it's got Belgian chocolate. And that sounds to me like it's really fattening. Whereas this doesn't seem particularly fattening, and I am, as you know, watching my weight at the moment. I'm watching it expand. That's what I'm doing. I'm a bit like Luke. You know, a little bit like Luke, who's sort of spreading outwards and sideways and everything else. And you always know, because you go to buy something and you take it home and you go, oh, don't worry, I'm a medium. You know, and you take it home and you try and put it in your suddenly realize it doesn't fit. And so you have to, I can't get it off. You know, and then you eventually take the vest off, and you have to go back to the shop and go, it's the wrong size. I bought the wrong size. I should have bought extra large. You know. So, because it's not easy. I told you, once you start putting on weight, it's very difficult to lose. It's easy to put on, but blooming difficult to lose. I feel so sorry for all those fat people listening to the programme at the moment, for whom you are destined to be fat for the rest of your life. You know, you can't... There's no easy cure to losing weight. God knows I've tried everything under the sun. Everything under the sun. If there was a new diet that came up, pumpkin diet, F-plan diet, baked bean diet, eat a stick of celery, you know, only stick to root vegetables, only eat sort of 3 of these vegetables every 3rd day, take away the first number you first thought of, and, you know, suck on a sherbet lemon, and that apparently helps. I mean, it's just ridiculous. If diets worked, there'd be one. There would be the one diet that you would take. I mean, obviously, apart from cocaine, all right? I'm taking cocaine out of the equation, because that's what they say to models nowadays. They say, you need to lose weight, and they go, but I weigh 3 stone, and they go, you need to lose weight. You're too fat now. And so everybody's stick thin. They've all got to look like Victoria Beckham, but to be honest with you, she doesn't look healthy. I want to see her with a bit of meat on. As somebody said, making love to her must be like making love to a deck chair. I mean, it's just all poles and wire, and oh dear, it's just not right. But it's not working. The stuff is not selling, and it's not selling. She had to lay some people off a while ago. I mean, she must be gutted, but she still whizzes off around the world. What she's doing, I've got no idea, because I don't think it's translating into sales. Can't be. Not good. Steve, as Steve got Leicester Square's bag lady in the studio, sounds hilarious, delving into the bottom past his custard creams. There's no custard creams in there. No custard creams, but there are... Oh, look at these. This is Viscount peppermint biscuits. Got the peppermint cream in them. Very nice. How do you know, Steve, when you're talking to a vegan? Don't worry. They'll tell you. They do, don't they? Oh, by the way, did I mention I'm vegan? No, you never mentioned it. And this is my friend Audrey, piscatorial. She's very much into her fish. I suppose, I mean, everybody can be into anything, can't they, really? I mean, eating vegetables is very good for us. And I'm actually very good at eating vegetables. I don't have any problem. I used to when I was younger, when I was a younger person. I didn't really enjoy vegetables. Now I do enjoy vegetables. Sometimes, you know, I'm chucking a load of vegetables into some rice and just have that. I mean, it's fairly simple, and I'm sure it's doing me some good, he says. What were you saying about Victoria Beckham? I'll tell you exactly what the story is. Wait a minute, let me find it. It's in all the papers, but I want to make sure that I find it in the right paper. I want to make sure we give a balanced view of poor old Victoria's company. I don't know what, because they seem to have, it's a bit of a sort of a hodgepodge, their companies, but, you know, like his company lends money to her company and she gives it back in shares, and so it goes on. But either way, she's not selling what she should be selling. She should be selling, you know, loads of these things. But the trouble is, having seen her stuff, and when she wears it, it doesn't look right. So here we are. Her fashion label racked up £12.3 million loss last year as demand for the former Spice Girls high-end clothes slumped. Accounts filed this week showed that the pop star turned businesswoman has failed to turn around the troubled brand's fortune. So when they say pop star turned businesswoman, she was never the greatest singer in the group, and not really a businesswoman either. So sales of the range, which include £2,000 dresses and £1,000 handbags, fell by 16% from 47.6 million in 2017 to 34.1 million last year. The company has lost a total of 34.7 million. The chairman says demand for the label's clothing and accessories had plateaued after years of rising sales. So Victoria Beckham Limited has breached the conditions of a £10 million bank loan earlier this year, but she and Dave paid down debts and plugged a funding gap with a £13.6 million loan injection. So in 2017, Beckham Brand Limited, which is controlled by the couple, wrote off £6.6 million of loans owned by her label in return for shares. At the end of last year, her brand still owed more than £2 million to her husband's company, DB Ventures Limited. That's what the accounts are showing. His company, which also filed annual profits, saw its profits drop from 26.5 million to 14.8. Mrs. Beckham's label, which has to compete with Gucci and Mulberry, sells in 400 stores in more than 50 countries. So, I mean, it's not looking very good. And then, of course, they do all this sort of stupid thing. They sort of go, oh, Victoria's got a secret. She's launching a makeup range. You think, oh, for goodness sake, honestly, it's Victoria Beckham. Victoria Beckham, you know. Also, she's launched this cosmetic range with, I think, Reebok or somebody like that. Whatever it is, it's not working. It's not working. You know, the girls know where they want to buy their stuff from. If you want to buy high-end stuff, you're going to buy Estee Lauder, aren't you? You're going to buy any of the big brand names. You're not going to be going out buying Victoria Beckham makeup. And she does have a little clutch bag, though, for this Christmas, which is 80 quid. It's about the most affordable thing that she's got in the range. And that's the only way you can describe it. Oh, delicious. Oh, look, lots of... Oh, it's not an almond tree. Sorry, I thought it was an almond tree. It's not. It's a cherry tree. More than 6,500 will be grown from Cornwall to the Orkneys in a project funded by Japanese firms. Isn't that nice? So thousands of them will soon blossom across the UK. How lovely. Do you know there's a lovely 300-year-old tree in Islington? A 300-year-old tree. You want to come round our way, down in Marble Hill Park, we've got trees which must go back hundreds of years. They're so big and so gnarled and so wonderful. They really are. Happy birthday today to Armando Iannucci, the Glasgow-born satirist. Also born on this day, not with us anymore, Anna Nicole Smith. She was a former Playmate of the Year, and she married J. Howard Marshall. He died, he was, I think, 89. He died 14 months later, and she spent the rest of her life, before her death, aged 39, fighting the family over his fortune. So that was it. I mean, I don't know what he was worth. I think it was a hell of a lot of money. I don't think she ever got very much out of it, really. The 80-mile-an-hour train, which travelled for 23 minutes with a door open. I'd love to drive a train. You know, a steam train would be good. I'm watching this programme on railways at the moment, and it looks blooming good. He said years ago people got on a steam train to get from A to B. Now, they don't. People get on the steam train because they're interested in the train, which is wonderful. Steve, I started early enough to listen to the whole show. I always used to sit naked in my bay window overlooking Russia Park reading a particularly well-placed book. How lovely. It appears to cause much merriment, I bet. I heard it's Bollywood Hour on Dave O'Brien's show today. I'm doing a 13-hour shift at work, so I hope he gets some funny questions to keep me awake. I'd love to hear him doing Bollywood. Steve, I remember you telling everybody for years how easy it is to lose weight. Eat less and exercise more. Not as easy as that, says Jan. No, I know, but that's the hard and fast doctor's rule. Less is more. So you can eat little and often. I've always said it's the trouble is we eat big portions now. We have no idea. If you go out there and you look at what laughingly is called family, there'll be a family cottage pie or something like that, and you think, well, that's just for one person, isn't it? And that's why it is. We've turned into the Americans, so it's little and often. But, of course, people don't want that. They want something easier. Something easier. I've never said it was easy to lose weight. I've always said it's like giving up smoking. It's very difficult to give up smoking. You have to want to give up smoking. If you want to lose weight, if he wants to lose weight, then, you know, he has to sort of overcome his willpower to take his right hand away from the chocolate biscuits and things like that, and popcorn and everything else. If he became piscatorial, he'd be fine. He would cope with that really, really well. He could just have a little bit of fish for breakfast, a little bit of fish poached, perhaps in some milk or something like that. And then, as a bit of a treat, then he could have scampi. A little bit later on, you say, as all true piscatorials will tell you. You know, little and often is good. And a little bit of exit. How much have I done today? I forgot to check the thing that tells me how much I'm walking. Because I walked. See, today I've only done 610 steps. That's not good, is it? Yesterday I did 3,920. Tuesday 5,740, and on Monday 6,660. I've basically got worse this week. Basically worse. Another one here says, I'm going to have to pull you up on a lot of things. Yeah. Says, sometimes you really don't know what you're talking about. West End days, the clubs, after parties, but you never went to the Val Bon. Of course I did, Sue. I'm 66. Of course I went to the Val Bon. God in heaven. I worked the Hippodrome. So you can't pull me up on anything at all. You can't. Absolutely not. Jackie says, wait a minute, I've lost it. It's simple, just eat low fat. Yeah, sometimes that doesn't quite work, does it? And Ron says, officer, I saw a naked man above Twickenham station. Oh, that'll be Steve Allen again. And apparently tea and coffee together makes toffee. If you change it with this cold coffee, a shot of Kahlua and a shot of Di Serrano and a shot of brandy, apparently that is delicious. I think you're basically going to be throwing yourself under a bus after that, aren't you, really? Which is not good. Magnum of Prosecco is 10 quid at Morrison's on Friday, says Jim. Oh. See, I don't worry about what I'm paying for it. I think I'm probably paying for a litre 14 quid. I don't know. It might be something like that. Right. What have we got here? Steve, if trees gave off Wi-Fi signals instead of the oxygen we breathe, we'd plane a lot more. Yeah. You want to see some of the trees around our way? I mean, they really are good, actually. Very, very good indeed. Here's found after 125 years. It's in the paper today. It's a rusty reminder of a very sinister act. And it's the story of retired police officer Bob Bell. He found a fellow crime fighter's badge in a field. He sensed there might be something intriguing. The metal detectorist decided to dig deeper, but even he was surprised at the bloody tale his investigations unearthed, involving a family feud, a beheading, and a police chase to catch a deranged killer. The Essex field where Mr. Bell discovered the badge turned out to be the exact same spot where in 1896 PC Charles Cook apprehended notorious murderer Samuel Collis. He found out that PC Cook had given chase after Collis walked through the streets of nearby Halstead with the severed head of bailiff Robert Cockerell in a bowl. Oh, my godfathers. That's a bit frightening, isn't it? The whole full gruesome story you can find inside the Daily Mail for today. They always have gruesome stories, and that's a particularly gruesome one. Also, the nurse shortage to hit 100,000 within 10 years, and also some granny who was lying on a pavement for 3 hours. Of course, the Daily Mirror love that story. They put her on the front page. They think that's absolutely brilliant, and it's a good opportunity to sort of knock the Conservatives and say, listen, this is how bad it is. And the wind of change. Among the most famous opening words of any song, but Elton John's Candle in the Wind could have been different. Apparently, the original lyrics said, goodbye, Marilyn Monroe. They then crossed it out and wrote Norma Jean, which is very interesting. And so they've actually got lots of drafts of songs at different prices. So if you want original lyrics, here they are. That one's valued around £200,000. Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, 200,000. Your song, you know, the one that goes, it's a little bit funny, 210,000. Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting, 160,000. So they're up for sale. You could have original lyrics. What you do with them, I've got no idea. Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. Now, I don't know if this story is true, but after Katie Price was declared bankrupt because basically she lied about paying the money back. She owes money all over the place, as you can well imagine. But she's now said she's not leaving her £2 million home. So you see how the press have managed to change this immediately. All of a sudden, her house is worth £2 million. There's no chance it's ever worth £2 million. You'd need to spend the best part of £600,000 to get this thing back to anything reasonable. So the fact it would even make over £1 million is surprising me. But they say she's thought to have amassed a fortune. Well, I mean, work it out for yourself. You know, I mean, what, she's spending over £1 million a year? No, she's not. Most of her stuff's freebies. She didn't keep up with the monthly payments of 12 million, so there never was the money to thing. And now she will have to leave the home. Although a source says Kate has said she'll be leaving the home over her dead body. She's insisted it's the place she and the kids are the happiest. No, they hate it. It's filthy and dirty and stinks. That's what we know about it, but you will leave it. You will leave it. I mean, she's said to have told friends she could be homeless. Well, that's your problem. That's your problem. We all have to work for a living. You know, we work for a living. You know, you obviously don't work for a living. You just go out there and behave like an idiot. And so that's why it's come back and it's bitten you very badly, very badly. Steve, 10,000 steps a day. Stop eating snacks, and before a meal, eat salad. Ugh, boring. Salad. In fact, the only decent salad would be the one with salad cream on it and grated cheese and scampi. And no salad at all. I mean, I don't mind salad, but I like the little tomato. I like little heritage tomatoes. They're quite sweet. Cucumber I like. I like celery, things like that. And I love beetroot, but it does turn everything pink, including your wee. Did you know that? First time I thought, good Lord, I'm hemorrhaging. It was dreadful. Who's that woman Peter Sarsted sang about in Where'd You Go to My Lovely? Who's the woman? Well, it was called Where'd You Go to My Lovely. He had two, actually. The one was I'll buy you one more frozen orange juice on this fantastic day. And the other was I remember the back streets of Naples, two children playing in the rags, both blessed with a burning ambition to shake off their loady whole thing. And they try, and they try. Because he died a short while ago, Peter Sarsted, didn't he? So where do you go to, my lovely, when you're alone in your bed? It's funny, isn't it? That's the only time you can actually have a good old dream, isn't it? You can sort of, do you talk to yourself? Yeah, everybody talks to themselves. I can have the best conversations in bed. Well, obviously not always in bed, sometimes I'm in the car and I have a really good conversation. And after a couple of glasses of Prosecco, I'll talk to anything. I've been known to talk to a vase before now. Because you have to, if you're a radio presenter, you have to just learn to talk into a microphone. And I say learn to talk into a microphone. It's a bit odd, really, just aim the whole programme. Because if I wasn't talking into the microphone, it'd be like that, and people would go, what are you doing? So you have to sort of talk to it. So, but they don't teach you that. They don't teach you that. Nobody teaches you how to be a radio presenter, although there are places you can go to learn it. If you were doing music radio, it's a bit more different than it used to be in my day. A little bit. Steve, quick question. Is LBC on WhatsApp? No. It does sound silly, Amber. Steve, I did 19,000 steps today and over 12,000 Monday and Tuesday. All right, clever clogs. Goodness sake, honestly, make us feel even worse. Men Without Hats were a Canadian group with numerous minor hits in Canada. Safety Dance was their only big hit. You can dance if you want to, you leave all your sons behind. I wonder what they look like. Were they sort of a young group or an older group? Also, that's this one here. Steve, and another thicko, 5 from your favourite show, The Apprentice. Yeah, didn't they get rid of 2? I think they got rid of 2 people. One, you're right, was the real Dimbo, the one who can't talk like that. How he fitted into that programme, I've got no idea. But anyway, they've kicked him out because he's a loser. A complete loser. Really, really badly a loser. Not so good. And another one here. Do you know, I've not had anything, actually. Donnie says, Ode to Stephen Allen, which is quite good. He says, why on earth would you go elsewhere if Steve's on the air and there's no better? Will Steve be going in 5 more years? Blooming well hope so. Unless you've heard differently. I think so. I think I'm reasonably, well, I'm not reasonably healthy at all, but I think I'm doing okay. I can get up in the morning, I can get myself ready. So, doing okay in the podcast chart, like numero uno. When it goes un, deux, trois, we're un. Just in case you're wondering. Unos, dos, tres, we're unos. We're number 1 in the podcast chart. Why? Because basically, it doesn't tax your brain. It's quite there. You do get some very intelligent podcasting. I have to be honest, I can't keep up with the really intelligent ones, so I play to the lowest common denominator. Why would I want to be the Daily Telegraph when I can be the Daily Star and the Sun put together? Much better that way. Cheap, always sells, and God knows I'm cheap. What else we got here? There you go. Half of university places go to substandard students. I think we all know about substandard students, don't we? Oh, blimey, honestly. Poor old students. And Where'd You Go to My Lovely was actually written about a girl he fell in love with, says Mike in Kent. Yes, so look into my face, Marie-Claire, and remember just who you are. I thought he was great, actually. I interviewed him years and years ago. Wendy says, can you congratulate my sister Jane, first-time nanny to a baby boy? Woo! It's cool. You mention scampi often. I don't know about you, but I only like proper whole-tail scampi, says Ian. None of this reconstituted. Oh, I don't do reconstituted. Oh, no. I have, to be honest. Yes, it has to be right. I know you like your light, so working at the Hippodrome with the lasers must have been right up your alley. It was. Big place to work. Big place to work. So funny, because when I go into the Hippodrome now, I look at it and I remember it as it was when Peter Stringfellow opened it. I can remember all the waiters were drag queens. And it unheard of. It was almost like wandering into sort of a German huge bar. And they used to have all sorts of people wandering around. And some of these drag queens were like 6 foot tall. 6 foot tall, so people used to go, drag queens. It was really good. You know, it really was. It was something. It was challenging the norm. But the best thing about the Hippodrome was always, and I would always take people in there at midnight. They had a light show. And they did a fantastic light show, which started with lasers and the Hippodrome logo. And then these machines would descend from the ceiling with dry ice all around them, right above your head. And then they would open up like flowers. And then they would turn round, and there'd be films. Oh, it was brilliant. And then it would go straight into the dancing. Absolutely amazing. It really was. It was a good 10 minutes light show. Very nice. Morrison's do a lovely beetroot infused with chili vinegar, says Mitch. Oh, right. Oh. Steve, if you were to sponsor a Christmas food similar to what Aunt Bessie does with puddings, Aunt Bessie just doesn't do it with puddings. She does everything. She does roast potatoes. She does everything. There's nothing that Aunt Bessie... I don't know if she exists or if she ever did, but whatever it was, I thought it was pretty good stuff. I quite like her, actually. Another one here. Somebody talked about how many steps you're supposed to be doing every day. Grief. Steve, I heard talk about living in Hong Kong yesterday, and he just got back from there, and despite its current troubles, feels a lot safer than parts of London, says Paul. And they've opened a branch of Fortnum & Mason. Yeah, we lived there for 2 years. 2 years. Above Happy Valley. Tun Shan Terrace. There you go. And I haven't been there since I was 9. But you just remember the address. We've got photographs of me sort of playing in the dirt with the local children. Well, they were sort of the other side of the road. And we used to have the rat catcher, used to come round, catch rats for us. The place was full of rats, even in our flats. And it was lovely, from what I remember. Dragon boat racing, typhoon, fish markets at Wan Chai. Stank to high heaven. And the new territories hadn't been developed. The Star Ferry. We did everything. Government House. We did the beaches. Repulse Bay. Loved it. First time I ever had peppermint ice cream. Up until then, we'd only ever had vanilla ice cream. Oh, look, here's Beatrice. Princess Beatrice. Anybody less like a princess, you'd be hard pushed to find, actually. But she went out the other day with her fiancé called Ido Mapelli Mozzi. This is a man who's been married and got a kid, but it's the best she's going to get. But they had Kate Blanchett there and everybody else, Yasmin Le Bon, and they raised 230,000 quid. Probably nothing at all to do with Beatrice being there. I suppose, and of course, the father's still nowhere to be seen, which is probably the best way. Keep very quiet. Where it goes from here, we do not know. We do not know. Also, what did we get? Oh, we got a column written by Susanna Reid, actually, which is nice. Talking about Paul Burrell, so he's a fan of the Crown. I wouldn't trust anything Paul Burrell says. Seriously, I've never known such a person. Never known such a person. So what we do? Wait a minute. I'll find my son here. Premiership boss wanted to score with me. God, we've not had one of these for ages. We like this. This is where a woman in her 20s says married dad, David Pemsel, bombarded her with dozens of inappropriate messages. And so he's pestered an ex-work pal. So they've got a picture of her. And he says, "You're staggeringly sexy. Let's kiss and see what happens." Smooth talker, honestly. Imagine, you think that's going to work with people nowadays? And so they've actually... She's obviously decided to sort of save these sort of texts backwards and forwards. What? Excuse me. Why is it that people who are in the public eye go onto a social media site without realising that somebody's saving it the other end, and you can be caught out by it? He's now on the front pages of the papers. I mean, it's ridiculous. When the Sun approached the woman involved last night, she confirmed she knew him from her time at The Guardian, but didn't want to comment further. God, blimey. Why do people do that? I mean, anything can be traced back. Anything can be traced back. Liz in Colnbrook did 19,000 steps yesterday and 12,000 Monday, Tuesday as well, which is very good. Mind you, Colnbrook, it's good idea to start walking, isn't it? It's sort of a little bit in the middle of nowhere. Richard in Tokyo says, stop eating snacks and eat, before a meal, eat salad. 10,000 steps a day. He says, you'll lose a ton of weight. I'm living proof. Wow, we like that. Right, tell you what we do. We take a short break, a little bit earlier than usual. And tell you why in a moment. So let's get a check on the road and rail this morning with Dave. Come along to Thursday. Was that a cup of tea for me? Look at that, honestly. Service is great. If only we had a toaster. I feel certain we could actually sort of do toast in this studio, and that'd be quite nice to do. Oh, you made me a tea already? Oh, right. Who took the cup?
Good, aren't I?
Well, not really, no. I mean, what do you want, a coconut or something? Okay. Thank you very much indeed. That looks lovely. At least the bag's still in there.
Yeah,
Okay, can you give those to Corey? Thank you very much indeed. Right. Such a happy little show, isn't it, really? I mean, honestly, to be honest with you, where would you rather be? Here or nowhere? We're going to talk to John Barrowman later on today. I think he's doing Mr. M show first, then he's going to pop in and talk to us. He's got an album out. I bet he's up already, actually, knowing him. Steve, I have a feeling some of your listeners don't concentrate on what you're saying. They keep telling you about items on sale in Asda and Morrison's. They should know far too much class to shop there. Oh, no, I have been. Just not, we don't have them around our area. Ron says, I was at the Hippodrome the night Michael Jackson's Thriller video made its UK debut. Oh, I used to see so many celebrities in there, so many. And it was such a big place. And now is the casino, and it's got, I think it's the Magic Mike show is there as well. That seems to be doing particularly well. Because we used that theatre, if you remember, when we did a Make Some Noise show. I did my show there. And now we're doing it for the second time running at the Leicester Square Theatre, which is sold out, by the way. Thank you very much indeed. So I'm looking forward to that, and I shall introduce you to the team down there. So lots of papers are talking about Gary Rhodes, and charming man, charming. He even had a spitting image puppet as well. And he says he had one hope for his legacy. He says, when I pass away, I like to think if my name ever came up in conversation, all I can hear people saying is, he can cook. And I'd look down and think, I did all right. They've all come back and said nice things about him because he was a nice man. That's all I can tell you. He was a nice man. He came in to talk to me, and we talked about, just about everything. He was lovely. He was absolutely lovely. So I was really quite shocked because there's a picture taken literally just a few days ago. And then obviously something went wrong. It could have actually been to do with a knock that he had some years ago. Jamie Oliver said Gary was a fantastic chef and an incredible ambassador for British cooking. He reimagined modern British cuisine with elegance and fun. It was just lovely. But he lived in Dubai. They moved there 8 years ago. And my friend John, a friend of his, went to the restaurant. But much missed. What a nice person. He did do Strictly, actually. I'd forgotten him, 2008. Good Lord. Rod Little's column today talks about BBC election watch time. I just listen to LBC. It's so much easier. You get the whole thing done on LBC. Much, much easier. And also, cities in the north of England, says Rod, have lower life expectancy than some in Poland, Romania and even Turkey. God, we haven't had Brexit yet. And another one here. A stern message to parents from the US Girl Scout leaders. Do not hug your daughter, or at least if you do hug your daughter, you must first acquire her consent. In America, it's all gone pear-shaped, but don't worry, because it will end up over here. Everything that happens in America happens over here. You know, you got Trump over next week, isn't it? I think. And so that'll be quite interesting, because they've not invited Prince Andrew. He's not on the guest list. He's persona non grata. In fact, basically, he is persona non grata. Susie says, Katie Price, I read she wants to get married in the stables and have the reception in the house. Guests bring your own bottle. Well, there are no house receptions at all. It's not her property. She's lost it. They'll be coming to evict her soon. She'll have to move out and go. They couldn't care less where she goes. She'll just have to go. It's as simple as that. But I begin to wonder, actually, who's she going to get married to? She's not going out with anybody at the moment. The ex-boyfriend, that's finished. But mind you, her relationships are on and off because she cheated. She cheated on him. So so there's no getting married. The place is filthy. Absolutely disgusting. She's been declared bankrupt. She now doesn't own that property. It'll be repossessed, and they'll give her a time to move out. If she doesn't, remember, you've seen the programme? You know, the bailiffs, they turn up on the doorstep. We're here to collect a debt of £800,000. You're being evicted today. And that's what they will do. They will literally kick her out. You know, there aren't separate rules in this country. Well, there better not be. For somebody who has fallen foul of bankruptcy. She lied through her teeth. She wasn't earning any money. However, if she starts producing money and spending it, that means she's hidden things. And I would like to think that she would be advised by people around her that if she starts spending money when she's been declared bankrupt, somebody's going to come down very heavy on her and she's going to get into an awful lot of trouble, because you can't do that. You're not allowed to secrete money away or start spending any money. You just can't do it because you owe people money, and she owes quite a lot of people money. Steve, you must try the BMW it's amazing you'll love it and promise some free congestion charge. Well, I don't pay the congestion charge anyway. It's only because I don't come into town. I have a car that brings me into town, so I don't go. So I don't need to worry about having to pay the congestion charge. I don't have to pay it on a Saturday. On a Sunday. If I come in on a Saturday, I sometimes, well, I do. If I'm going out for lunch, I would take the train. Dion in Langley says, I've just got up to have a wee and my glasses fell off my head into the toilet. Sign it's going to be a bad day. I know how you feel. I've been like that, actually. You know, I put my phone in my top pocket sometimes, and you sort of think, and now I've learnt, cover your phone just in case it drops out. Because once it drops out, you've had it. You've had it. Ulrika Johnson has posted a racy new dating profile telling how she's a nutter, seeking intimacy, fun and lots of laughs. She's 52. She's basically looking for no strings sex. And she posed in a nightie and stockings to plug the over 50s dating app. And there's a profile showing her holding a, glass of something and all the rest of it. It's a bit sad, isn't it, when somebody that famous has to start going on dating apps. You think to yourself, because everybody's going to talk about it and go, oh, she's on a dating app. I've seen a few people, they do it on this first date programme. That's a bit tragic, isn't it? I never liked that programme. I just thought people were doing it for a fee or a free meal, because most of them seem to hate each other. Stuart says, I hope we see the Duke of York back here soon in public life. Never again, Stuart. Never going to happen, as you well know. Janet says, do you think Katie Price will be on Can't Pay, Will Take It Away? Yep. Of course she will be. You know, the trouble is she thinks she's very clever. Unfortunately, this time she can't beat the system. They're going to start dictating to her. She's going to have to get rid of everything, and they will effectively take it away from her. Which is, the way it should have been. I predicted it ages and ages ago, and the reason was that she's been very bad with money. She's not a businesswoman. She's an idiot. And what she's done is she's put her children at a disadvantage. Luckily, they have fathers who can probably help them out, and so it doesn't really matter, does it? Oh dear. Sorry. There's another one here. I've got a lovely story, but unfortunately, it's in court, so I can't mention it to you. But there is the story of a train travelling at 80 miles an hour with a door open for 23 minutes after 2 screws fell out. This is Great Anglia Service. On August the 22nd, it covered 16 miles through Essex before a passenger alerted the driver. The Rail Accident Investigation Branch said there was no indication the screws were tightened during a refurbishment, and they later found loose screws in at least 60 of 480 doorways. That's not good, is it? Slack Friday, they tell us. High streets face a Slack Friday tomorrow as 11 million bargain hunters shop online. See, I'm an online person. In fact, this morning, Corey was sort of saying, I don't know what. Oh, that's right. It came up with Her Majesty the Queen, who only likes round ice cubes, which I thought was really diva-ish. She doesn't like the square ones because they make a noise as they bang against the side of the glass. So she likes round ones. So Corey said, where'd you get round ice cubes from? I said, well, you make them. And you can go... So I went on to Amazon and I bought him... it's a set of ice cube maker things, including one that does balls. And so he can then have balls in his glasses... at home. You don't hear the why you wouldn't hear the chinking? I've got no idea. I would have thought exactly the same, whether they're round or whether they're square. But he didn't know you could make balls. We used to have it as well at home. And you pour the water into this thing. It's like 2 halves, and it makes a ball. And so you can have round ice cubes. I used to have things that you could freeze. They were like a glass bubble with different coloured liquid in and a long stem, and you froze them in your freezer, and then you put them into the drinks, and they kept it cold, so it wasn't the ice. Because it's like, if ever you go, I'll give you this advice now, free. Anybody will tell you the same thing. If you're going to Mumbai or anywhere else, don't have ice in your drinks, okay? You'll become very, very, very sick. Don't have salads. Same here. Yeah. It is horrible. I used to love sucking ice cubes. Didn't you used to like... No? Oh, just me again. I used to love sucking ice cubes. So, you sort of take them out of your tray in the morning into the freezer thing, and you pop one in your mouth, like that. No? Oh. Perhaps I'm odd. I thought that was quite normal to suck ice cubes. We had a metal tray where you pulled a handle at the end and it cracked them so they all became free, and then you lifted the thing out and then poured them into an ice bucket. No, just me again. Okay, on that one. I also had a machine that you put ice cubes in, you turned the handle, and it gave you shaved ice. No, just me again on that one. That's a bit of a problem, actually, because that's what you do when you're having a cocktail. They use shaved ice. You never find an ice cube in the middle of a sort of Kir Royale or something like that. It's always shaved ice. So I had a little machine. You turn the handle and it just shaved the ice. And I used to lick that as well. I thought it was, so, well, you know, part-time piscatorial. And and ice cubes. If I was in a bar, you take the ice cube out and you pop it in your mouth, don't you? And then you bite on it and you crack it into different No? What do you do in pubs? Isn't that the half the fun of being in a pub? Talk to people. You never talk to people in the pubs around our way. Good God, you get yourself to a load of trouble. No, you suck ice cubes. I love it. Until they get really, really small, then you go... And then all of a sudden, you've swallowed the blooming thing. And you start panicking. I've just swallowed half an ice cube. But I love them. I've always wanted an ice cube making machine. But then I thought, you got one in your fridge. Oh, it actually makes ice cubes. Oh, how lovely. God, you're so flash, aren't you? There's always one, isn't there? The blooming assistant. The assistant, if you please. The one who buys his shoes in Primark has got a fridge that makes ice cubes and crushed ice. I mean, honestly, I'm obviously living on Poverty Street. I think I'll go and join Big Bird and perhaps I'll sing a song every time I open the fridge. I haven't got any ice. I haven't even got an ice box in my fridge. I've got a separate freezer, but I hardly use it. It's a chest freezer. I like that. It's got a door on it and it's got drawers and stuff like that. And I think at the moment it's got 2 ice lollies in it from the Second World War. And that's about all there is in there. I quite like the ones that dispense ice-cold water. That's nice. You got that as well. I thought you might have, yes. Really, honestly. Shan't be having you on the programme ever again. I can't believe it. Honestly, the assistants are now doing better than the presenter of the programme. It's not my day, is it? It's only Thursday. It was all going so well. But we have got the news at 6 o'clock, which means that we have an hour to go on the programme, which means we can take loads more of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And if you're going to the Costa Blanca, you're going to be in for a little bit of a shock here. The holiday resort has got nudes on Elvis songs. The B-side, A Wooden Heart, which was Wooden Heart, but in German. And I only remember the bit that goes, muss ich denn, Jewish stay to lay in thou, stay to lay, oh du mein Schnatz. And so, because that was on the B-side of, 'Cause I don't have a wooden heart. Did you ever see Elvis in concert? Lackluster. No. I saw the Vegas show. I didn't go to see the Vegas show. I stayed in a hotel where he performed. And if you actually watch back, the shows in Vegas are so different from the ones you get now, which is big money thrown at the stage. In Elvis's case, it was the band, his singers, and Elvis came on the stage, dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Well, it's a one for the money, I really get ready to go, man, go, and don't you? And he went through all the songs. Him and Tom Jones used to jam. At the end of their shows, they would meet up somewhere, and one would go to the other's, rooms or whatever. They had penthouses and everything else, and they just sit there and sing all night. So having performed for the public, they would then go and sing, and Tom Jones told me that Elvis would phone him up and they'd sing to each other and everything like that. I think he was quite lonely. I think he's sort of, He did, yes, the films, I have to be honest, they weren't his sort of finest hour. But people quite liked them. King Creole. And loads of famous people. I think Anne Margaret made her career on the Elvis Presley films. There was about 6, I think, that he did. They were all roughly a little bit naff. It's sort of, boys in the army or something. Well, he did them, but because his agent, Colonel Tom Parker, the man who had a big gambling habit, never signed a contract with him. They never had a contract. It was just verbal contract. So I've always been a fan of Elvis, and I gave Barbara Windsor a set of them. In fact, I think I've still got another 3 boxes of them. They brought out all the Elvis recordings from the RCA days, but they were the original studio recordings with him going, well, I think we'll do that one again. And also different versions of some of the songs that he had hits with. Some were slowed down, some were speeded up, but he was talking to the soundman through the glass. Tweak that out a little bit there. And then he goes straight into his songs. They used to have these sort of late-night recording sessions. Not as legendary as Frank Sinatra, but, I mean, fairly legendary. Fairly legendary. So I'm a big fan of Elvis, but it was Muss ich denn, Jewish stay to lay now. Stay to lay out, oh, du mein Schatz. And if you say goodbye, well, I know that I could cry. I wonder why he sang like that. He dyed his hair, He actually was blonde, and he dyed it black. I know, I've just told you. Of course you didn't know that. If you'd known that, then you'd just say, I've heard this story before, Steve. But you hadn't. And he was sort of, yes. They had to shoot him from the waist upwards when he appeared on the Ed What's It show. Because, Ed Sullivan, because apparently he was considered too sort of, you can't sort of inflict something like that on the kids in America. Kim Wilde, very good hit single. We're the kids in America, whoa. Everybody, time for the music, go row, 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 row. But yeah, so they shot him from the waist up because they said he was a bad influence. People used to burn his records. You can still go there to the Sun studio where he made his recordings. And they'll sort of show you around. And you can go to Graceland, and over the road is where the aeroplane is, which was called Taking Care of Business. It's got the logo on, the Flash logo. He actually got conned in that aeroplane. It was bought over here. And so when he died, he was broke. Elvis had no money when he died at all. And so the rumour has it that an RCA executive, on hearing of the death of Elvis, said, after he heard about it, good career move. Because immediately everything started coming back, all the back catalogues and everything else. There you go. There's my Elvis Presley stories. It's best you're going to get. Bake Off bosses might have a bit of a temper on when they find out about Channel 5's new chocolate show. Oh, you're going to like this one. The real Willy Wonkers will see confectioners battle it out to get their own bar in the shops. It'll feature the Hairy Bikers, Dave and Si, and the Seven Wannabes. Wow, good Lord. And they've also got a string of similar spin-offs, including the Great British Sewing Bee and the Great British Pottery Throwdown, which are moving to Channel 4 with Melanie Sykes hosting. Good Lord, she's not still around, is she? Heavens above. Also, Elton John unlicensed, uncensored, I beg your pardon, unlicensed. This is Graham Norton. They're just selling a book, but, people want to hear about it, so why not? Emma Bunton appears on Michael McIntyre's big show, but still got plenty of spice. It's very pretty. Very pretty, Emma Bunton. And she goes on there because they discovered she's been ordering sexy stockings and suspenders. Ooh. There was one the other day. It was an old Essex, The Only Wears Essex programme, which is a little bit embarrassing because it had sort of a few people on there who sort of aren't on the show anymore. His wide boy attitude made him a fan favourite. Thomas Skinner. This is Essex. They didn't make him a fan favourite at all. That's why he's kicked out. Useless. He lost every task. He's the answer to Del Boy. The trouble is Del Boy was marginally more successful than this prune. His time was almost over in September, but the Beeb allowed him to continue after the Bizarre column revealed he'd been fined in 2011 for handling stolen goods. He's a crim. He's a crim. He says this will be a springboard to success. I think not, dear. I think you're going to disappear. You have no talent. You have no talent at all. It's embarrassing to be told that, but, that's the way it goes. Can't help it. You put yourself up on the television, you set yourself up for it. We'll just knock you down again. What's this? An Audi RS6. Price, 92,750 quid. Lovely. Never fancied an Audi. Oh, what do my stars say today? The Venus-Moon connection is the most sociable part of your chart, making you so approachable. Yeah, right. Steve Allen, approachable. I'm not sure about that one. 6:10, I'll tell you that, in case you're running for a bus. So yesterday we lost loads of people, apart from Gary Rhodes, aged only 59. Also Clive James, he was 80, he had leukemia. And Jonathan Miller, who was 85, I think he had dementia. Ian Wright's wife, Nancy, played down claims of a bullying round. You're obviously not watching the same programme we are. James Haskell's another bully, thank you very much indeed. But then again, no surprise to anybody. No surprise to anybody. Plus. Oh dear. What else have we got? Oh, Tata Steel are cutting 1,000 jobs. A bit like working for Victoria Beckham, isn't it? You never know if you're going to be surviving the thing. They need to sort of try and work out a strategy. They can't work out a strategy with Victoria Beckham. I think she's so inflated ego that you couldn't tell her. If somebody came along and said, listen, the clothes are rubbish. Seriously, they're not good enough. You're never going to achieve that sort of market. Most of the money's come in from his sort of business ventures where, you just pay him some money and he'll advertise anything you want. TV star Chris Packham has added his voice to research into the beneficial effects pets can have on their owner's mental health. He revealed that in 2017, his two dogs, and they are miniature poodles, I think, sort of stopped him taking his own life by fixing their trusting gazes on him. They're very perceptive dogs, aren't they, really? Very, very perceptive. And so I cannot stress strongly enough my belief in the benefits of companion animals. They do them in a lot of old people's homes now. They might not do them in your one, but in a lot of them they actually do, which is where they actually take in what they call a pat dog. Or in one case, I saw a pat pony. A pat pony. They actually took a little pony in, and people sitting in chairs can sort of pat the dogs and things like that. I think that's really nice. I mean, I don't think the homes really want to have a dog that they've got to look after, so that's why they bring them in. And it's lovely. It is absolutely lovely. I think it's brilliant. Leo McKinstry, the Daily Express columnist, says car crash interview shows Corbyn is totally unfit for PM. Well, he's getting on a bit now, isn't he? I suppose it could come down to an age thing, but we just don't know who to believe now. We just don't know who to believe. Edgy, energetic and brilliantly talented. No, not me. Gary Rhodes again. The man who gave people the confidence to get back into the kitchen. And when we interviewed him, and I think it was a few years back now, quite a few years. What year do we think it was? Before 2011. And I'd never met him before. And he was absolutely lovely. I said when I did an RIP the other day, he was a gent. He was a gent, which is lovely. 23,000 excess winter deaths in England and Wales in 2018-19. 23,000. Good heavens above. And that's because of, unfortunately, respiratory diseases and influenza and all sorts of stuff which people are not prepared for. Still not had my flu jab, but so far we seem to be okay. I mean, I'm sort of wrapping up warm and being all sort of cosy. Plus. Daughter saves father after he had a heart attack on his birthday. Rachel sprang into action. Her dad was only 57. 57 and a heart attack. I don't know. I'm not sure if any of these things are down to smoking. I always sort of worry about that kind of thing. I mean, I don't smoke, but I did used to smoke very, very heavily. And then I watched, I watched the other day. It was one of these, it's another antiques programme. I quite like them, actually. I look at things and I'm amazed how they managed to get the prices down on stuff. And there was one place that they went into, and in fact he wanted to buy all of it. He seemed to sort of like that idea, which is great. Plus. Oh, more on Victoria Beckham. Anyway, her company's just got £30 million in new investment. This seems to me that they're throwing good money against bad. And so they're looking for greater distribution. So, you know, I mean, I know that they feature in Britain's wealthiest people, but both of them are down. So 42.5 million, 35.8 million. That's revenue. Okay, overall losses have risen from 23.5 million to 36 million. Documents also reveal the company breached the terms of a £10 million HSBC loan several times, but the bank has remained supportive, if only for everybody. Wouldn't that be lovely if it was all of us at the same... Luckily, I'm not with HSBC. It doesn't make any difference to me at all. And Peter Bowles, my spark with Margaret, showed me I was a sex symbol. I love To the Manor Born. I love it. Wonderful. Steve... Also rumoured alleged that the Colonel locked Elvis into film contracts which he pledged against gambling debts. Yes, I mean, he did have a lot of debts. He was a gambler, and the hotel, as long as Elvis was working there, they were more than happy to cover his debts. It doesn't really mean anything, does it, really? They don't have to pay it out. Steve, me and Bobby are London taxi drivers, and we listen to you every day, every morning. We're sitting outside St Pancras Hotel, listening to your show for years. You were talking about Katie Price going bankrupt. Me and Bobby said she needs to get her boobs out and go back to work. I don't think people are interested, are they now? She's too old for that kind of thing. Another one here says, Steve, Elvis's plane was a Convair 880, which is probably the only one of its type in existence. Yeah, but they can't sell anything. It's all tied into the trust. And another one here. I have to come back to these ones, actually. Food banks we'll talk about as well. And also says, I don't get how Jordan lost all the money. How'd you go from having 5 million, 10 million to bankruptcy? Because she never had that money. That's why. The money was never there. Otherwise, somebody might have advised her better. But Thursday. What else? Have we heard of a country and western singer? Iris... No, I haven't actually, says Tony. No. I mean, I'm normally quite good with country singers, but they've got to be established. When I was a child, says Holly, I managed to break an icicle off the roof. It was beautiful. I gave it a suck and it tasted like gutters. Yes, we did that. Did you not used to, when you had all the guttering that used to, we must have been in a very cold place, Yorkshire probably, and you broke off the things and you held them and it was all clear, wasn't it? It was clear ice. It was never sort of dark ice. But you're right, actually, sometimes it had bits of grass in and all sorts of things. It was terrible. But there's something that, I can remember just picking up a handful of snow and eating snow. That was quite nice. I think we might have snow this Christmas. Don't want to ruin it for you, but I think that's how it might be. All these handwritten lyrics, really, I mean, nice thing to have. I don't know what you do with them, though. I'd be so frightened somebody'd come and nick them. Also, Katie Price, going to be kicked out any day. She's facing fresh financial woes. She's being ordered to pay ex-husband Alex Reid $150,000. Oh, she's been ordered for leaking a sex tape and photographs of him. She was yesterday slapped with an initial bill for his legal costs. Oh, my God. Where did this one come from? And she also faces a further damages payout of up to $100,000 for distributing private information, some of it of a sexual nature. Yes, you can't do this anymore. You can't do this. And she played it to a TV studio audience off camera whilst filming Celebrity Big Brother's Bit on the Side. Reid was present as the judge, Richard Davison, ruled in his favour, explaining, "I propose to enter judgment for damages to be assessed." How hilarious. Meanwhile, the reality star was declared bankrupt, meaning that, of course, he won't get his money. He'll have to stand in line, and he could be way down there. Following the case, he said, but, I mean, congratulations that he won. "I don't ever want to talk about her again. She's vile. She's really nasty." So now she's got to pay $150,000. You know. So let's see you cough this one up, dear. I mean, the time they've actually taken, she's going to end up with zero. Absolutely, everything will be sold. Not that there's much to sell, really. Most of it's tat, isn't it? It's tat. I feel sorry for the children, constantly telling us that. I remember seeing her on Loose Women, sitting there doing the usual, the price is always right, and all the, the press say this about me. Well, this time they've got it all right. You are a failed business person. You pay your debts like everybody else. But, of course, you don't really want to be in the real world, do you? She just wants to get married to the trainer, but of course I think that's finished because she cheated. I mean, it's just a catalogue of disasters. What a failure. What a failure. Goodness only knows where it goes from here. There's a 40-stone man who once planned to kill himself because he couldn't lose the weight. He shed 24 stone in 18 months. He spiralled into depression. As I can imagine, if you are big and you don't want to be big. My friend Dan went on a TV programme and lost the weight. I mean, he was drinking all sorts of things, not alcohol. This was, fizzy drinks. He was addicted to fizzy drinks. And he was carrying a lot of weight, and then he went on this programme, became unrecognisable. Seriously, I mean, such a thing to do. But this guy, Neil Sharp, it was partly before he split with his wife, Suzanne. So, but anyway, Suzanne, who'd become a diet consultant, rushed to the rescue. He's now 16 stone. Looks, fantastic. Fantastic. So I always say to people, if you need to lose weight, do it while you're younger. Because it's a bit easier to do while you're younger than if you get a little bit older, when you've sort of piled on the pounds again. Because we're still waiting to see some effect with a couple of people on the team. And, which we'll probably see, at some point. But the trouble is, it's a bit difficult to notice, because I think water's fattening. I know it's easy because you're just drinking it, aren't you? Unless you're sort of weeing it away. It just goes on, so you're like carrying a little lake around your tummy. Which is quite nice. But sometimes you can get a bit sort of fed up. You sort of think, oh, I wish that weight would just fall away. And it doesn't. And, and you just wish there was an easy thing to do. You just sort of pop a tablet and then you wake up the next morning and then da-da, and you go, yeah, but where do you think the weight's gone to? You can't dissolve fat, I promise you. Gemma Collins having, yeah, but it's not working, is it? Because she's suddenly real. The trouble is, I reckon she's eating and taking the injections, but a very foolish thing. Start injecting at her age. Ridiculous, Steve. And you keep on hoping to win the lottery jackpot to buy that huge house for sale in London. 2 houses. Not just 1, 2 houses. Oh, yeah. A £5 million house in Richmond and a £10 million house up to £15 million in central London. That's what I'm looking for. But why not set your sights a bit lower and go for Katie Price's house? I'm sure the producer and assistant producer would be happy to run around with a mop and a duster to bring it up to your standard. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't think I could ever get them doing things. And also, if I had that house, I'd pull it down. I said yesterday I'd pull it down and put up flats. You know, get some planning permission, put up 6 to 10 flats, you got nice communal gardens, repair the swimming pool, and that's it. The house is a dump. There's no point. No point in doing it up. Horrible, horrible, horrible. I wouldn't want it. Definitely not. Steve, where are we here? Tower Hamlets, City Airport, the water main burst 3 days ago. What do you do? Put traffic light cones and let it flood the whole area. Oh, Monica, I give up in London. I really do. I really do. And from Simon, he says, maybe Andrew could let Katie Price move in. God, I don't know. I don't think he'd want her to be around there at all. Why not? You know, I mean, she's got herself into this mess. Nobody else has made her into this mess. She has. She's been bone idle and lazy. And that's why she's not earned the money. She's got, you know, sort of champagne lifestyle, beer income, as they say. And that's why. Why should anybody bother helping her? She's not bothered with anybody before. She's never wanted anybody to help her before. So here you go, dear. You're on your own. You're on your own. Steve, asking there... Oh, I've lost the blooming thing. There's probably so many of these blooming things are coming in here, which is a bit difficult to try and get them. Somebody talking about hugging. You have to ask your child before you hug them. In America, they're a little bit funny about things like that. But it's just, I don't know, you can't do anything, can you, really? You can't do anything now. There you go. Asking their consent before hugging my own daughter. America can bog off. Should ask our consent before pushing their stupid, nutty rules onto us, says James. They're like that, aren't they, though, in America? They do get a bit carried away. I was watching The Housewives of Somewhere, and the husband is obviously a businessman. They're real people. It's real life situations. And she's got a baby. And they're obviously trying to, I don't know, the child might have learning difficulties. Whatever it is, the husband has come back from work to help out for the afternoon, even though he gets up at 5 a.m. every morning, 6 days a week. The wife is getting so stressed you can see a breakdown around the corner. And she's saying, listen, can you stop going on the phone? We're here to look after our daughter, and blah, 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 blah. And he says, listen, I'm running a business. I mean, I saw exactly where he was coming from. I thought she was, I mean, she barely could get through the programme. Seriously, without sort of bursting into tears. Bit embarrassing, really. Bit embarrassing. But no, I thought he was right. He was playing with his daughter and he was answering the phone from work. My mum, says Jeff, used to make ice cubes with Corona cream soda. Very nice to suck. Really? Larry said, seriously, Steve, water's not fattening. Come round here. Come round here. I can show you somebody who's putting on weight with water. Yeah, that's the way it goes, isn't it? I believe it's fattening. And another one here says, whatever has Katie Price done to deserve your constant bad-mouthing? Oh, go away, you silly little girl. Honestly, it's all documented. She's bankrupt. She's bankrupt. She's wasted her money. She hasn't done a day's work in ages and ages. It's just all about her. When she took Harvey onto television the other day, she spent so many hours getting herself ready as if it was all about her. Which it isn't. It's about him. And now... I mean, she makes the front pages of all the papers, so it's well deserved. It was predicted ages and ages ago. And the story was just this girl who helped her father when he had a heart attack. There was no more to the story apart from that. She knew what to do, whereas a lot of people don't know what to do now if somebody's having a heart attack. In fact, you might not even know the symptoms of having heart attacks. That's why it's good to become a first aider, so you can know these things, just in case. Another one here, and all-time greatest country song, Stand By Your Man. Yeah, it's all right. It sounds a bit dated now. She had better ones. Just logged into my lottery account, Steve, as I had an email. £3 on the Thunderball. Oh, well, small drink tomorrow, says little Julie. £3. I know. When I first got it, I remember thinking, oh, that's nice. I wonder how much money I've won. £2.60. You know, I felt like writing back to them saying, please do not bother. Please do not bother writing to me. Unless it's going to be $1 million, don't bother telling me about this. I've just passed your friend Katie's house. You could put a town on the land, says Stephen Shore. Yeah, but you might not get the planning permission for that. But I mean, I'd pull the house down. It's a dreadful old place. It really is. It's not of any interest. It's sort of like a modern reproduction kind of thing. But it's very dirty. Very, very dirty. So, you know, and also, who wants a pink Range Rover? Naff. Ken Barlow, the rumours were that he was going to be phased out. He might die in Coronation Street. He said, I'm pleased to tell you that I'm not going just yet. Apparently Mick Jagger took out a pension from a young age because he thought his career wouldn't last into old age. Oh, I will always advise, Tony, everybody to take out a pension. I've had one running since I was 16. I mean, it was the cheapest little pension you can ever imagine. It was absolutely peanuts. It was something like, what dickens was it? It was something stupid like £6 a month. So it only worked out about 72 quid a year. But I've had it for so many years, as you can well imagine, since I was 16. So I've had it for like 50 years, and it's sort of grown into a pot of about I think they said it was about 80,000 or something. Whatever it is, I mean, you're not going to retire on 80,000 unless you're living in a tent by the side of the M4. So I didn't think I wanted to live in a tent by the side of the M4. So, but I would always advise people. I know it's never practical, and I didn't want to do it to start with. It was a friend of mine who was an accountant said you should put some money into something so that you've got some sort of backup. And I went, oh right, okay. But of course, I mean, other people put loads of money into pension pots, don't they? So I've got 3. But because I'm working, somebody said, do you call this a job? Well, I don't know, actually. Well, you obviously do. You're writing to me. I mean, do you always write to strangers? Of course it's a job. You must be. You're right. Why would you write to me otherwise? Unless you're particularly stupid. You know, you would know what it is. It's a job. Job. Do you write to Nick Ferrari and Sheila Fogarty and go, do you call this a job? Of course it is. Heavens above. For 40 years. Steve, Katie Price could make a new fortune by making a new game show. You can't put her on anything. Seriously, she's got the worst voice in Christendom, apart from A Whole New World. She can't sing for toffee. The album failed miserably. Everything's failed. She seems to think she's going to, come back. She wanted to turn her house into a wedding venue. Well, she's got people to pay now, including Alex Reid of £150,000, because that's revenge porn, and that's illegal. And that's why she went. Of course, she didn't bother going to court. That's why the judge found in his favour. She just thinks she can bypass everything. She thinks she's clever. She thinks she's going to sit there and nobody's going to throw her out the house. Think again. Another one here says, a lot of people talk about Mick Jagger, and then Jackie wants to know, hasn't Katie got any jewels? Ever seen her wearing jewels? Of course not. She's got nothing at all. All her stuff is trash clothing. It's trash. She's a former Page 3 girl of about 500 years ago. No, it's trash. She doesn't have anything. No jewels, nothing like that. Somebody was asking whether or not she put money into the kids' bank accounts. I shouldn't think so. Why would she do that? She doesn't think about things. She doesn't see any further than the end of her nose. Somebody says, do you think we will be seeing her on Can't Pay, Will Take It Away? Very good chance. They like it. Razor Ruddocks was on there, wasn't he? The wife started throwing water over them because he owed money. And another one here. How do you get, I don't know the answer to this one, Monica, crystal clear ice cubes? You know, when you see people, they've got see-through ice cubes. Now, somebody told me, is it distilled water? Or is it, I don't know what it is to make, is it the rate that you freeze them? I don't know. How do you make clear ice cubes? Because I love clear ice cubes. They look so much better than the other ones. And they make them for a clear, when they do ice sculptures, they're all clear ice, aren't they? Perhaps they chip it away and it's clear underneath. But so here we go. So, to make clear ice cubes, use pure water. Boil the water twice. Pour water into an ice tray or other mould and cover with a plastic wrap to keep out particles. Place the ice tray in the freezer. Take the tray out and gently remove your clear ice cubes. Right. So you're boiling the water twice. What's pure water? Is that tap water? Is that bottled water? Bottled water. Okay, that's okay. I can manage that, actually. Boil the water twice. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Mark says, booked water. Perhaps he means boiled water. What are you on about? I think you boil the water and you do it twice. And then you sort of pour it in thing, then you cover it to make sure that there aren't any germs that get in there. Clear ice cubes. How wonderful. Always wanted that. Steve, please play A Whole New World. No, I'm not doing it. Steve, don't trust Black Friday prices. Some chairs I wanted are supposed to have £10 off. They're the same price as before. Yeah, there is a lot, actually, of this going on where the prices have been sort of artificially high. And then they sort of, they aren't as good a deal as you think. Steve, rather a tent by the M4 than Katie Price's house. So true. So true. Can't believe it's not long till your Magic Circle show. Feels like ages, says little Julie, since I bought the tickets. Any idea who's performing this year? Nope. They never tell me to the last minute. Because I have, for those people who don't know, I have a show coming up in December, I think 21st, at the Magic Circle. We do it every year. All the money goes to charity. And a load of people assemble. There's not many seats in the theatre. It only holds about 160. So you get close-up magic, and you get a stage show, and you can have a look at the museum and see Sooty and all sorts of exciting things. It's all very lovely. And you get a good stage show with about 4 or 5 different acts on there. Could be anybody. Could be a juggler. Could be sword swallower. We've had all sorts of people. So we'll have to wait, and then we see. Steve, don't be giving Katie Price ideas. She'll be applying to go on Can't Pay, We'll Take It Away. See if she can get the TV rights. Unfortunately not. Joseph in Bethlehem. No, really. He says 27 days till Christmas. Mary getting nicely rounded, getting the donkey ready for the journey. I love it. It's not that long, is it really? It'll go by ever so quickly. And then we'll be into the sort of the January sales. Steve, we have a new fridge freezer that's attached to a water filter, perfectly clear ice cubes all the time, says Nicola. Thank you. Ron says, I'd be happy with an 80 grand pension pot. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it's going to last me the rest of my life. It's a simple. Then I've got another one, and then I've got a state pension. But I mean, I'm of that age. I've waited since God created the Garden of Gethsemane to actually get anywhere near it. But you don't take it out, because if you take some out, then you get taxed on it. And so I've decided, that I'm not going to do it. Steve, are you sure Victoria Beckham lost all that money? Yes, this is Company's House stuff. Absolutely. Company's House, where you can see where they've moved all the stuff around. It's not difficult to find. You can join, and you can access anybody's accounts. So in other words, I'm assuming that somebody like Gemma Collins will be having to declare her tax. And I think it's a case of you'll then be going, oh, right, so that's how much she's earned. Yeah. Mark, the producer, says, boiled even. I know. Obviously, dyslexic fingers this morning. Dyslexic fingers. I love it. But no, I mean, it's all well documented. If it's companies, it's got to go through it, because if you're caught, messing around with anything like that, you can be in dreadful trouble. And she's always been very, very out and about with things, hasn't she? She's always sort of declared it up front. You have to. That's why they've been able to say Dave's put 600,000 into the company. They've just had a £30 million injection. It's not working, though, is it? Depends how long. Perhaps they're looking long term. I don't know. Maybe long term. Tomorrow morning. No, it's this morning with Nick Ferrari at breakfast. On the morning after, senior Labour politician Barry Gardiner shut down a journalist for asking Jeremy Corbyn whether he should apologise for his handling of anti-Semitism in the party. Nick will be asking, what does it say if the party's shunning scrutiny on this issue? You can have your say on that, and whether recent polling, which suggests Boris Johnson is set for a comfortable majority, feels realistic based on your experience. And following the news of the passing of celebrated broadcaster and author Clive James, Nick will speak to a long-time collaborator and his friend of over 40 years. That's all with Nick Ferrari at breakfast from 7 o'clock this morning here on LBC, because we're here until 7, Monday through Friday. Front pages of the papers. Sorry, Steve, you talk of water, the best is San Pellegrino. San Pellegrino. I thought that was something else, San Pellegrino. That's sparkling water. Oh, is it right? Thank you. I knew you'd know. I've got a fridge, and which does ice. Is it in a tin or is it in a bottle? Tins. Oh, lemon water. Lemon water? Never heard of lemon water. Oh, right, lemonade sort of thing. He knows it's very rich, honestly. Seriously, I feel quite the pauper, ladies and gentlemen. You can take 25% of your pension pot tax-free, Steve says. Yeah, I know that, but then I thought to myself, I don't need it, I'm working. If I wasn't working, then I probably would. Do you think Katie Price is a businesswoman? What planet are you on? Of course not, she's just been declared bankrupt. What do you think that was? Just some joke that the courts devised? Of course not. Of course not. Another one here. The clear ice thing. Just run the ice tray under the tap and put it in the freezer, says Phil. No, you don't get clear ice cubes that way. It's got to be boiled. And somebody says, I don't understand. These so-called rich people. Take Katie Price. If she was once worth 40 million, then why don't these people buy the house outright? Because a lot of these rich people still have a mortgage. Oh, she's got a huge mortgage on it. Huge mortgage, because she never had any money. If she had money, her accountant would have advised her, take out a tiny mortgage, and then, so you can just keep it there for tax purposes. But obviously not. If you could buy a house outright, I would, says Nick. Yeah, I agree with you. I would too. If I won 40 million on the lottery, I'd be buying a house outright. I don't want a mortgage. Why would you want a mortgage? That's just really bad financial advice. Bad financial. She should get my accountant. So much better. So much better. But she doesn't. She thinks she knows what to do. And unfortunately, as she never was worth 40 million, because if she was, she'd have bought a house. She'd have bought everything outright, but she didn't. She didn't even own the car. The car was repossessed because she failed to keep up payments. It's just, the whole thing was a catalogue of disasters. A bit like the jungle, because there's lots of bullying going on out there. There's Andrew Maxwell is claiming that James Haskell and Ian Wright are doing bullying. Well, Ian Wright's not very pleasant, and James Haskell showing his true colours. Didn't think it'd be long. Not too long. Here we go. This is... oh, Lord above, honestly, trying to find something. I like the Chris Packham story about the poodles saving him. Dogs being very good at sort of looking after people and spotting if something's wrong. And he says they saved him from suicide. Virginia Blackburn talks about the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. So we'll wait and see. Wait and see what happens. Oh, just 7 is the time. I'm delighted to see all the lovely, nice stories about the energetic and brilliantly talented Gary Rhodes. He's been living in Dubai for 8 years, but everybody loves him, and that's all he wanted. That's all he wanted. He just wanted people to say after he passed that he was good with food, and he was good with food. It was lovely. Absolutely lovely. Steve, 84850, steve at lbc.co.uk. Apparently San Pellegrino is not lemon water. It's clear and served on tables in all restaurants. No, they do a lemonade, a lemon version. Lemonata, it's called. I'm sorry, Matthew, you're wrong on this one. We know. And we know because we own the company. Okay, so there you go. Monica says, thank you for the advice. You can always count on you or your listeners. Oh, we've always got answers for everything, actually, which is good. Please wish Winnie good luck flying out to compete in the Valencia Marathon this weekend, says little Julie. Oh, she'll be fine, won't she? Absolutely. And somebody says, I'm waiting to hear who Katie Price is going to blame for the mess she's in. Never takes responsibility. Oh, no, it's always everybody else. She's blamed this one, believe it or not, on Peter Andre. Having tried to brown-nose him a short while ago, she's now decided, as she does in her twisted mind, that he's a vile person. Whereas, in fact, the only drunk, I think, would be her. So, morning to the Spikers group. And another one here. Somebody also saying exactly the same thing. Somebody says she's fake. Well, she's often thought she was a businesswoman, and the papers started saying, oh, isn't she successful? And the answer, of course, no, she's not. I wonder how long it'll take for her to sell the story about her bankruptcy, says Steve the Cobbler. Well, you can't go out and do things like that. If you're on a bankruptcy, everything will have to go through them. She can't take money out of anything at all. She really can't. A lot of people are talking about the water. It's got to be double-boiled water. Oh, love it. I love it. And Mohammed in Enfield says, I can't get enough of the show. So I've been downloading the past episodes, and I'm on year 2017. Which means, I wonder why we were still at number 1 in the podcasting list. It's so exciting, honestly. So exciting. Everybody this morning, nobody seems to like... poor old Katie Price, do they? But there again, she's always lied through her teeth about everything, so that's good, isn't it? And it's about the best thing, Steve, we've heard on the programme for ages, because you did predict it. I did predict it. Have you tried clotted cream rice pudding? Yes. Yes. But to be honest with you, it is, you can eat it ice cold. It doesn't matter if it's cold. Cold rice pudding is quite delicious. And I never thought it, but all it is rice and cream. Clotted cream, and it's absolutely delicious. But I mean, it's the kind of thing that sends me up onto the ceiling, which is a little bit dangerous when you're a diabetic, definitely. What else we got? Front page of the Sun. Prem Boss wanted to score with me. What is it about people go running to the papers? That's what Max Clifford was famous for years ago. Well, this and something else. And somebody would sort of have a story to sell, and his salon used to be in his offices were in New Bond Street. Underneath them was a very well-known hairdresser. And you would see, when I was ever in there getting my hair done, you'd see the girls going up the stairs who'd sold their stories. Then they would come down, have their hair done and things like that, and then there'd be a photo opportunity. There was always a Max Clifford story in the papers. Always. And then it caught him out. Jungle Star, she's not a star, she's been a drip, I'm afraid. Jacqueline Joss's husband arrived to face the oh, God, honestly. Two people in the same family, so boring. Plus. I'm trying to find something that's good, actually. I mean, a lot of people talk about the big lottery bash. You know, Steve Thompson and his wife. Well, they've said that they're going to look after people. His business partner, Steve's business partner, is a guy called Neil. He's alleged to have given him $4 million already. He's his business partner. Now, with $4 million, you can do a lot. You can pay off your mortgage. You can, put the money in the bank, go on a nice holiday, buy a nice car, and live very, very comfortably for the rest of your life. So that's a nice thing to do. It's good to see somebody doing something immediately. I think so. Tributes to Clive. The wit women adored. Picture of him with Catherine Zeta-Jones. God, I bet he was happy. And revealed Labour's triple tax whammy on millions. You're going to be getting this every day until the 12th. Every day until the 12th. Frozen 2 is out now in cinemas. People going to see it and enjoying the character. It's so clever, isn't it? Honestly, when you think about it, we actually buy into, we believe these characters. What's this one here? Chris Kamara says he tests out new songs on his horses as his wife refuses to listen to them. Oh, well, there you go. And Dua Lipa wearing a little, they say, white mini dress. She's not. She's wearing a leotard. What are you on about? Don't these people who wrote this rubbish? They say she makes a daring entrance in her white mini dress. It's a leotard. She's wearing a leotard. Sad story, though, of a diabetic father who choked to death on a Yorkshire pudding. He was tucking into Sunday dinner with his family when he collapsed. They tried to clear the back of his throat by slapping his back. It's only when paramedics arrived they were finally able to clear the food that lodged in his windpipe. My godfathers. Mind you, is that because he put the whole Yorkshire pudding in his mouth? I mean, if you were cutting a Yorkshire pudding up, which I have had, and I do like a Yorkshire pudding, I'm quite frightened to think. I mean, I don't know whether it's because he was a diabetic or not. I'm hoping not. Also, look, the Pussycat Dolls are getting back together again. Yawn, dull, boring. American group, go away, thank you. We're not really that interested. If America's not interested, we're certainly not interested. Huge payouts for the flooding, bill rising to $110 million. A restaurant boss accused picky snowflakes of crippling the industry with ludicrous food demands. Vicky Wood of the Wee restaurant in Edinburgh and Fife said one table of 5 diners, one claimed to be allergic to rare meat, another hated cold soup gazpacho. A third who claimed to be vegan ordered dairy-heavy chocolate creme brulee. The problem's not genuine allergies, but faux dietaries. Yeah, it's like piscatorial, isn't it? You have sort of one day you'll be doing piscatorial, the next day, you'll be doing sort of meat or something like that, and then you go, oh, actually, by the way. Bread and butter pudding made with Baileys. Ooh. So I've gone off Baileys, really. I used to drink Baileys, but not anymore. Jackie in Watford says Martin Kemp and his wife have a CD out. Well, you see, if you listen to regularly, Steve Allen programmes on LBC, you would have known this weeks ago. Happy days from Dubai, says Shazzy. 2016 on your downloads. Very strange hearing celebrity news from back then. I bet. I've never done that. I've never listened back, but I can well imagine. Steve, brandy cream or normal cream over your mince pie, says Ed. Thick double spooning cream. Have I got to go? I think I've got to go, actually. I have, actually. Charlie Girling says, we love Ashley Roberts. Yeah, but I saw them at the Raw Variety performance, Charlie. I'm telling you. I didn't think they were all that. Anyway, before I go, let me tell you what's coming up on the free podcast today. On a little bit extra, Harry and Meghan release a wedding photo, I think, to the media. Lovely. The media who they don't like. The Pussycat Dolls are reuniting, but without Melanie Thornton. Oh. And a tribute to Gary Rhodes, who's died aged 59.